The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. For most of us, is there any more alluring form of minor masochism than the good old-fashioned ghost story? The icy fingers running shivering shocks up and down the spine, playing that fascinating dichotomy of, this might have been me, but, oh, thank the Lord it wasn't. So this ghost story begins with Joel and Jane Trent, early 20s, married 8 months, starting out in life with a future unlimited, except the present unfortunate necessity of counting every penny to make life work and to live in some dignity and comfort. And then, the fabulous break, or what seemed the fabulous break, that marvelous ad in the classified section of the Sunday Chronicle.
Joel, I found us a home. Are you listening?
All ears.
Eminently desirable, 2 bedrooms and bath for the right couple. Fully furnished, sublet for at least 2 years. Please, not before 10 a.m. Sunday, HSM Apollyon, 27 Southwest 62nd Street.
So?
So what?
That's right off Central Park. It'd cost a fortune.
I saved the best for the last. Rent, $200 a month. 1 month security.
There's got to be something wrong with it.
Why?
It's too cheap.
Well, does that mean we can't look at it?
No, we'll be there on the dot, fighting the line. What have we got to lose?
What indeed? And don't be afraid of a crowd. Yours is the only paper this ad will appear in, because it's you I want. One advantage of being a rather special printer's devil.
Our mystery drama, The Real Printer's Devil, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht and Jada Rowland. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines, and new sugar-free diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Could there be a more mundane, run-of-the-mill beginning to a really haunting ghost story than 2 young people on the way early on a bright Saturday morning to answer an ad for a sublet furnished apartment? But such an apartment. From their point of view, a steal at the price, at the location, containing everything they ever wanted, a long-term lease, a promise of heaven. But from another point of view, oh, well, that, as we shall see, is the hell of it.
The rooms will be small.
So, how big are we?
It'll be crawling with cockroaches.
My best friend's uncle's cousin is an exterminator.
It did say 2 bedrooms, didn't it?
That's what it said.
The second one is probably just a walk-in closet.
So, I'll build a fresh air duct to it. A crib doesn't take all that much floor space.
Oh, hold it.
What's the matter? The baby didn't...
No, the baby didn't do anything. It's me. Oh, the way my tummy's revolving, it's lucky there aren't 3 of us here already instead of 2. I'm scared.
Of what?
Look, 62nd Street. This is the corner. Supposing it really smells. Supposing the price was a misprint. Supposing the John's out in the hall. Suppose someone got there first and took it.
No way. It isn't even 10 a.m. yet.
Oh, never mind. Let's get going. What was the number? 15? 17?
27. There it is, on the other side of the street.
Oh, it's an attractive building.
Yeah. Hey, there's a nice little garden around the main door.
And it looks so well kept up. Oh, Joel, it just seems too good to be true.
Well, come on. Let's find his bell. Here it is. HSM Apollyon. That's our fairy godfather.
Don't call him that.
I don't care how gay he is. The apartment's all I care about. Press the bell.
Okay. Be ready when he buzzes down.
Yeah.
Oh, why doesn't he answer?
Maybe he's in that John down the hall.
Oh, you...
Enter, my love.
Oh, I love the carpet. Bittersweet.
I hope nothing I said hurt his feelings.
Well, the elevator's waiting. Let's get it over with before I faint.
I have a few butterflies myself.
Got the floor number?
Yeah. And we are off.
Everything's so clean and efficient. Well taken care of. You sure it wasn't East 62nd?
No, look, here, 27 West.
I hope it's not too high up. What floor is it?
Oh, forget it, darling. That's for later. Well, here we are.
Aha! I thought I heard the lift. My Anglican background, or I should say English. Elevator, I meant, of course. Are you here to see the flat? Apartment, I mean, naturally.
Yeah, we are. I'm Joel Trent. This is my wife, Jane.
HSM Apollyon here, and won't you come in? You know, everyone always thinks I must be retired Navy or something. HMS, you know. His Majesty's ship, whatever. Only it isn't. It's HSM. Stands for something quite different, I assure you. And besides, I'm not one for water at all. Can't abide it. Well, this is the vestibule, or the foyer, or perhaps the hall, you'd call it. As you can see, it's very much like any other of its kind.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Apollyon. It's absolutely fabulous.
Oh, well, not exactly, but how nice of you to say so. One does do quite a bit of traveling, and some of the things you see, particularly those from the East, are quite, well, I won't say fabulous, unique, perhaps. Now, that Chris, for example, would you believe that it has both perfume and poison forged into the steel of its blade? And the sorcerer's cane, well, that's real hair, you know, at the handle. Now, which would you like to do first? A cup of tea and get acquainted and then do the flat, or the other way around?
Oh, if you don't mind, I'm just dying to see the apartment. I mean, the flat.
Then off we go. Oh, no. And by the by, before we do start, only because once before I did have quite a disappointment after showing a rather peculiar individual the apartment some 19 years ago. This man went all the way through the apartment. He was some sort of a minister, as I remember. And after deciding to take it, he changed his mind when he learned the number of the flat. You did notice it, didn't you?
Joel knows it. I don't. What is it, Joel?
That's apartment D.
On the 13th floor.
Oh. Well, that's just a silly superstition, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yes. Well, now, shall we have a look about? Do you take sugar with your tea, Mrs. Trent?
1 lump, please. But really...
Mr. Trent, or would you prefer something stronger?
No, D's just great. 2. Lumps, I mean.
How about milk, Mrs. Trent?
No, thanks. Neither of us. But really, Mr. Apollyon, this is awfully kind of you, but we must be holding you up. I'm sure there'll be loads of other people in answer to your ad.
Well, they're not here yet, so we can enjoy our tea, eh? Besides, my dear, I have a sneaking suspicion that... your cup, Mr. Trent. That not so many people are going to turn up in answer to the ad.
For a dream apartment like this, I can't believe that.
I was surprised there wasn't a line a mile long.
Well, how nice both of you are. You know, I've really taken quite a fancy to you.
That's very sweet of you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot.
It's so difficult today to find young people with all the good old-fashioned virtues. What am I saying? It's been very difficult for generations. So for my purpose, you're quite ideal.
I don't quite understand.
Oh, I thought I'd made myself quite clear. You're just the people I want in my apartment. That is, of course, if you're interested. And if there's anything I can do to make it more attractive to you.
Attractive? Well, the whole place is just a dream. It's the sort of place Joel and I made up dreams about living in after saving everything we could make for the next 10 or 20 years. And now to think that At a price we can afford, we can start living that way right now.
Oh, dear me. Now, I didn't mean to upset
No,
you.
she's only crying because she's so happy. You see, you got to excuse her. It says in the book that women in her condition sort of... Uh-oh.
Oh, Joel.
Oh, it just slipped out, Jane.
Women in...
We just thought we'd have trouble finding something we could afford, and we wanted to have plenty of time. And Aunt Gertrude's place in Mount Vernon just doesn't have room for all of us now, let alone...
Why, you're going to have a baby. Well, now, isn't that nice? My congratulations. It's a sort of a bonus in a way.
You mean you don't mind babies?
Mind? I love them, just adore them. You can't know how much extra pleasure they afford
Oh,
me.
gee, that's great. What did you mean, a sort of bonus?
Oh, that. Why, to think of being able to use the crib and the baby bath and all those things I once bought for a tenant and his wife and baby who were unfortunately lost in a plane crash on the very day they were to move in.
How awful.
Yes, snatched away from me at the last moment. Oh, I don't mean that the way it sounds. You see, I'd grown almost as fond of them as I have of you. Now, we must get down to business. I'll have the bed taken out of the small bedroom and set up the crib for you. And when could you move in?
Why, the sooner the better.
At your convenience, of course.
Oh, if I told you my convenience, my dears, I'm sure I would shock you.
Try me.
Well, today. This minute, this afternoon. If at all possible, not later than 6 o'clock.
You shocked me.
I know the ad said immediate occupancy, but I wasn't quite expecting
Let
it
me
this soon.
explain. I had a tenant, you see, a most interesting man, a sort of a Billy Sunday, you might say. Fascinating challenge.
Challenge?
Oh, well, I shouldn't admit it, but I feel I know you both so well, even after the short acquaintance. Do you know, I've traveled a great deal, and I've never been able to resist the inordinately evil things that men have dreamed up as the centuries went rolling by. The grimoires, the devices of the Inquisition, our own New Englanders. Well, I bought all sorts of quite horrible things. Pictures, instruments, statues, charms, and so forth. I keep them all hidden away in that big closet at the end of the hall. Oh, that's the only thing that's off limits, by the way. I keep it locked.
Oh, that would be perfectly all right. There's plenty of other closet space.
And you wouldn't be interested in this awful stuff anyway. As I said, this man was a minister, so I thought I'd really give him a start. So, I replaced everything and hung up all this perfectly awful stuff. Oh, quite bone-chilling and terribly evil.
But why?
Well, I wanted to see his reaction, so I thought I'd scare him off.
And naturally, you did.
Good gracious, no, he loved it. Couldn't wait to move in. But someone greater than us solved the problem. Unfortunately, he was taken from us with a heart attack.
Oh, the poor man.
Yes, actually, he never realized how fortunate he was. But I didn't mean to depress you. Let's get back to all the fun and practical things. Now, I have some urgent business in the Near East, and I've booked an overnight plane for tonight. If I could possibly make that...
Joel, there's no reason why not, is there? You have the money.
Yeah.
And we'd have the time to run up to Mount Vernon and back and get enough clothes to settle in. Then we could bring the rest later.
Well, I guess it might be arranged. By the way, what business are you in, Mr. Apollyon?
Oh, that's a little difficult to explain. Rather like the import and export business.
Oh, you deal in objet d'art.
In a sense, yes, but perhaps a better word would be subjects. But to get back to our business, if you have the rent and the security with you, we'll exchange them for the keys and sign the leases, give you a thorough briefing on the entire apartment, and then I can be off just as soon as you return.
Well, Mr.
Joel... Oh, forgive me, but at my age, I think I can take the liberty to use your first name. I'm a rich old man with no children, and money is no object to me. Now, if the rent is too high...
$200 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment furnished like a palace? Why, it...
Hush, 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 hush. Now, it's all I want from the right people. Besides, there is one little catch to the whole thing. Oh, dear, I hope it won't prove too much of a problem.
Oh, catch?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Are you by any chance afraid of cats, Jane?
Cats? No, I love them. So does Joel. In fact, we've been thinking of getting one.
Oh, well, now that is a relief. You have one. And such a cat. Pure Abyssinian and the delight of my life. He's the only reason I must always find just the right tenants.
Can we meet him?
He might not like it.
Oh, have no fear about that. Smokey, that's his name. Smokey, he loves everyone.
Well, where is he? I'm dying to see him.
At the moment, he's at Le Chasseron, being attended with loving care by Pierre and Christophe, so he will look his very best for his new conquests.
Conquests?
You, my dear. Oh, I promise you he will win your heart and soul when you meet him on your return.
Well, what do you think?
Oh, darling, it's marvelous. Just what we need.
Yeah, and just what we can afford.
You won't have to go tiptoeing around Aunt Gertrude's every night.
We both won't have to take a subway and a bus for 45 minutes to get to work every day. We could even walk. Jane, darling, the whole wide world's our oyster. Don't you agree?
Yes.
Yeah, but something is bothering you.
Oh, I know it's silly. It's just that 13. Why couldn't it have been 12 or 14 or any other number?
Now, you're not going to let something silly like that bother you.
You know how superstitious I am. I just have such a funny feeling.
Maybe it's the number made it so cheap. Maybe we ought to be grateful.
I sure hope we're going to be. I guess we're in it now.
Jane, you and me just made the damnedest deal in the world.
If only Joel could know how prophetic those words are. If only all of us were a little less gullible, the devil might have a long, hard task that could even discourage him. And if only he'd just take the people who are going his way. Why is he driven to tempt and maneuver and triumph by winning the others by artifice and indirection? Is it because he was once an angel, and when Lucifer fell, in his own shame, he must drag the rest of the world into the pit with him? I'll return in a moment with Act 2.
Warm night in Chicago, 79 degrees right now at Midway Airport, getting up to 93 for the day Thursday. In the fourth period of play, 22-22, Jacksonville and the Chicago Fire are tied up.
Rocking in her chair, the bright hook flashing as she crocheted away at another rug, Aunt Gertrude found it hard to share completely in Joel and Jane's bubbling enthusiasm. 2 reasons. 1, she knew how large a gaping hole they would leave in her lonely life. And 2, Aunt Gertrude was a pragmatist.
You say only $200 a month for that apartment?
Where shall I put my baseball spikes?
Oh, Lord, do we have to take those? What did you say, Aunt Gertrude?
Well, I just can't get over the price. It's a giveaway.
I know, but we do have to take care of the cat.
Oh, my, such a chore. Open a can twice a day.
Don't forget the litter pan.
Now, don't change the subject. Tell me, what's wrong with the apartment, I wonder? There's something fishy.
Auntie, you had Bob Anderson go over the lease with a fine-tooth comb.
And he's a real estate lawyer.
Oh, I'm quite satisfied with all the legal aspects. It's just, I don't know, something else gives me a funny twinge in the left shoulder blade. Used to be a kind of storm warning. Now I guess it's just arthritis.
Don't worry about us, Auntie. And please don't have any doubts.
Why, have you been having
For
some...
the love of Mike, would you 2 Cassandras, would you lay off? Here we have the break of a century.
Oh, you're quite right, Joel. I guess I'm getting so old that the milk of human kindness is beginning to sour. Now, I feel just like both of you. It's just It's just too good to be true. And to be practical, it does solve all our problems. There really isn't room for the three of us in this tiny apartment of mine, and when the baby comes...
It's like the clowns climbing into the midget car.
Yeah, well, I'm going to miss not being part of bringing up that baby, though.
Oh, you'll have plenty of chance. I'm going to leave that bed in baby's room as well as the crib. Besides, there's a huge couch in the living room.
There's the cab. Oh, brother, are we all packed?
Yes. Well, I guess this is it.
I'll take the heavy suitcase out first.
Oh, it's going to seem strange with only one instead of three.
At least we're not changing numbers. Oh, the cat makes 3. He's pretty special. He's an Abyssinian.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, they're gorgeous. Looks like a Siamese with blue eyes and a lovely gray coat, like the gray in Chinchilla, only shorter. His name is Smokey.
Come on, Janie. Rustle the bustle. Our chariot's waiting.
Oh, wait a minute. I need the phone number.
Jane, take a couple of the shopping bags out, will you, honey, while I write it down for Andy?
Sure. Only how did you get the number? I forgot all about it.
I took it off the bedroom phone.
Let me see. 3131313. Oh, my, that's a terrible number, especially after apartment 13D.
Janie doesn't know it yet. I want to break it to her slowly. Oh, you superstitious people.
Oh, I got a twinge in my shoulder blade now like I was bit by a horse. Who was bit by a horse?
No one, dear. Come on. Grab the rest of this gear before our impatient hacky runs out on us. Come on, be right out.
Oh, Jane, I'm going to miss you.
Oh, me too. So will Joel. What the heck? It's not the last time we'll be seeing each other. Don't forget we're having dinner Thursday night at the New Dig.
Oh, that reminds me. Just in case I forget the address, can I have your copy of the newspaper?
Yeah, well, oh, no, I left it downtown.
Oh.
Don't worry, I picked you up a fresh copy. The ad is on page 37, column 5, first one in furnished apartments. Now, look, this really is goodbye. Let's go.
I'll worry about you. Promise me to call as soon as you're settled.
Okay.
Oh, it might be almost midnight.
Come
on. Now, that's the last call. It sounds like the trump of doom.
Oh, right. Goodbye,
Goodbye,
darling.
Anchor. We'll call you. Don't worry.
All right, dear. Oh, I better get that address written down before I forget. Now, let's see. Page 37, column 5. Oh, furnished apartments. Here we are. Oh, that's very strange. The ad isn't in this paper. There's no ad at all.
Well, he didn't answer downstairs, and we have to let ourselves into the building. Maybe he's off getting old Smokey.
Well, then I guess we should just use our keys and go right in.
Well, that's what we paid the rent for. You want the honor?
Oh, no, I'm terrified to let go of this bag with the eggs in it. You open the lock.
Okay, here goes. I guess we need the bottom one, too. Yeah.
Mr. Apollyon? You try, you're louder.
Mr. Apollyon.
Oh, look. It must be Smokey.
Hey, Smokey boy.
Oh, isn't he cute? Rubbing himself against your leg, just as if he'd known you all your life.
But where's Apollyon? Hey, you don't suppose that he's...
Look at Smokey. He's backing off as if he was inviting you to come in.
Look, leave the rest of the gear here. You dump that stuff in the kitchen while I look through the rest of the house.
Joel?
Yeah, Jane, what is it?
There's a note on the refrigerator door explaining everything. There's nothing to worry about.
Oh, what happened?
Darling, you know the oil shortage. They canceled the plane he was to leave on because of too few reservations, but offered him a seat on an earlier plane. Well, that's a relief. What are you getting all head up about?
I don't know, Jane. I just had a kind of nutty feeling. I don't know what to call it. Death, I guess. I honestly thought I was going to find that nice old man lying somewhere with a heart attack or something. Yeah, I feel silly enough as it is. Now Smokey's laughing at me.
Not him. It's explained on the very detailed note on the fridge. It's Smokey's din-din time.
Oh.
He's hungry. Look what he gets.
Ugh, looks like raw flesh.
Well, whatever it is, you can see he loves it.
That cat is losing its attraction for me.
Oh, don't be a goon. Look how crazy you are for steak tartare.
Well, that's different. You give him some mouthwash after he's through.
Where are you going?
I'm going to bring the rest of our stuff in.
Great, just dump it in the bedroom. I'll sort it out later.
Oh, that was a wonderful dinner.
Oh, ought to be. Took long enough. What time is it?
Gee, I don't believe it. It's just midnight.
Oh, it's been a long, glorious, wonderful, relaxing...
What's that?
I don't know. Joel, that was a shot.
No, don't be silly. She walked out on him and shut the door.
She?
Or he, someone. Didn't old HSM give us a rundown on our neighbors?
Let's see. According to the bulletin he left on the fridge door, upstairs, no problem. A very ancient hermit who winters in Florida and seems to estivate in summer? What's that mean?
Advantages of a classical education. If you sleep through the winter, you hibernate. If you sleep through the summer, you estivate, from the Latin estivare.
And I thought the Greeks always had a word for it.
No, I'm pulling your leg. I haven't the faintest idea what it is. What's the poop on our other cliff dwellers?
Let's see. A, across the hall is a widow who just left on a round-the-world cruise. B, next door is a couple of swingers who never seem to be home at the same time.
Yeah.
And next door are two young kids he thinks we'll like, who go to the movies and theater a lot.
Okay, I'll blame the noise we heard on the swingers. Let's hope that's their last contribution for tonight.
Well, we're forgetting the dishes tonight.
Oh, good. We're going to bed and pull the covers over our heads.
It mightn't be a bad idea.
Okay, let's go.
Well, what are we standing here for?
You're not just standing. I have my arms around you, and I'm loving you, and I'm wondering if maybe I was just the most trusting, gullible dum-dum in the world, and maybe you should fetch me a smart karate chop to the left temple.
What are you talking about, my darling idiot?
I'm just wishing your darling idiot hadn't taken all our dough and paid it out in cash for security and the first month's rent. How's the bed?
Like floating on air.
Then look a little happier.
I'm just remembering I forgot to call Aunt Gertrude.
Well, you can't call her now. It's after 1 o'clock. Hey, where are my pajamas?
In the old beat-up case on top. Toilet stuff, too. Oh, but before you do that, could you do me a favor?
Sure.
I forgot my calcium pill. It's with all the vitamins in the kitchen.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Oh, Lord. Please don't let me have made a terrible mistake. I loved this apartment so at first, but now... Joel? Who's that? No. Please. Oh, Smokey. Oh, what a start you gave me jumping on the bed like that. Oh, you mad at me? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I forget to say goodnight? What is it? You want me to come somewhere? Oh, maybe I should have given you some milk. All right, we'll take care of it. No, the kitchen's that way, not... Where is it you want to go? Joel, come here.
I'll be right there. What is it, honey?
Smokey, look at him. He came and got me and led me here. He seems desperate to get into this closet.
And that's the one Apollyon has all his little ghoulish treasures tucked away in. We couldn't open it anyway. It's locked.
Try it, just in case. Oh, there may be something of Smokey's that got locked in there by accident.
Okay, here goes.
Oh, how terrible. How terrible. And vicious. And unspeakable. And vile. Oh, no wonder that man. Oh, Joel, close it up. Oh, just shut away that horror. Oh, for God's sake, take me to bed and help me forget I ever saw it.
Okay, honey, what about Smokey?
Whatever it was, he found it and ran. Close that door up. Shut it. I wish I could think I'll ever be able to shut it out of my mind. No wonder I thought this was all too good to be true.
Too good to be true? Better to interpolate and make it read, too true to be good. Poor Jane and Joel. But how were such simple, ordinary people to know the language of black magic, or that HSM Apollyon is only a synonym for the more familiar and deadly spirit we usually call the devil? I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
This is WBBM Chicago. The Chicago Fire won tonight here at Soldier Field, beating Jacksonville 25-22.
A short and classic definition of tragedy is the downfall of a noble person whose character is flawed by a single weakness which causes him to break a moral law, which leads to his destruction. But how much more tragic is the destruction of the innocent, particularly when they happen to cross the path of someone who makes their disaster equally inevitable. Which brings us back to Joel and Jane Trent.
Jane,
Yes, darling.
you stopped shaking. You think you can sleep now?
I'm sorry I was so childish before. I think it's because I'm carrying one.
Oh, you aren't childish. I'm just the same. I got the willies, too. I guess it's just because it's all so strange to us.
I think so, too.
Well, let's get a good night's sleep, like everyone else has had. Good Lord, what was that?
I don't know. It's from upstairs.
It must be the old man. What's happened to him?
I don't know. Just pay it no attention.
Pay it no attention? No one could sleep with that noise going on. I'm going to go up and tell him to stop.
Oh, no, please. Don't do that. Please don't go up there.
Oh, why not? Are you going to be ill?
No, it's that up there.
You mean our noisy neighbor?
I'm scared, Joel.
Yeah.
I've had about all I can take, and that noise is really driving me up the wall.
Yeah, me too. I know what I'll do. I'll call the superintendent. Got his number on the sheet?
No. Wouldn't you know it's the one thing he left off? It's just his apartment number, 1A.
Oh, yeah. Look, I'll take a run down in the elevator and get him to come back up and see what's going on up there. Will you be all right alone?
Yes. No. Oh, Joel, I don't know what's the matter with me. I'm not usually like this. I don't know what's got into me.
I do.
What?
My son and heir.
Oh, you male chauvinist. Just because she's carrying a baby doesn't mean a woman has to act like one.
I'm sorry. I know, honey. Look, I'll tell you what. I'll just take the elevator up there, and I'll find out what's going on myself.
Oh, no, you don't. You don't know what you'd be getting into. Go get the super. His name is Bill Josephs, 1A.
All right. Okay. I gotta stop that somehow. Oh, well, here's your protector standing guard by the door. Go on in, Smokey. Keep Mrs. Trent company. I'll be right back.
That ghastly racket up there doesn't turn you a hair, Smokey. Then you're a male cat, so I suppose that makes us totally different breeds. Joel?
Yeah, Jane, it's just me. Would you believe it? That damn elevator's out of order. I rang and rang. It just stays in the first floor. That damn racket's still going on.
Yep. Only one it doesn't bother is old Smokey here. Joel, are there fire stairs?
Yeah, but I'm not going down any 13 flights just to find a locked door. All the doors, even ours, have a safety lock on them.
What are we going to do?
Well, first off, I'm going upstairs to tell Barnacle Bill, or whatever his name is,
It's Nemo.
Oh, like Captain Nemo in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea?
I guess.
Okay, I'm going to tell Nemo to up anchor and get out of range.
Joel, don't get into any fights.
With a guy old enough to be my great-grandfather?
Joel?
Yeah, it's okay. It's me, Jane. Half a sec.
Joel?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Well, what did he say when you got him to open the door? What was he doing?
I don't know. He didn't open the door.
Why?
Look, I don't know how to tell you this, Jane.
Well, just tell me anyway, but tell me. What is it?
Well, I took some newspaper with me to wedge the door so I wouldn't get trapped. I fixed ours. Then when I got to the top of the stairs, it was a different kind of door.
Well, what do you mean, different?
Well, it was, one of those heavy steel fire doors with a big, heavy strap bars that you slide home.
Well, why would 14 have a different kind of door from ours?
Because... Oh, well, look, Jane, darling, maybe I just try to skip the...
Well, you better not, or I don't know what might happen to...
Well, all right, take it easy. Just hang on, because I'm going to have to give you a real rocker.
Let me have it.
It's a different kind of door, Because there isn't any 14th floor at all, or 15th, or 20. All that's over us is the roof. Are you all right now, dear?
What's that you've been giving me?
Oh, Brandy, I had a good jolt myself.
The sound, it's still there.
That's right.
What causes it? Something loose up there on the roof?
No, I searched it thoroughly. It's not coming from the roof.
And where? The neighbors?
I checked that out. Whatever other lies Mr. Apollyon told us, there isn't anyone in any of the apartments on this floor. I've done everything but break down the doors to make sure.
Then what are we going to do? I can't take this all night, Joel.
Nobody could. I am going to call the police. I don't know what we've gotten ourselves into, but we are now getting out.
Oh, I'm afraid it's a little too late for that, Mr. Trent.
Apollyon, where the devil are you?
Sitting right in front of you. In his other form.
Smokey.
I should have known from the beginning from his eyes. Shine a strong light in a cat's eyes, and what happens?
The pupil closes up.
Into a long, narrow slit. But in a human being?
It closes into a tight, round, dark circle.
Like Mr. Smokey. Look as the lamp shines in his eyes.
Yes, very observant, Jane. I should have been more careful. But since the illusion serves no function anymore, I might as well resume my Father Christmas skies. Normally, I wouldn't have had to return to it except for you.
Why not?
Oh, people act in so many strange degrees. Some just go to sleep no matter how strange the noise is. Some trap themselves between floors. Some very hysterical ones try to leap from roof to roof. Some break through the neighbors' doors and meet quite unexpected deaths, since there's nothing but space beyond them. And some sit awake all night, not realizing that morning will never come again. And some are a little troublesome.
But none escape?
Well, it wouldn't be very good for my reputation, would it?
Who are you?
Oh, Jane, you tease me about my classical education. Little good it served me. Apollyon, of course. A synonym for the devil. And the HSM? His satanic majesty, I presume?
We all have our little conceits.
Well, this time, maybe we can take that conceit down a peg or two.
Well, not with the phone. It's not connected. As a matter of fact, it doesn't really exist.
Huh?
Listen.
Now what?
Well, if you will forgive the devil quoting scripture, or to be more exact, the book of common prayer, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be.
You'd kill us?
Oh, my dear, as attractive as they are, I have no interest in your corporeal presences. The soul is all I'm after.
Well, you won't get ours without a fight.
Oh!
There was no pain, my dear.
You killed him. But you won't get me.
Jane, it's too late. The contract is made.
The elevator. The elevator.
No, don't step in there. The car is... Now, why didn't she wait for me to tell her the car was still on the first floor? Poor, crushed little sparrow. But what matter? The bodies live and die in the blink of time's eyelid. The soul is what lives forever. No time to waste philosophizing. Tomorrow is another equally busy day. A quick general cleanup, and then the ad must be sneaked into that one right paper so the Smithers will get it. I wonder what the New York Chronicle would have to say if they knew that they had a real printer's devil. Yeah?
Oh, look, my name is Gertrude Conway, and my niece and her husband are renting Mr. Apollyon's apartment. Now, I've been trying to call them ever since last night, and I have now not only been informed by the telephone company that there is no such number, but that there could be no such number. Also, Jane, my niece, she promised to call me if I didn't call her, and even if she thought last night was too late, she would have called this morning. You see, she's going to have a baby.
Oh, well, then maybe she went to a hospital.
In the middle of her second trimester.
Huh?
The baby is less than 5 months old.
Oh. Still,
it doesn't matter anyway. Now, I've checked with all the hospitals, and she has not been admitted. Now, I'm worried something may have happened. I want you, please, to take me up to the apartment with the keys.
Oh, what apartment?
Mr. H.S.M. Apollyon, who sublet it to them.
Lady, we ain't got no Mr. Apollyon on it, or whatever his name is in this building.
Oh, certainly you have. This is 27 Southwest 62nd Street, isn't it?
Sure, that's right.
Oh, very well. It's apartment 13D.
13D?
That's right.
Well, that solves the whole problem.
Oh, good.
There ain't no apartment 13D in this building.
What?
Point of fact, lady, there ain't no 13th floor. You know, like most New York buildings. We go from 12 to 14 and then right up to 30.
Are you sure?
Look, I've been running this building for 22 years.
Oh, my God. I have this terrible feeling there's something awfully wrong. Nothing unusual happened around this building last night or in the neighborhood.
No, quiet as a church, ma'am. Not even a mugging. And believe me, I get all the word when Officer Strauss drops in for his morning coffee.
But two healthy young people can't just disappear into thin air. What was the floor, George?
13.
Good thing we ain't either of us superstitious, huh?
Yeah, not at this rent. Look out for the catch, huh?
Don't worry. You just trust me.
Aha! I thought I heard the lift. My Anglican background, I should really say English, actually. Elevator, I meant, of course. Are you here to see the flat? Apartment, I mean?
Yeah. I'm George Smithers, and this is my wife, Violet.
H.S.M. Apollyon here. Everyone always thinks I'm Navy, but I'm not. It isn't H.M.S., you see. H.S.M. stands for something quite different.
Oh,
Well, do come along in. I'm sure you're dying to see the apartment, and I can promise you I won't disappoint you.
2 more sacrificial lambs to the slaughter. Their doom, of course, is sealed. But, as Mr. Joseph says, so many people disappear in a big city every day. Not quite in this way, of course. But I suppose you can never be too careful. The sad trouble is that, as Elizabeth Barrett Browning said, the devil is most devilish when respectable. I'll be back shortly. Caveat emptor, the Latin phrase which says, let the buyer beware. This is true of all advertisements, of course, and the tighter the economy gets, the more the buyer should beware. But we wouldn't want to suggest you need fear the kind of ad we have featured tonight. In the beginning, we promised you a spine-tingling ghost story, which featured the 2 phrases, too good to be true and too true to be good. As a good night, we just like to suggest it was all in fun. And even if it wasn't true, we hope you found it good. Our cast included Jada Rowland, Paul Hecht, Ian Martin, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Now, a preview of our next tale.
We've been married for 20 years, happily married. You can't throw years away like old shoes. Destroy everything we've built together. Everything we've come to mean to each other.
I'm powerless to do anything else.
Well, I am not.
What do you mean?
I mean that you're suffering from some sort of aberration. You're sick, Norman. Mentally sick. And I am not letting you do anything as stupid, as disastrous as marrying that girl. I will not divorce you, Norman.
Agnes.
No, Norman. In a few months, it'll all be over. This sudden romance of yours will be dead. Stone cold dead.
No. In a few months, I will be stone cold dead.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Lady of Stonehenge. Nixie had never been scared of the ghosts in her pub. Rather, she considered them somewhat inevitable, living in a very old town just a stone's throw from Stonehenge. The ancient stone circle was already thought to be an otherworldly place with significant paranormal potential. One stormy night, as the wind howled through the ancient stones, Nixie closed up the pub. The last patrons had left, and she was alone. She glanced out the window, catching a glimpse of a shadowy figure near the tallest monolith. The figure was unmistakably a woman, her ethereal form glowing faintly in the moonlight. Nixie stepped outside, her breath visible in the cold air. The woman ghost turned toward her, her eyes filled with sorrow. Her gown was tattered, and her long hair flowed like mist. Nixie could almost see through her, as if she were made of memories and longing. "Who are you?" Nixie asked, her voice trembling. The ghost woman's lips moved, but no sound emerged. Instead, her thoughts echoed directly into Nixie's mind. "I am Isolde," she whispered. "Once a druid priestess, now bound to these stones. Love brought me here, and love keeps me tethered." Nixie shivered. "What happened to you?" Isolde's story unfolded a tale of forbidden love during the time of ancient Britain. She had fallen in love with a warrior from a rival tribe. Their love was passionate, but their union was forbidden. When war erupted, Isolde's lover was slain, and she was blamed for his death. The druids cursed her, binding her spirit to Stonehenge. "Love survives," Isolde continued. "Even death cannot sever its bonds. I wander these stones, hoping to find my lost love once more. Tell them, Nixie. Tell them that love endures beyond life and death." Nixie nodded, tears in her eyes. She returned to the pub and wrote down Isolde's message. The townspeople listened, their hearts touched by the ghostly tale. They left offerings at Stonehenge, flowers, poems, and tokens of love for Isolde and her lost warrior. And so, the Lady of Stonehenge wandered on, her spectral form fading with each passing century. but her message remained. Love survives, even in the shadow of ancient stones. The fading rose. Nixie returned to Stonehenge, her heart heavy with Isolde's message. The ghostly woman had touched something deep within her, a longing for love that transcended time. She stepped through the ancient stones, the air thick with ancient magic. And there, nestled among the moss-covered rocks, lay a single rose. Its petals were the softest pink, dew-kissed and vibrant. Nixie gasped. She had never seen such a beautiful flower, especially not here, where the windswept plains held only hardy grasses and ancient stones. Isolde's presence lingered, and Nixie knew this rose was her doing. Perhaps it was a token from her lost warrior, a symbol of their eternal love. She reached out to pluck it, but as her fingers closed around the stem, the world shifted. The rose withered before her eyes. Its petals turned brittle, edges curling like parchment. The vibrant pink faded to a muted gray, as if the years had drained its life force. Nixie stumbled back, dropping the wilted flower. Love endures. Isolde's voice echoed in her mind. Even in decay, it remains. Nixie understood. The rose was a paradox, a fragile memory preserved in time. Isolde's love had kept it fresh, but the moment she touched it, reality asserted itself. The flower aged, mirroring Isolde's own existence. She left the faded rose where it lay, a silent tribute to love's resilience. And as she walked away, she felt Isolde's presence once more, whispering through the stones. Tell them, Nixie, love survives, even when petals crumble and thorns remain. And so, Nixie shared the tale with the townspeople, adding the fading rose to the offerings at Stonehenge. Each year, they left a fresh pink rose alongside the withered one, honoring the Lady of Stonehenge and her timeless love.
Sears Radio Theater tonight presents host Vincent Price with a tale of mystery.
Ellie, you're putting us on.
I am not, I swear. My fingers are barely touching the pointer. What sort of message? I don't know. Let's find out. Just be still and concentrate some more.
The Ouija Spells Murder will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Vincent Price. The nights are getting dark so early now. This is Ellie Sims' first thought as she locks up the bookstore, leaves the friendly lights of the shopping mall, and steps out into the dark, deserted city street to wait at the corner bus stop, alone. Ellie sits down on the bench to wait. The bus should be coming along any moment. She smiles as she recalls a frivolous purchase made during her afternoon lunch break. A Ouija board, an old-fashioned parlor game. She imagines her grandmother once whiled away slow, sunny afternoons, sitting at a lace-curtained window with a friend, the Ouija board between them on their laps, their hands poised delicately on the pointer as they asked it to spell out the answers to blushing questions. Tell me, Ouija, do I have a favorite beau? When we go to the band concert in the park next Sunday afternoon, will he hold my hand? They wait patiently until at last the pointer slides hesitantly across the board to spell out the desired answer. Yes. Ellie shivers suddenly in her winter coat. It's getting colder and darker. She wishes the bus would come along. There's a newspaper vending machine beside the bench. She could at least read a bit of the paper under the corner streetlight while she waits. She walks over to the machine, fishing a coin from her purse, drops it into the slot, and lifts the lid to take out the paper. Only then do her eyes focus on the bold black headlines splashed across its front page. Another body found. 7th young woman victim of sidewalk slasher. Which brings us to as good a place as any to begin our story.
Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your hosts, Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure.
5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The Ouija Spells Murder, by Shirley Gordon. Our stars, Louise Heath and Joan McCall.
A young woman sitting in a bus, riding through dimly lighted streets. She gets off at her stop, shivering in a sudden icy wind, and hurries home, clutching a Ouija board.
That you, Ellie?
Me?
You're a little late.
I know, I must have missed my regular bus somehow. I had to wait almost a half hour for the next one.
How grim.
Grimmer than you think. The street's so dark and deserted outside of the mall, and there wasn't another soul around at the bus stop.
With all those terrible murders lately.
There's been another. It's all over the front page of the paper.
Oh, dear. Ooh, how awful.
Well, no good dwelling on it. What do we have for dinner?
Well, since you were late, I went ahead and combined our leftovers into a casserole. It's already in the oven, okay?
Great. I'll do the salad.
It's done.
Marvelous. I think I'll miss my bus every night.
Don't push your luck. Oh, what'd you buy?
Open it and see.
You sure?
I bought it for us.
Really? Oh, if it's a new jigsaw puzzle, I hope it's easier than the last one. I nearly went blind.
It's not a new jigsaw puzzle.
A Ouija board? I've heard of them, but I don't think I've ever actually seen one before.
I thought we might have some fun with it.
How does it work?
You just ask it questions and it spells out the answers.
What kind of questions?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Well, let's give it a try right after dinner, shall we? Bill's going to drop over. He'll be intrigued. Are you sure this is what our grandmothers called entertainment? Nothing's happening.
Our grandmothers had more patience. We're too used to instant pictures on the TV screen.
Maybe you're not asking it the right questions.
I'm asking it, is my boss going to give me a raise? That's the right question as far as I'm concerned.
It says to start out with simple yes or no questions.
A simple yes is all I'm asking for, Ouija.
But you have to give the pointer a little push in the right direction.
But that would be cheating, and it wouldn't be any fun.
Oh, come on, Ellie. You don't really think that thing's going to start moving by itself, do you?
No, but... Well, I don't think you should know that you're pushing it. I think you have to keep concentrating hard until your subconscious starts pushing it.
All right, then. I'll just sit here and quietly munch on my cheesecake and let you two concentrate on concentrating.
Good. Come on, Ann. Close your eyes. And this time, let's really stay absolutely still and keep our minds focused completely on the pointer.
I have been concentrating as hard as I can.
It's moving.
You're pushing.
I am not. You must be.
I'm not. I swear.
Come on now. One of you has to be.
I think it's starting to spell out something. F-I-N-D. Find.
It's going to tell me to find a new job.
There you are. It is your subconscious. You probably really want to quit your job and find a new one.
I do not. My subconscious doesn't know what it's talking about.
Be quiet, you two. Maybe we're getting a message of some sort.
Oh, come on, Ellie. You're putting us on.
I am not. I swear. My fingers are barely touching the pointer.
What sort of message?
I don't know. Let's find out. Just be still and concentrate some more.
I'm not making a move. I'm really not.
T-H-E. Find the...
I'll bite. Find the what?
Be quiet, Bill.
K-I-L-L.
Kill?
E-R. Killer. Find the killer.
I was only asking it about my job.
Now, that's funny.
What's funny?
All the time you two have been fooling around with that thing, and I've been sitting here having my coffee and cheesecake, I haven't really been able to keep my eyes off the front page of this paper and thinking about those murders.
Then it's your subconscious that was the strongest force in the room.
And the Ouija board picked up on it.
Well, let's face it, all of our subconsciouses are probably thinking the same thing. We're all wishing they'd find that killer.
But it's still kind of remarkable. The pointer began moving so fast I couldn't keep my fingers on it.
I know, me too.
The power of the subconscious. I'm not going to knock that.
Let's see if it'll spell anything else, okay?
All right. But I think I'd better watch my thoughts.
Let's all be quiet and concentrate.
On what? The murders? I'm trying not to think about them.
Concentrate on whatever message the board has for us. Do you have anything more to say to us, Ouija?
Oh, Ellie, really?
Next thing you know, she'll bring home a crystal ball.
Both of you. Ouija, do you have anything more to tell us? G-O-T.
God, no, wait. It's moving back to O again. G-O-T-O. Go to Bill.
You don't look at my subconscious.
You do. C-L-O-U.
No, it's changing the last letter. To a V. C-L-O-V.
E-R. Clover. Go to Clover. What does that mean?
I haven't the slightest.
How about Clover Heights?
A new housing tract? What made you think of that?
I don't know. It just popped into my head. It's the only Clover around here that I know of.
But why is it telling us to go there? You don't suppose that was the second part of the same message, do you? What do you mean?
Put them together. Find the killer, go to Clover. You mean the murderer is in Clover Heights, and the only one who knows about it is your friend Ouija?
Look, it wasn't my idea to play detective with this silly thing.
Then let's not. Let's put it away and turn on the TV. Or play a nice friendly game of three-handed rummy, okay?
Okay.
Only you're curious, right?
Right. So am I.
So let's all jump in my car, drive over to Clover Heights, and find the killer.
No. But let's at least see what else my friend Ouija has to say. Just for fun?
Some fun.
Well, you might say it beats curling up in bed with the latest Hardy Boys. Especially considering Ann's cheesecake.
Don't let him fool you, Ellie. He's just as curious as we are.
I think so, too.
Yes, but curiosity kills. Remember?
If you could own only one, is on sale at Sears. The $119 four-piece vested is now $89, a $30 savings. The suit, contrasting slacks, and reversible vest make 6 different outfits. The four-piece vested suit. It should be the suit you own. On sale for $89 until February 24th in larger Sears men's stores. Style, send satisfaction. Sears men's store. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Painted? And love it during Sears Home Center sale.
If your walls need a facelift, Sears has something to lift your spirits. $4 off every gallon of Sears Fashion Flat and Semi-Gloss Latex paints.
Plus, save $100 on a 1-horsepower safety-shrouded compressor, now just $249.99, complete with air hose, air chuck, and 12-gallon tank.
So paint it and love it during Sears Home Center sale till February 24th at most Sears retail stores. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
I'll never forget is the time I received a diamond. There's nothing quite like diamonds for expressing love, and now there's no better time to buy them for your love. Now, at most Sears retail stores, all tradition diamond jewelry up to 1 carat is 20% off till February 24th. That's 20% off diamond solitaires, pendants, earrings, bracelets, stick pins, and fashion rings. So give her a diamond from Sears, and she'll remember this Valentine's Day forever. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
They sit there, the three of them, hardly daring to breathe. The Ouija board, waiting a question, seems to be a tangible, living thing. Absolute stillness for what seems an incalculable time. Then it moves.
G-E-T. Get. P-O-L-I.
Oh, sure.
C-E. Police. Get police.
So now we're going over to Clover Heights, find a policeman, and tell him our Ouija board says the killer is around there someplace, and all we have to do is find him.
Find the killer. Go to Clover. Get the police. That sounds like what we're supposed to do, all right.
You have to tell us more than that, Ouija. Clover Heights is a big area.
And we don't really even know if Clover means Clover Heights.
Yeah, Ouija. You gotta stop being so vague. Where exactly are we supposed to find the killer?
Oh, you thought we were kidding. But it looks like it's going to answer you.
This better be good.
The pointer's moving so fast.
But it isn't spelling out anything.
Seems to be very agitated.
Oh, maybe I hurt its feelings. Sorry, Ouija, old boy.
Hey, it's starting to spell something now.
S-K-O-L.
Skull. Well, now we know what the Ouija is. A thirsty Scandinavian. And he has a point. Why don't I fix us all a nightcap?
Wait. It's spelling something more. S-K-O.
School again. Ouija wants a double.
No. It's circled back to O again. It's S-K-O-O-L. School.
Do you think it means S-C-H? School, spelled phonetically?
Is there a school in Clover Heights?
Yep. Right smack in the middle of it. The school was there to begin with. They're building the housing development around it.
Now, that's something I didn't even know.
Neither did I, and I would also think that even my subconscious would know how to spell school.
All right. Assuming that school, however you spell it, is some kind of, well, let's say, legitimate clue, what does it mean? That the killer is hiding out there?
Maybe.
I don't know. Let's see if the board is going to tell us anything more.
I'd almost just as soon it didn't.
Put your hands back on the pointer, Anne. I can feel it beginning to move already.
A-L-L-E-Y.
Alley. Correct spelling this time.
There's more. H-O-U-S.
That's all? No E? But it must mean house. Phonetic spelling again.
School, alley, house. We could drive over and see.
See what?
There's an alley by the school. And there's a house by the alley.
And if there is?
Well, the board said we should get the police.
Oh, man, now I know I need a drink.
The paper says the police are desperate for clues.
I don't think they mean that desperate.
But we can't just ignore all this information.
I doubt that what you have would be classified as information.
But according to the paper, the police are even following up on every crank call they're getting.
Now, that's a classification you might qualify under.
Look, all I know is I'm much too stimulated right now to just go to bed and forget all this. So, why don't we take a drive over to Clover Heights and
just look around?
All right. I think you both could do with a little fresh air. And if we can find a cozy bar afterwards, I could still do with that drink. Well, for what it's worth, here we are, Clover Heights.
It's so dark.
I guess they haven't got all the electricity in yet. Not here, where the newer houses are going in anyway. Should be plenty of light up by the school, though.
I hope so.
Anyway, we're just going to drive through for a quick look-see. If there's a cop around, he's liable to haul us in for trespassing.
Better a cop around than a killer.
There's the school.
Drive around it. See if there's an alley.
All right. But there really isn't any point.
There is an alley. Looks like it goes all the way behind the school.
You could call it a driveway.
I'd call it an alley. A very dark alley.
Drive through. Let's just see.
We will get taken in for trespassing. So, what are we proving?
We found the alley, and on one side there's a school, and on the other side, look,
a house. School, alley, house.
None of us has ever been here before, and how do you explain it?
Coincidence. And let's get out of here.
Yes, let's.
But how can you explain it?
I can't. And whenever anything happens that I can't explain, I figure it's a good time to have a drink. Let's go find that cozy corner bar I promised myself.
Good to be inside where it's warm, at least.
Yeah, I'd say the only thing this whole little escapade proves is my faithful old dog devotion to the fair end.
For which I thank you. Again. You have to admit, Ellie, Bill's been a brick to go along all the way with our fun and games tonight, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Ellie, what's the matter?
I think we ought to tell the police.
But what would you tell them? That your Ouija board told you all this?
All right. So they think I was some kind of weirdo. But they would still check out the house, just in case.
Find the killer. Go to Clover. Get the police. That is what the Ouija told us to do.
The Ouija didn't tell me to do anything. And if you two are really serious about bothering the police with all this nonsense, I'm afraid you'll have to count me out.
What happened to my faithful old dog?
He'll sit right here with his keg of brandy around his neck and wait for you.
Okay? Then can we borrow your car?
All right. But remember, I won't have any way to get over and bail you out.
There's the police station. I noticed it on our way into Clover Heights.
Now that we're here, I'm not sure I have the nerve.
The worst they can do is take us for a couple of crimes.
I know.
But the paper did say they were desperate for clues.
So it's our civic duty, right?
Right.
I'm still right behind you.
What time is it getting to be?
Going on midnight. A perfect time for a murder.
Well, at least we'll be safe inside the police station.
If the desk sergeant doesn't kill us when we tell him why we're here.
Yes, can I help you?
We've come about the murders.
The ones that have been in the newspapers so much lately?
The sidewalk slasher, you mean?
Yes.
Well, if it's protection you're concerned about, young ladies, I'd suggest first off that you not be out on the streets alone this time of night with what's been going on.
Oh, we have someone with us. That is, he's waiting for us.
He didn't think we should bother you with this, but we thought.
That we should.
And it's something to do with the murders?
Yes.
May I have your names, please?
Our names?
It's routine for my entry log.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm Ellie Sims, and this is Ann Benson.
That's Ann with an E.
Right. Now, just what is this information you have regarding the murders?
I don't know if you'd call it information exactly.
Sergeant, do you know what a Ouija board is?
A Ouija board?
Yes, that's where our information came from.
A Ouija board?
I know. You're probably thinking we're a couple of cranks.
But we aren't, really. You see, I bought this Ouija board only this afternoon, just for fun, and tonight after dinner we were asking it some perfectly harmless questions.
Like whether or not my boss was going to give me a raise.
When it suddenly started giving us messages about the murderer.
What kind of messages?
It said, find the killer.
And that's all?
No. That was only the first message. Then it told us to go to Clover.
Which we figured out meant Clover Heights.
How did you figure that?
Well, it was the only Clover we could think of. And besides, later it said there was a school and an alley behind it.
And a house. Just this one house behind the alley.
I see.
The Ouija board also told us to get the police.
It did.
Yes, it did. Anyway, we thought we should come and relate all of this to you, just in case it might mean something.
We didn't want to bother you or anything.
Well, that's what we're here for, miss. I think maybe you better wait in the next room for a minute.
But that's really all we have to tell you.
Well, and my friend is waiting for us. You see, he let us borrow his car, and...
We won't keep you for long. Right in here, please. Someone will be right with you.
What do you suppose he wants us to wait for?
I don't know.
Do you think we ought to telephone Bill? On TV, they always allow you one phone call.
Oh, Ann, we're not under arrest. I don't think.
Miss Sims?
Yes.
And Miss Benson?
Yes.
I'm Detective Lieutenant Connors. The desk sergeant told me a story. If you don't mind, I'd like to have you repeat it.
About the Ouija board.
And I understand that's how you say that you came by the information which you relayed to the officer outside.
You mean you don't believe that what we told him is the truth?
Oh, but it is, Lieutenant. We were just fooling around with this silly game.
Now, just a moment, Miss Benson. First of all, where did you get this, what'd you call it?
Ouija board, Lieutenant. It's a kind of an old-fashioned parlor game that used to be popular several years ago, before television.
Where'd you get this particular one that you were, as you say, fooling around with?
I bought it just this afternoon at a toy store in the shopping mall where I work.
Well, what kind of work do you do?
I'm the assistant manager of a bookstore, but I don't see why that...
And you, Miss Benson?
I'm a secretary for an advertising firm.
And you were asking this Ouija board a question about your job, right?
How did you know? Oh, I guess I must have mentioned that to the desk sergeant. Yes, I was asking it if I was going to get a raise.
Well, did it answer you?
No, it started giving us these other messages instead.
What other messages? Can you remember them exactly?
Yes, of course. The first thing it said was, find the killer.
And you assumed this meant the so-called sidewalk slasher.
Well, what other killer could it mean, Lieutenant? Those awful murders are all we've been reading and hearing about lately.
And I just brought a newspaper home with the story of the latest murder on the front page.
Okay. So then did you ask this Ouija board where you were supposed to find the killer?
Not exactly. We only asked if it had any further message.
And it did. It spelled out go to Clover.
Just Clover, not Clover Heights?
That's right. But Clover Heights was the only Clover we could think of.
All right, then what?
The next message after that was, get the police.
Which brought you here?
No. I mean, not right away. That is, we thought it was all too vague.
So we asked the Ouija board, to be more specific.
About what?
About where in Clover Heights the killer was to be found.
And was Ouija specific at this point?
Yes. Well, that is, it spelled out 3 clues, you might say.
Which were?
School, alley, house.
I see. Anything else?
No. That's when we decided to drive over to Clover Heights just to see if there was a school with an alley near it and a house.
And there was.
So then we thought that maybe we should come here and report all of this, in case it would be of any interest to you.
I assure you, it's of interest to us, Miss Sims.
It is?
Yes, in fact, I'm going to ask you both to accompany me to the location you've described.
But, is that necessary? I mean, we didn't think...
You didn't think what, Miss Sims? That we were going to take your story seriously?
We weren't sure, but I guess we didn't really think you'd take it this seriously.
After all, Lieutenant, the Ouija board is just a game.
But murder is not, Miss Benson.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
You've heard it said, Smitty's, putting it all together just for you. Now, that's not a slogan. It's a fact. Smitty's team of qualified experts are trained to select the best buys that continually offer the value you've come to depend upon. This week's Smitty's feature from the meat department is tender, succulent cross rib roast, only $1.79 a pound. You'll want to buy an extra large roast so you can enjoy really good roast beef sandwiches, too. Another great meat buy this week at Smitty's is Cudahy Bar and Smoked Picnics, only 79 cents a pound. And while you're at the meat department, choose some tasty fish for another family treat. You'll love the fresh Dover sole fillets. This week, only $2.99 a pound. See why more people prefer to shop Smitty's. You'll enjoy the selection and Smitty's low prices.
Want to be happy and feel good? Then listen to Cool Radio 96 afternoons on the Joe McNamara Show. Joe is on from 2 to 6 every afternoon, Monday through Friday. Now, we could tell you about the music, the news, and the special traffic reports, but that really wouldn't do justice to the show. We'd like for you to be the judge and the jury. Tune in and hear the Joe McNamara Show. You'll find out how Joe adds a dash of flavor to your listening with his unusual sense of humor. You can be happy and feel good when you listen to the Joe McNamara Show on Cool Radio 96. That's Joe McNamara, 2 to 6 weekdays on Cool.
Vincent Price again, and here's the concluding act of The Ouija Spells Murder.
Is this the house you were referring to?
Yes, Lieutenant. That is, it's the only house beside the alley. So we thought that it must be the one.
According to this information you received?
Yes.
You two wait here a minute.
Oh, Lieutenant.
I'll be right back.
Oh. I didn't even want to come anywhere near this alley again, even escorted by a detective.
Funny. When we drove through here with Bill, he kept saying he felt the presence of a policeman.
Poor Bill. He's going to be so worried about us.
Whatever we're here for shouldn't take too long.
What are we here for, do you suppose?
To wait while Lieutenant Connors checks out that house, I guess.
Do you think he doesn't believe us? About the Ouija board, I mean.
I don't know, but he seems to be taking our information seriously. However, he thinks we got it.
Where did he go?
I don't know. It's too dark to see.
Oh, I wish he'd hurry up and come back.
Oh, I think I hear him coming now.
Are you sure it's him?
Quick, lock your door just in case.
I can't find the lock!
Neither can I.
Oh, Lieutenant, it is you.
Oh, it's so dark out there, we couldn't be sure.
The house is vacant. I'm going to look around. You both better come with me.
Yes, I don't want to sit out here in this alley any longer.
Neither do I. But I don't much want to go inside that house either.
This way.
We don't have any choice.
In here. Electricity isn't on. I have to use my flashlight.
Can't see anything.
This isn't one of those new houses, is it?
Built as a small caretaker house at the time the school was put up.
I wonder how long it's been empty.
I'm not sure that it is.
What do you mean?
A sleeping bag rolled up in the corner over there. Nothing more than that, just a bedroll.
I suppose he's here, right now.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Hold on. Let me check out this closet. Nothing, just an old coat.
For a second, I thought it was someone standing there.
Oh, I thought worse than that.
No labels, nothing in the pockets. Something off the second-hand rack at a Goodwill store, I'd guess. You two can wait here if you want. I'm going to check out the other rooms.
No, thanks. We're sticking right with you, Lieutenant, if you don't mind.
Especially since there's only your flashlight to see by.
All right, come on, then. No sign of anyone. Only the kitchen left. Beer cans. Old wine bottles. The transient's been making himself at home here, looks like. Harmless transient, perhaps.
But maybe not harmless.
Maybe not.
And he might come back here at any time.
It's possible, with the coat and the bedroll still here, but more likely he's sleeping it off in a drunk tank someplace.
But you are going to try and find him and question him, aren't you, Lieutenant? After all, he could very well be the killer, couldn't he?
You mean just as your Ouija board indicated, right?
I know it sounds unlikely to you, Lieutenant.
No, Miss Simmons, it doesn't sound unlikely to me at all. That is, the transient who's been shacked up in this house could be the killer.
Then the Ouija board might be right.
We have, in fact, had this man under surveillance for some time now.
But I don't understand, Lieutenant. Then why did you bring us here just to conduct this pretense of an investigation?
The existence of this suspect and this area of investigation haven't been mentioned in any newspaper account, Miss Sims. So what I'd like to hear from you right now is a reasonable explanation of how you secured your information.
But we told you, Lieutenant.
I said a reasonable explanation, Miss Benson.
But what we told you is the truth, Lieutenant Connors, and I still don't understand why you brought us here to this house where a man who is a suspect
was a suspect, Miss Sims. At the time of the latest sidewalk slashing, we had our transient friend in actual custody on a minor charge.
But what about the time of the other murders?
He has alibis which appear to hold water. We now consider him in the clear.
Then why were you interested in our story at all, Lieutenant? If it was old news to you, if you'd already checked out this house and everything.
There are two other developments which have also been withheld from the newspapers, which make your coming into our precinct tonight with this story of yours seem something more than coincidence.
What are those two developments, Lieutenant?
The body of the slasher's latest victim. It was found right here in this alley.
No wonder I have such an awful feeling about this place. Lieutenant, can't we get away from here, please?
And the other development, Lieutenant Connors?
There is the indication of a possible involvement in this case by a member of our own department.
Oh, you mean...
Lieutenant, are you saying that the killer might actually be a police officer?
You both appear to find it hard to believe that an officer of the law could be subject to the same human flaws as any other man.
Yes, I suppose so.
Oh, my God.
Tell me, the latest murder victim found at this location, Cynthia Baker, are you certain neither of you were acquainted with her?
Yes, that is, I wasn't, and I'm sure...
I wasn't either, Lieutenant.
She worked as a secretary too, Miss Benson.
Yes, I read that in the paper.
All of the victims, they were young women of approximately the same age as yourself.
Yes, we know.
Unwisely venturing out on the city streets at night, alone. As you, too, did this evening.
But we were only trying to...
Assist the police in their bumbling attempts to solve these horrendous crimes. Yes, of course.
Lieutenant Connors, you should remember that the desk sergeant knows that you brought us here.
That's right, Lieutenant.
Yes. Of course. I'd better be getting you back to the station now. You'll have to go in for a minute. The sergeant will need you to sign his report.
Then will we be free to leave, Lieutenant?
I still don't buy your story of being brought here tonight by some kind of mumbo-jumbo. But I've no cause to detain you any further.
Which way do we go?
This way. Now, that door over there leads from the underground garage into the station. The lobby's right through that door at the end of the hall. I have to get back to do some work in my office.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, Ellie, let's get out of here as quickly as we can.
Oh, Miss Sims, Miss Benson. Lieutenant Connors just buzzed me from his office. You're to sign my report.
Yes.
And then I suggest you both get right home and in off the streets as soon as possible.
Don't worry, we will.
Good night, Sergeant.
Now, take care now.
Ellie, I could have sworn that Lieutenant Connors back in that house in the alley, he acted so strange.
No.
Do you think the killer could be a policeman?
Let's just get in the car and get away from here.
All right.
I never want anything to do with a Ouija board again.
Oh, I hope my old faithful dog hasn't given up on us again.
Don't move or scream, either of you. I have a knife poised at the back of one of your lovely necks.
Oh, Lieutenant Connors.
Oh, I'm so sorry. As a police officer, I should have cautioned you. Before getting into your car, particularly on a dark, lonely night, always make sure that no one is waiting for you in the back seat.
Lieutenant, please.
Stop the car, Miss Benson, and drive until I tell you to stop.
I don't know. That taxi, it's swerved right in front of us. Oh, thank God it scared off the lieutenant.
Ann! Ellie, are you all right?
Oh, Bill, how did you get here?
In that cab. We pulled up just as you were pulling away. And just in time for our headlights to catch the glint of that knife at your neck. It was chancy, but the quickest thing we could think of to do.
Thank goodness it worked.
Bill, that man with the knife, he's a police officer. He got away.
No. The cabbie brought him down with the best flying tackle I've ever seen.
Oh, Bill, it's so lucky you came. How did you happen to come just at the right time?
It was closing time. I got locked out of the bar. Well, I hope you two have learned your lesson from this. No more messing around with the occult, right?
Right. I'm even going to give up my tarot cards and go back to solitaire.
But it is amazing. The Ouija board actually directed us. First, to the house of a legitimate suspect, and the alley where the latest victim was found, and then to the killer himself.
I just assumed the Ouija hadn't gone that far.
Wonder.
You wonder what?
what the Ouija board would have to say now.
I thought you said you were swearing off.
Good night, folks. This is where I came in.
Oh, stick around a few more minutes, Bill, and see what happens. We'll just give Ouija one more quick try. Come on, Ann.
Well, all right. But I still think we may be tempting fate.
Close your eyes and concentrate.
It's moving already.
Oh, man, here we go again.
What is it, Ouija? Do you have another message for us?
P-E-L-L. Tell.
P-O-L-I-C. Police. Tell police.
No. No more police tonight.
Wait a minute, Bill. This might be important.
Yes, maybe we'll need to borrow your car again.
B-L-U-C. Blood. Phonetic spelling again, remember? Tell police blood. O-N. On. Tell police blood on. What? I don't want to know. No more Ouija.
I love to eat.
But it takes so long to cook.
That's why we both love our new Kenmore microwave oven from Sears.
I can cook a 5-pound roast medium rare in just 30 minutes, or 3 strips of bacon in 3.5 minutes on a paper plate. Bake 2 potatoes in 8 minutes, and cook vegetables faster than boiling them in water.
That means less time in the kitchen.
And more with you.
Fast, clean, cool cooking with Sears Kenmore microwave ovens, all with automatic defrost. Choose the right model for your kitchen from the many styles available at most Sears retail stores.
Sarge, this is Officer Murray. Women carrying babies have been going into Sears all day long.
All week long, officer.
What?
It's baby week at Sears, Murray. A great time for play suits, snap-side shirts, playpens, Jennylyn baby furniture, blankets, and a whole lot more. Mothers and mothers-to-be shop Sears all during baby week.
Come on, Sarge. How come you know all this?
Because my wife and Sarge Jr. are probably at Sears right now. Because Sears has baby buys bundled up.
Can't believe you owe the IRS that much? Well, when things just don't add up, you can count on a Sears desk calculator to help you add up what you don't owe. Add, subtract, multiply, and divide, then read the figures 2 different ways. 12-digit display or tape printout. There's a 2-memory system that helps these multi-step problems. Plus, its many extras make it a great time saver. Sears 2-memory desk calculator now cut $25, just $99.99 through March 10th at most Sears retail stores. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
When I need advice, I go to my mom. Why not? It's free. Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen. You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, where America shops.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. The Ouija Spells Murder was written by Shirley Gordon, produced and directed by Elliott Lewis.
The temperature in Chicago, 27 degrees. The outlook for the rest of the night, temperatures steady or rising with periods of freezing drizzle. Tonight on the CBS Mystery Theater, the president of a plant building nuclear reactors suffers a loss of memory for one day with serious consequences. Russell Horton stars in the CBS Radio Mystery Theater presentation, The Missing Day, tonight at 10:30 here on WBBM News Radio 78.
This is Vincent Price.
Except for the expensive briefcase he's carrying, the young man stepping off the bus looks like a college student. Dressed in casual clothes, he walks deliberately along a street lined with fully restored buildings. Ahead of him, a small child is trying to retrieve a ball which is stuck between the posts of a wrought iron fence. The young man sets down his briefcase and frees the ball. But when he turns around, the briefcase is gone. It's disappeared. No one else is on the street, only the young man and the boy. And oh yes, there, turning the corner, a figure dressed in white. A nurse, perhaps. Or a governess, since she's pushing a baby carriage. The young man hurries after her, but when he reaches the corner, the governess is gone. He crosses the street to a small green park. And there sit 13 governesses, alike in their white uniforms. And before each of them is a baby carriage. The young man wheels. There on the roof of the building which faces the park, a silhouetted figure aims a rifle. Bad boy! The young man, killed instantly, falls without making a sound. The governesses scatter, a mad rush of baby carriages clearing the park paths. The briefcase is gone. And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your hosts,
Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure.
5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The 13th Governess, by Elliott Lewis. Our star, Howard Duff.
When I need advice, I go to my mom. Why not? It's free. Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, 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 where America shops.
Hey, look, in here, inside this stylish man's dress shirt. I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label just popping with pride because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short and long sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low value prices, what a buy! Just look for me, the Value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
I love to eat.
But it takes so long to cook.
That's why we both love our new Kenmore microwave oven from Sears.
I can cook a 5-pound roast medium rare in just 30 minutes, or 3 strips of bacon in 3.5 minutes on a paper plate. Bake 2 potatoes in 8 minutes, and cook vegetables faster than boiling them in water.
That means less time in the kitchen.
And more with you.
Fast, clean, cool cooking with Sears Kenmore microwave ovens, all with automatic defrost. Choose the right model for your kitchen from the many styles available at most Sears retail stores.
Your baby's room. Furnish it with the quaintness and charm of Sears Jenny Lind's crib, dresser, and chest. Your baby will be secure in our old-fashioned crib built with high sides and a safety drop-side latch. And each handsome maple color piece comes in a non-toxic finish. Sears Jenny Lind dresser and chest is furniture that will adapt gracefully as baby grows older, too. So visit us soon, because Sears has baby buys bundled up. Available at most Sears retail stores.
A shopping center, by definition, is a place where you shop for groceries, sundries, medicines, toys, hobbies, and so on and so on. This particular shopping center has an added service. Note the discreet sign, Harry Holliday, Private Investigations, Confidential Matters. What sort of a man performs those services in a shopping center?
Did you ever want something so bad you could taste it? That's how bad I always wanted to be a private investigator. I don't remember when the idea first came to me. I only know that it was something I headed for. I worked as a cop, as a private guard. I took classes. I spent time working for one of those large outfits. I took tests. And son of a gun, I passed and I got a license. And here's what really has me shaking my head in wondrous delight. My first case was a murder. How's that for wish fulfillment? She was young, early 20s, stunning, gorgeous. You know, all those adjectives that means she was a knockout.
Mr. Holliday?
She wasn't dressed in black. She wasn't sobbing or distraught. None of those things. The dark glasses were the only clue that she was a widow.
My name is Valerie Robeson. My husband was Matthew. He was...
Yeah, I read about it in the paper. Killed with a rifle fired by person or persons unknown. I'm sorry.
The police said the shot probably came from the top of a building that adjoins the park my husband was in. It's their feeling some neighborhood kid was fooling around taking pot shots and accidentally hit Matt. I came to you because their explanation is so improbable.
Do you live near the park?
No.
Does your husband work in that neighborhood?
No. I don't know why he was there. He didn't. Will you do it for me? Find out who killed Matt? I don't have a great deal of money.
You pay me by the day, plus my expenses. If we get lucky, it shouldn't cost you over $1,000. She nodded her agreement and opened her purse. She fumbled around in it before she remembered she was wearing dark glasses. She slid them off. Her eyes were red-rimmed, the expression a little lost. She was a young widow, filled with anguish and despair over the death of her young husband. In the building from which the shot had been fired, a cold marble lobby separated door and elevators. Midway was a desk where renters picked up phone messages and mail, and where intruders such as me had to stop and be identified by an efficient-looking lady. I told her I was interested in renting an apartment, and she directed me to the rental agent, apartment 101, first door on your right after you turn left to the elevators. I rang, and the door was opened by a short, fiercely mustached man with bright blue eyes lined from peering into the sun.
Sir?
I'm interested in renting an apartment in this area.
Oh, come in, sir, come in. Major Emery Griffiths, sir, retired from Her Majesty's service.
Major?
Mrs. Griffiths is the house renting agent, but she's not immediately at home. Now, how can I be of service, sir?
Is there an apartment available on the top floor, overlooking the park?
Oh, jolly good time for the question, sir. Jolly good. The wards are planning a year-long cruise, you see. Well, out of the country 12 full months, and perhaps interested in subletting for that period, you know. Would that interest you?
Why, yes, it might. My wife has this wish to settle in for a while, all that moving about the last 2 years, you know. He ate it up, nodding crisply at the invented travels my mythical wife and I had been taking. The wards were out, he told me, and led me to the elevator located directly across the lobby from the eagle-eyed woman at the front desk who would have seen anyone coming or going. Is there a freight elevator for our furniture?
Oh, yes. It runs from the basement to the top floor, at the opposite end of the building.
Of course.
Ah, here we are. Now, if you'll follow me. Well, you're very fortunate. The wards only made their decision a day or two ago. Now we'll see if I brought the proper key, what? After you, sir. You'll see it's 2 bedrooms, to the left and right, before you reach the living room, which is directly ahead. And the kitchen is to your right, and there are 2 full baths. Lovely place, as you can see.
Lovely.
Our tenants often take the sun down there in the park, you know, where those governesses are sitting. Or we allow them to use the roof just above you, sir, which can be reached by stairs at either end of the building.
Yeah, very nice. Very, very nice. I'd like to bring my wife, if you don't mind. I'd need her opinion. You understand that?
Oh, of course, sir.
Guy I went to school with, Ben Wheeler, works in the morgue of the morning newspaper, and he let me find a corner where I could go through the newspaper's file stories of Matt Robeson's murder.
You're suggesting Robeson's death wasn't an accident?
Well, his widow doesn't think so.
This her, Harry? The pretty lady in black?
Yeah, that's her. Behind her, her parents. Beside her, a family friend, Zachary West.
How about that mustache?
He's a hairy one, isn't he? Hey, look here. Tragic family says her brother was killed in a boating accident 2 years ago. Out sailing, storm came up, boat sank. Found a cushion the next day, boat and brother gone. Here's the picture you ran on him. Kind of looks like his sister. But can I get copies of these?
A lousy quality, but sure.
I found family friend Zachary West's address in the phone book and drove out there. A big sign out front read, Century One Apartments, first in a series of posh pads for swinging singles. I parked across the street just as a dashing red sports car shifted down, mufflers burping, and ducked into the underground garage. The driver was the man in the newspaper picture, Zachary West, of all the hair. I got out and managed to bump into him on one of the paths. Instead of being straightforward, I put on my puzzled, ingenuous face. You find out more things that way.
You look lost. Help you?
Yes, I thought maybe I'd like to rent an apartment.
You picked the best spot. I'll steer you to the manager's office.
Oh, that's very, very nice of you. Appreciate it.
No sweat.
What happens if you move in and then decide to get married?
Why get married when it's all lying around waiting for you? Here we are. Lorenzo, I bring you a customer.
Welcome.
Lorenzo is manager, master of ceremonies, and what one might call confessor arranger for our community.
Glad to see you.
Zach, tonight's 15B's birthday party.
Count on me. I'm in 86A. Drop in for a drink anytime. And don't hesitate to bring 1 or 2 guests, even 3.
I'll show you some of the apartments. You prefer blonde neighbors, brunettes?
Speckled if they come that way. He showed me a series of flashy apartments, all furnished for a race of people who only got out of bed to have a drink or smoke a joint. I told him I'd let him know, and left through the garage, which gave me the chance to write down the license number on Zachary West's red sports car. I'd only driven a couple of blocks when I saw that someone was following me. A young woman, long black hair blowing, driving a beat-up station wagon. When I got to the shopping center, I drove around to the back where my office is and parked at the H. Holiday stencil. She circled, pulled into an empty space, and slid out, peering around like a baby bird looking for his mother. She tried to see where I'd gone. She spotted my car and came toward me. As she arrived, I stepped out.
Oh.
Looking for something?
What? No, why?
Because you were following me. Why?
Why? That's a laugh. Why? Because I saw you before writing down Zachary's license number. What sort of behavior is that?
I didn't take down his license plate, silly. I took the number of the car next to him. I'm an insurance adjuster. Not that it's any of your business. Any further questions?
Well, you see, I got this impression you were a cop, and I couldn't understand that Zachary, what he could have done to bring out the fuzz, so that's why I... Excuse me.
Quite all right. Perfectly logical error. She seemed to be just a nice young lady looking out for a friend. Or, so I believed then. At all events, she left me with an enormous curiosity about Zachary West. So next morning, I waited outside his apartment, followed him into the city, parked where he parked, and sat beside him at the counter of the coffee shop where he ate breakfast.
I recommend the waffles.
Waffles, miss. And coffee now, please.
If you had questions, why didn't you ask me? Valerie hire you?
Yeah.
Well, what do you want to know?
Well, I'm trying to find out if anyone wanted to kill Matt. I saw the newspaper picture of you at the funeral. Were you Matt's friend or Valerie's?
Both. I introduced him, as a matter of fact. And Valerie works for me. I'm a clothes designer, men's and women's wear.
Oh. Any idea why Matt was killed?
Well, the police called it an accident, according to the newspapers.
Valerie doesn't think so.
Well, Valerie's a new widow. It's very difficult for her to accept what's happened.
Did you know her brother, the one who died in the boating accident?
Larry? Well, yes. He's how I met Valerie. What's that got to do with... Oh, don't let your waffle get cold. Here's my business card. Call anytime I can be of help.
Yeah, right. Valerie Robeson lived in the middle of an old housing tract in a one-bedroom house badly in need of paint. She introduced me to her mother, Dora Filbert, who was enshrouded in what my grandmother called a wrapper.
I don't know what Matt was doing in the park. He left here about 7:30. He had a 9 o'clock class at the university.
Did you ever get there?
No.
Now, while I was reading the background on this matter, I ran into the information about your brother. I'm very sorry.
It was a terrible loss.
Were you close to your brother?
No one was close to Larry. He was a bachelor, what you'd call a swinger. Girl in every port sort of man.
He didn't even have a job. His father kept after him. But Larry always had an excuse for not working.
I'm sorry, I'm late. Will you excuse me?
Well, sure. If it's all right, I'd like to talk to your mother for a minute or two.
Of course. I'll be late, Mother. Zachary has a show tonight, and I said I'd work it.
All right,
One of the
dear.
girls is sick.
All
Bye.
right. Bye-bye.
I'd like to know a little bit more about your son, Larry. Would you mind?
No. But what does that have to do with Matt's death?
I don't know. Probably nothing. Do you agree that Larry's death was an accident?
I'm sure that in your profession you hear all sorts of things about people.
Well, I don't surprise easily, if that's what you mean.
What I'm going to say is in confidence.
Of course.
I think Larry took his own life. Larry and another young man, Zachary West, they were very close. Too close, if you understand my meaning.
Yeah, I think I do.
His father spoke to him about it. His father told Larry he was less than a man, and he didn't want to have anything to do with him. Well, Larry went up to the lake the very next morning, and that's why I think he took his own life. And certainly he's better off, in my opinion.
Did your son-in-law, Matthew, know Larry?
Oh, no. Valerie got to know Matt after Larry was gone.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you, Mrs. Filbert. Oh, one other thing. Valerie said Matt was taking some classes at the university. In what, do you know?
Oh, photography, of course. He was learning to be a photographer.
Matt's photography instructor had been Norman Fields, a full-bearded, shaved-headed man. I met him in the mall outside the Fine Arts Building. I sat in the sun while he hunkered beneath a tree, rubbing the top of his head.
What did you want to know about Matthew Robeson? And why would anyone want to kill the dreadful little twerp?
His widow asked me the same question. Tell me about it.
Well, now, let's see. I suppose you want to know if he was a good student, innovative, questioning, and so forth?
Yeah, things like that.
No. Although he spent an inordinate amount of time here. Matthew Robeson was a man who didn't even own a decent camera. And yet he was in my class. Now, one must ask oneself, why?
Why?
Because Matt's own personal interest for what motivated and guided him. His time here was spent in the darkroom. He cleaned it up, set out the chemicals, stacked, sorted the photographic papers, cleaned the enlargers.
Any notion why?
Oh, sure. He needed a place to develop his own work. Things he didn't want anyone else to see.
Pictures?
Of course.
Did he keep the negatives and prints here?
Oh, you mean no one has mentioned Matthew Robeson's attaché case? Why, that was the most obvious and apparent thing about him. He was a scruffy little man, late 20s, skinny, wild clothes, who always walked in a slouch hurriedly. He was never without this attaché case, like a small suitcase, very expensive, never out of his grasp. Well, I would assume that that's where he kept his goodies.
Why goodies?
Well, Matt Robeson was a man who'd do anything for a buck, and I mean that, literally. Whatever he was peddling was in that attaché case. Now, it's just a shame you didn't know him. You missed out on a real oddball.
I drove from there to Zachary West's showroom to look for Valerie. I entered a salon where a showing of Zachary West's fall selection of clothes for the career woman was in progress. Among the natty outfits on display were wardrobes for lady mail carriers, surgeons, bus drivers, and lawyers. As I entered the room, the young woman with the station wagon was walking on stage to join the others. And would you believe it? She was dressed as a governess.
America Shops invites you to apply for the Sears credit card. It gives you credit in over 3,600 Sears stores coast to coast. Whether you live or travel in any of the 50 states, there's a Sears store where you can shop for what you need for your family, home, or car. You can apply for the Sears credit card at any Sears store or by calling this toll-free number now. Call 800-526-0444. That's 800-526-0444. New Jersey residents call 800-652-2777.
I can't believe they can do it for $19.99.
Installed? The aluminized Sears muzzler is only $19.99 installed. And listen to the muzzler promise.
Sears promises that the muzzler will last as long as you own your American-made car.
Or return it for refund or replacement free.
And if Sears installed it, they'll install the new one free. Well, you can't beat that.
I think it's fantastic.
It's a great promise.
The muzzler, just $19.99 installed. Clamps if needed, 99 cents each extra. Sizes to fit most American-made cars. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers.
Nearly everyone at our party mentioned our new Sears Dream Supreme carpeting.
Didn't anyone say anything about my rutabaga dip?
Marvin said Dream Supreme looks so thick and luxurious. He loved its velvety, soft plush pile.
What about my rutabaga dip?
Eloise adored the color
of my rutabaga dip.
I told her that avocado lime is just one of Dream Supreme's 20 lustrous colors, and when Doris heard that Dream Supreme is so reasonably priced and treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector...
Okay, what about my tuna fish upside down cake?
Dream Supreme carpeting in most larger Sears retail stores.
Are we finally set for Grandma's?
I think so. We've got the new Sears Travel Guard baby seat in the car.
Right, and the extra sleep and play baby suits.
Oh, Grandma will love those. They're so cute and yet practical.
The extra baby blankets and bottles are in the vinyl diaper bag.
Oh, Sears certainly did make shopping for the baby easy.
Sure did. Well, I think we've got everything.
Honey, I think you've forgotten something.
Hmm? The baby.
Harry Holiday wasn't comfortable sitting on a folding wooden chair watching a fashion show. But being the gung-ho type fellow he was, he sat there like a little gentleman and took it all in. When the show was over, he bought his client a drink in one of those dark English tavern replicas where patrons hid in shadowy booths tucked into dark corners.
His attaché case?
Mm-hmm. He wasn't carrying it when he was shot. Any idea where it might be?
No, he never put it down. He lugged it around all the time. I can't imagine where it is.
When you asked me to help you, did you suspect something?
Suspect?
Oh, that he might have been seeing someone else, and that's what he was doing in the park that morning, meeting somebody?
Oh, no, I never thought Matt would cheat. He wasn't that sort of man. Matt's only weakness was his greed. Oh, he was a sweet, dear man when we got married. Then, well, somehow I must have given him the impression, led him to believe that I was dissatisfied with our life, that I expected more from him. And I didn't, really. It's just that I kept hoping he'd find himself, stop drifting. That terrible, restless drifting.
I don't know why, because I don't find any connection. But I can't help remembering that in the pictures I saw of your brother's funeral, there was no casket. Was he cremated?
No, because there wasn't a body.
They never recovered it?
They told us that often happens in deep lakes. The body is trapped in the boat. We held the services anyway, of course.
Oh, yes, of course. The next morning, I called an old Army buddy who worked for the Department of Motor Vehicles and gave him the license plate number of the battered station wagon and asked for the owner's name and address. And then I got a phone call from the answering service, a Major Griffiths wanted to speak to me.
Oh, is that apartment you liked is available?
The Major told me. The wards had found a freighter leaving with the tide tomorrow night.
Yes, the place needs a bit of cleaning, you know. There's some soap and water, and she'll pass inspection. I'll hang on to it until your wife comes by, what?
I thanked him, had some breakfast, and went over there. The Major and his wife were out. The lady sitting guard over the front desk told me. But Mrs. Ward was expecting me. Just go right on up. I did.
Oh, you must be Mr. Holliday about the apartment.
That's right.
Isn't your wife?
She'll be along later. I left word at the desk to send her up.
Oh, please come in.
Thank you.
You'll forgive the mess, but suddenly we're on our way, and it's really so exciting. All the way around the world, can you imagine? And on a freighter.
She babbled on, absolutely delighted with the new adventure she was about to have. She was a pretty, bright-eyed little woman in her mid-30s, and her face was flushed from her exertions. She was putting things into several large packing cases in the center of the room, which would be stored until their return, and she'd hung clothes that weren't to be taken in a large wardrobe. Half hidden behind a few dresses was a governess's white outfit. She saw me staring at it.
I won't be needing that anymore, thank goodness.
She continued her work, chattering on about their sudden departure, how lucky they'd been to find a freighter with space for them.
And my poor husband out gathering passports and letters of credit and all the things one needs. And speaking of good fortune, tomorrow is our first wedding anniversary, and we'll be sailing the high seas in celebration.
What's that?
Oh, well, I'd have told you about that anyway. Some of the tenants sun themselves on the roof, and when they step out of the stairwell, it makes that sound.
Oh, I see.
It happens very infrequently. Oh, look, there's Teddy. There, he sees me.
It all happened very quickly. Her husband, Teddy, was walking across the park toward us. He looked up and started to wave, and then he must have seen something because he opened his mouth to shout, and then the bullet hit him, and he slumped onto the pavement. The governesses in the park scattering like dry leaves in the wind. I was out of the apartment almost as soon as I heard the sharp snap of the rifle fired from the roof above me. I heard the freight elevator groaning down to the basement and raced after it. But no one was there, and the alley was empty. By the time I got around to the park, Mrs. Ward was kneeling on the path beside her husband. She didn't cry. She almost looked as though she'd expected it.
It had to happen.
Well, why do you say that?
You can't live as he did without suffering the consequences. I kept making believe that everything was all right, that the money he brought home was legitimately earned, that silly governess costume, the exchange of envelopes and a baby carriage, all of it was a prank, not something real, something that would end in this.
She didn't say anything more to me. She answered questions put to her by the first policeman to arrive, and then spoke to the homicide men. They questioned me, I told them what I'd observed, and nothing more, then ducked out of there. Soon after I got back in the office, the call I'd been afraid I'd get came in.
The police just left. We can't believe it. It's been 2 years, and he never...
I'd like to come by later in the day.
My father's coming down to be with us. Who did it? Who shot Larry? Or, what was he calling himself? Teddy Ward?
I don't think they know who shot him.
And it's something to do with Matt's death. It happened the same way in the same place.
That's what I'm trying to find out. The minute I hung up, I got a call from my buddy at the Department of Motor Vehicles. The owner of the station wagon was Roxanne Lucetti, and he gave me her address, a place called the Aloha Arms. Her apartment faced the court, which featured a postage stamp-sized swimming pool, being cleaned by a tan young man with long blonde hair and an earring.
Yeah? What? Well, look who's here. What do you want?
Well, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Come in, although I don't recall we have any unfinished business to discuss.
Hey, nice little apartment. Your mother decorated?
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, nothing really, but everything's sort of square in here, and you seem to me to be more of an individualist.
What's the matter with you? You come in here without a how do you do or how are you feeling today, then you start to make critical statements about me and my family.
Not critical at all. No criticism implied or intended.
What sort of a person are you making fun of me?
Hey, come on. Take it easy with that bag. Hey,
no!
Hey, what do you got in here? Concrete? Come on now. Now,
No,
fun's fun. Now, give me that.
That's personal.
Hey!
Don't open it!
What have we got here? Well, bless my heart. Just what every lady must carry in her bag, a rifle scope.
Give me that.
Is it yours? Is this your scope? I didn't realize you were a marksman. Markswoman.
It's not mine.
Well, why is it in your bag?
This friend asked me to sell it for him.
What friend?
I don't remember his name. Now go away.
You know, you're really a terrible liar. Your whole character changes. I like you better when you're yelling and screaming.
You just listen. I was nice enough to allow you to come into my apartment, and then all you do is cast aspersion after aspersions at me and my friends, and it's none of your bleep business. So why don't you just go away and leave me alone? What kind of a jerk are you?
Okay, gotcha. I stopped for a minute outside the door. I couldn't be sure, but I thought I heard her crying. Crying her heart out, as the fella says.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
If you have a child with a handicap, we have some good news. And some very good news. The good news is there's a new law that guarantees your child the right to the special education he needs.
Evaluation procedures conform to the corresponding requirements in the final regulation of Section 504.
But here's the very good news.
The term continuum, as with least restrictive environment, is commonly used by...
You don't have to hire a lawyer to explain how this rather complicated new law can help your child.
Is in accordance with specific performance criteria related to the program objective.
We can explain the law in clear, simple language. Free.
Information under sub-clause E of Clause 1 of subsection B. The Commissioner there...
Just write Closer Look, Box 1492, Washington, D.C., 20013. That's Closer Look, Box 1492, Washington, D.C., 20013. A public service message on behalf of the United States Office of Education.
I gained 20 pounds in 2 months. Chocolate and peanut butter. Yeah, I never lost that weight either. With me, it was different. I was climbing the walls, yelling at the kids. I just couldn't live with myself. Neither could Dan, could he? No, not really. He said having a wife that smoked was better than being terrorized day and night. Better a friendly dragon than a nasty dragon, huh? Right. So anyway, I'm back to a pack and a half a day, addicted just like I was.
Let's hold it right there. The American Heart Association wants you to know that smoking cigarettes becomes a habit, not an addiction. Habits can be broken. Smoking is a matter of choice, not destiny. We can help you quit. You don't have to gain weight or climb the walls. Contact your American Heart Association for a free booklet that explains how to break your cigarette habit step by step. The American Heart Association wants you to know we're fighting for your life.
Vincent Price again, and here's the concluding act of The 13th Governess.
I think you can sense death around the place. The Robeson house seemed to be engulfed in it. The house itself appeared to be in mourning, although it probably was only the gray, sullen day. Valerie let me in. Her mother and father were sitting in the living room, coffee cups balanced in their hands, as though they'd forgotten they were holding them. Mr. Filbert was a tall, slender man with thinning hair and steel-framed eyeglasses, who looked as though he might once have been head clerk in a hardware store. After I'd been introduced, they picked up an angry conversation where I'd interrupted him.
I mourned him once, Dora. Once is all I got in me. So far as I'm concerned, he died 2 years ago.
You killed him 2 years ago?
No, I didn't kill him. I didn't. You've been accusing me for 2 years that I killed my son.
Oh, how long will you two do this to each other? Now stop it.
She's been after me for 2 years, Val, how I killed her son. Now she finds I didn't. She don't know what to say to hurt me.
Mr. Filbert?
Yes?
I wonder if we could talk, just you and me.
Mother and I'll go into the kitchen. Come on, Mother.
Mr. Filbert, why does your wife believe you're responsible for your son's death?
The death that never happened, you mean? Because she claims I called him a pervert, and that drove him to take his life.
Did you?
When a young man don't work and accepts money from men, to my way of thinking, that's perverted. That's what I told my son, Larry. His mother misinterpreted what I meant.
What did you mean?
Well, Larry wasn't never without that camera of his, is what I meant. Yet he didn't want to show me or his family what sort of pictures he was taking. I think them pictures was what he got money for, and I think his camera's what finally got him killed for real.
Blackmail? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's my opinion.
The question yelling for an answer was who Larry Filbert had been blackmailing, as himself and as Teddy Ward. I drove over to the apartment where Mrs. Ward had her personal things hastily packed.
I can't stay. I look down there into that pretty little park, and it terrifies me.
Ms. Ward, were you and your husband here when the first murder was committed?
Oh, I think that's why Teddy was shot.
Oh?
He saw something that morning, something that surprised him.
Yes?
He got his camera, the one with the telephoto lens, and he started to take some pictures.
We both heard the noise, the thumping sound when someone steps onto the roof, and then this funny popping.
Shots?
Yes. And the young man in the park fell. The governesses all ran, of course. Teddy dashed out the door with his camera. He came back before the police arrived, and he was laughing. Can you imagine that? We're going to take a trip around the world, he told me. First cabin around the globe, because my ship just came in.
He developed his own films, of course. Here?
Yes, in here.
She led me to a bathroom her husband had used as a dark room, crowded with an enlarger, tanks, chemicals, and papers. She searched through a drawer until she found a picture taken with a telephoto of young Matt Robeson in the park just before he was shot. And then she handed me another envelope with another picture in it. This of a man holding a rifle. A picture taken in the alley behind the building near the freight elevator exit. The man was no one I'd ever seen before. Bald as Kojak, wearing thick eyeglasses with heavy black frames, and clean-shaven.
That's the picture Teddy took after the shooting.
You know the man?
No, but...
You've seen him before, is that it?
Yes.
Where? In another picture?
Teddy said once, this is your bank account. With this in your hand, you'll never be broke. It's too late to hide it, isn't it?
Much too late. She unlocked a drawer at the bottom of one of the cabinets and lifted out a manila envelope. I opened it. Pictures of the same man. In the first, he was drilling a hole in the caulking on the bottom of a small beach sailboat. In the second, a night shot, he looked with surprise and fright into the camera flash. It was winter. Some snow could be seen in the street in what seemed to be a suburban neighborhood. The man stood beside an automobile. A small object lay on the ground beside the car's right front wheel. I asked Mrs. Ward if I could take the pictures.
Of course, it doesn't matter anymore.
Well, why did your husband photograph the young man in the park?
He was surprised to see him there.
Oh, I don't think I understand.
Well, the only other times he'd been there was when I wore my governess outfit and traded envelopes with him. It was strange because I wasn't there, and the young man wasn't carrying his attaché case.
Did your husband say anything?
Yes. And I thought it was odd. Do a friend a favor, he said, and look at the greedy little Dickens.
The only way I could make any sense out of it was to begin with the photograph of the bald-headed man standing in the snowy street beside his car. At the university, Norman Fields opened one of the dark rooms for me and made a new negative of the old picture Teddy Ward had shot. From this, Fields made a series of blow-ups showing sections of the picture. The bald man, in a state of shock, was standing alongside his car, and beside the front wheel was a child's shoe. By lightening the printing tone, changing the contrast, what's called dodging, you were able to see under the car. And there was a crumpled bicycle and the hideously mangled body of a child. He was the only one involved in the mess who'd known all the principals through everything that had happened, and I wanted to ask him who the man was.
Buy you a drink?
Oh, yeah, thanks. Vodka on the rocks.
Fine. What brings you here?
I'm trying to locate somebody.
Someone I know?
Well, I think maybe you do.
Here's your drink.
Thank you.
I'll leave the door open and we can talk while I get cleaned up. Man or woman?
Man.
Any idea where I'd know him from?
He had a business arrangement with Larry Filbert.
Say, did you read about that? Can you imagine a guy changing his name, living a whole other life?
This man I'm looking for knew Larry Filbert, and I think also knew him as Teddy Ward.
No kidding. Excuse me.
Sure. He shot Matt Robeson and Larry Filbert, Teddy Ward, whatever you call him, with a rifle.
What do you want me to do? I don't follow you.
I know what this man looks like. I'll show you his picture, and maybe you can identify him.
I'm glad to help, of course, but up to now you haven't given me too many clues on the guy. Bald with dark framed glasses, that isn't much to go on. Clean shaven, too, you said, huh?
You know how it is when something strikes you? I hadn't said anything about how my phantom murderer looked, and out came the description to a T from Zachary West. I took the rifleman's picture from my pocket and a pencil, and I put hair on the bald head, erased the thick-rimmed glasses from over the eyes, and added a mustache.
How's your drink?
Fine. Let me ask you something.
Shoot.
How did you feel when you found out your new blackmailer, Teddy Ward, was really Larry Filbert, the man you thought you'd killed in that boat accident?
Hey, slow down. You're throwing a lot of names at me like I'm supposed to know them.
Well, no, that's not true. You know them. Larry blackmailed you after the hit-and-run accident with the child, so you tried to get rid of him by sinking his boat. So now here you are in town, thinking you're out of it, and Teddy Ward calls you, and the whole thing starts again. Only this time, there's more. There are pictures of you sinking the boat. I keep trying to imagine what you looked like when you found out you were being blackmailed by a dead man. I mean, wow, I would have had a fit. Well, what did you do? Follow Mrs. Ward to her apartment after she traded envelopes with Matt?
That a picture of me?
He was standing in the doorway, bald head, no mustache, no glasses. And just to make the picture complete, he was casually aiming the rifle in my general direction. Just enough so I wouldn't misunderstand him.
Smart young fellow like you is bound to get into trouble.
No, not so smart. Till a couple of minutes ago, I really thought there was another man. It's really remarkable what a hairpiece and a phony mustache and contact lenses can do to change a person.
Remarkable.
You know what troubles me, though? How'd poor Matt Robeson get involved in all this?
His brother-in-law wanted to help him out, pass him a little money. I gave money to Roxanne, she gave it to Matt, he gave it to that governess until he got greedy and decided to go it on his own.
Motivation.
Money runs the ship, my lad. Money's what makes the world go round. Although I can't believe you're getting enough for what's about to happen to you. Move, please. We're getting out of here.
Why'd you run away from the accident? If you'd stayed, maybe that little girl could have been saved.
No way. Come along now.
Happy birthday! Any more, Zach? Zach? Hey, wait. Where's Zach?
We were just going out to pick him up.
Well, his car's here.
His friend Gilbert here drove it over. Gil, here, let me show him the rifle. Hey, look at this. Isn't it a beaut? Bought it for Zach for his birthday. Come on, Gil. We better get going.
Hey, you guys will bring Zach to his party, won't you? I mean, we got all his booze and food and, you know, the trappings, little foxes, all sizes.
We'll bring Zach back. Don't worry about it, but go ahead. Get the party started.
Okay.
Rifle in hand, I eased Zachary West out of there. He made a couple of moves, like he wanted to grab the gun or get away. But by the time we got to my car, he was a limp sack. All the fire was gone. He ducked the responsibility long ago. He'd run away, then killed two men who tried to bleed him. And finally, there wasn't any place to hide. No place at all. He sat in the front seat of the car, blinking his eyes behind the thick glasses, letting what had happened to him sink in. And like I said, that's how I handled my first murder case.
Generations ago, families dined by the warmth of the open hearth. Today, Sears rekindles this spirit with its open hearth dining room furniture. Faithfully rendered early American designs and careful workmanship give it an heirloom quality. The satin glow and warm highlighting of Sears open hearth take 26 steps to achieve. There's no shorter method to bring out the beauty of the wood. And like all good furniture, open hearth is made to last for a long time with sturdy tongue and groove and mortise and tenon construction. Choose from 16 different pieces of open hearth at most Sears retail stores.
Want to buy some radios, but tires all look the same. You've got to have good feelings, you've got to trust the name. You know our reputation, remember what we said. When Sears is behind you, you come out ahead.
Hey, look, in here. Inside this stylish man's dress shirt, I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label just popping with pride because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short and long sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low value prices, what a buy! Just look for me, the Value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
I sell draperies at Sears.
Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little, too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Sears, where America shops.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. The 13th Governess was written, produced, and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your host was Vincent Price. Our star was Howard Duck. Also heard were Linda K. Henning, Deborah Wally, Leorine Tuttle, Marvin Miller, Ben Wright, Sidney Miller, Peggy Weber. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBR.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song was written by a man now serving time in a state prison. Most of the men and women in prison today were abused children, and many abused children grow up to abuse their own children. Child abusers can be helped. Find out how. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690.
Please stop the hurt. I've suffered since my birth. Join the abused child's fight. Put an end to their sleepless night.
A message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
Your satisfaction is our satisfaction at Townsend Pontiac. Townsend Pontiac.
You've got to go to Townsend Pontiac and buy a car. It's really important. It's important to you, and it's important to Mr. Townsend. Now, you could buy a beautiful new 79 Pontiac. Townsend has such a great selection, you won't have any trouble finding the car you want. Or you could buy a great new four-wheel drive International Scout. Boy, that'll take you where you've got to go and back again. Come on, it's important. Why? Well, Jack Townsend knows that once you're a Townsend customer, you wouldn't want to buy anywhere else. And that's important to Mr. Townsend.
Your satisfaction is our satisfaction at Townsend Pontiac.
6300 Broadway,
Townsend Pontiac.
Merrillville, Indiana.
Cicely Tyson will be your hostess tomorrow for a warm-hearted story of two young people trying to help two elderly ladies find a suitable rest home. Our original story is called This Home is Dissolved, so be sure to tune in to this station tomorrow to hear the Sears Radio Theater.
Beginning tomorrow, you can start helping yourself to feel 15 to 25 years younger than you are today. You're never too old to grow young. That's the encouraging message of medical authorities in a special 48-page report called 10 Ways to Grow Healthier as You Grow Older. Based on recent medical research, this informative and useful report was prepared by America's largest Better Health magazine, Prevention. It yours free as a new subscriber. 10 Ways to Grow Healthier as You Grow Older tells about a new method to help you fall asleep faster, about the simple dietary substance that scientists believe may sharpen your memory, about the nutritional program that may add life to your sex life, and much more. If you'd like to receive this free report, you're invited to try 12 monthly issues of Prevention for only $6.99. If you don't like the first issue, cancel. You keep the issue. You keep the special report, too, and owe nothing. Send no money now. Just phone toll-free 800-331-1000. That's 800-331-1000. For prevention and your free report, call 800-331-1000.
CBS News, the Soviet ambassador in Washington called in tonight to hear a strong U.S. protest connected with the killing today of the U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS radio network. Ambassador Adolph Dubs was shot to death in a gun battle between his kidnappers and Afghan police who rushed the hotel where he was being held. State Department spokesman Harding Carter tonight revealed that Soviet advisors were on the scene in Kabul when the fighting took place. He says Acting Secretary of State Warren Christopher in Washington tonight summoned Soviet Ambassador Dobrynin to the State Department to lodge an official complaint about the role the advisors played.
The Acting Secretary said that he was not accusing the Soviet advisors of responsibility for the ambassador's death. He did, however, charge them with failure to heed repeated requests by U.S. embassy officials that the assault on the hotel in which Ambassador Dubs was held not be undertaken.
Carter also said some American citizens were taken from the U.S. Embassy in Iran when it was overrun by leftist guerrillas this morning.
On the question of Americans missing from the compound, the last report we have is that some 18 Americans may in fact not have returned to the compound. However, it at least seems on the basis of the latest reports that their whereabouts is known and that they are reportedly going to be returned or are returning and are in any case physically okay.
More news in a minute.
I had it when I woke up this morning. Sinus, my worst ever, until I took Sign-Off.
Send for Sign-Off.
Sign-Off gives you all the pain relief of aspirin, plus relief from sinus pressure, congestion, even postnasal drip.
Send for Sign-Off.
And for the fastest known form of congestion relief, Sign-Off Spray, Sineoff.
Sign-Off.
The sinus medicines in the bright red box.
Is here.
For occasional use only as directed.
Here's news from Amana. You can get a $50 rebate check direct from Amana when you buy the Amana Touchmatic 2 radar range, the microwave oven that cooks by time, cooks to temperature, even holds at temperature to tenderize economy cuts of meat, and holds at serving temperature for late arrivals. So automatic it even remembers the time of day. So buy your radar range from your participating Amana retailer and get a $50 rebate check direct from Amana. Offer expires February 28, 1979.
A cool reception for President Carter on his first day in Mexico. David Dow reports from Mexico City.
Just 6 hours after arriving here, President Carter received the first pointed evidence of a new Mexico, backed by new oil wealth, determined to use that for new leverage and equality with the U.S. It came in the form of a luncheon toast by Mexico's president, Jose López Portillo, which sounded more like a stern lecture to the U.S. president. Mexico has suddenly found itself the center of American attention, said López Portillo. Attention that is a surprising mixture of interest, disdain, and fear, much like the recurring vague fears you yourselves inspire in certain areas of our national subconscious. At another point, the Mexican president warned that surprise moves are poisonous fruits, an apparent reference to the sudden scuttling by the U.S. of a deal for Mexican natural gas a year ago. The tone of Mr. Carter's toast was conciliatory, with attempts at humor, alluding even to an attack of Montezuma's revenge the president said he suffered in a previous visit during a performance of Mexico's famous Ballet Folklorico. David Dow, CBS News, with the president in Mexico City.
The big three U.S. car makers in Detroit report overall new car sales picking up, increasing 14.3% in early February. GM and Ford scored the gains, but Chrysler sales were down about 3%. Now this.
Fred, it's after midnight.
Oh, look what you've done. Will you stop eating and go to bed? You'll never get up in the morning for work.
I can't get to sleep. I took an aspirin, but I'm still wide awake.
Well, what did you expect? Aspirin's for headaches. You need a sleeping aid to help you fall asleep. I'll get you some Compose when I go shopping.
Some what?
Compose. Go to bed, will you, while I clean up this mess?
Headache? Take aspirin. Sleepless night? Take Compose. C-O-M-P-O-Z. Taken as directed before you go to bed. Compose actually helps you fall asleep when you want to fall asleep at bedtime.
So what else happened at the office today, Fred? Did you get the order for that new job? Fred? Fred, you asleep? That's Compose for you.
Headache? Take aspirin. Sleepless night? Take Compose. C-O-M-P-O-Z. Take only as directed. Compose is available at all drug counters.
The Illinois State Senate today rejected a rule change that would have made it easier to pass the Equal Rights Amendment there. Observers say the defeat drastically reduces chances ERA will be approved in Illinois in the next 2 years. It's the only northern industrial state that has not passed ERA and has been the focus of a strong pro-ERA campaign. David Jackson, CBS News.
Tonight's weather in Chicago, locally dense fog causing hazardous driving conditions, but warmer with periods of freezing drizzle. Temperatures will be steady, or they will rise, perhaps, to a high of 35 by tomorrow. Tomorrow we expect more freezing drizzle, becoming just plain drizzle, and snow likely by evening. Then on Thursday night, snow continuing with several inches accumulation possible. Windy with blowing snow and bitterly cold with lows 0 to 10 below. Friday, chance of snow flurries again and a high around 10 degrees. It's 27 degrees at all the reporting points in Chicago. The humidity's 100%. The wind east, 7 miles per hour.
First in news, we're CBS, News Radio 78, WBBM, Chicago.
It's 9:32. This is Alan Bickley on News Radio 78. In the news tonight, I-57 murderer Henry Brisman, now serving a 1 to 3,000 year prison sentence, has been indicted by a county grand jury on charges of murdering a fellow inmate.
California, Monday, June 8th. The Lux Radio Theater, presented from its new home on Hollywood Boulevard, Hollywood, California. Lux presents Hollywood. Such great personalities as William Powell, Myrna Loy, W.S. Van Dyke, Theda Bara, James Seymour, Minna Gamble, Porter Hall, and many others will take part in this presentation sent to you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty soap of the stars. Appearing before a distinguished Hollywood audience, Mr. Powell, Miss Loy, and a cast of 18 great players present the play that has broken box office records from coast to coast, The Thin Man. And as producer tonight, we present the director who did The Thin Man on the screen, together with such triumphs as Naughty Marietta, Trader Horn, Rose Marie, I Live My Life, and countless other smash hit pictures. Mr. W.S. Van Dyke. Mr. Van Dyke.
Hello, everybody. Well, it's a great scene at the Lux Radio Theater tonight. In our audience, we have Betty Davis, Jimmy and Lucille Gleason, Bob Armstrong, Ole Olson of Olson and Johnson, Stu Irwin, Jimmy Starr, famous communist, Evelyn Venable, Mr. and Mrs. Leon Schlesinger. Maybe it would interest you a little inside information on the show we're doing tonight, The Thin Man, and about William Powell and Myrna Loy, who are going to do it for you. As you know, The Thin Man was a best-selling novel by Dashiell Hammett. Hunt Stromberg, down at the studio, MGM, got a hold of it and brought it to me. Woody, he said, if you'll make this picture, I'll buy the story. Well, I read it. And while it was a good enough mystery story, there was something else about the book that struck me. Here was something new and fresh and very charming. A romance between a man and his wife. It's a story of a couple of kids that understood each other and had a blessed confidence in each other. Beneath all the casualness and all the wisecracking, there's a lovely, wholesome relationship. Something really deep and sweet and inspiring. Well, we decided to make the picture. Albert Hackett and Francis Goodrich wrote a swell script. William Powell and Myrna Loy played the parts. And how? They played them beautifully, because Powell was just Powell and Loy was just Loy. Both of them wisecracking all the time and clowning right through the picture. I suppose you know that plenty of motion pictures take from 2 months to a year to shoot. We did The Thin Man in 16 days, retakes and all. Of course, it wasn't a pretentious picture. We didn't make it as one. I hate epics. But it is evident that people liked it. It has been very interesting to study out how they could tell this story on the radio. Bill and Myrna have had a lot of fun getting it ready for you, just as they did making the picture. And from the original story, from the original motion picture cast, we have, and are fortunate in having, Minna Gombo, Porter Hall, William Henry, and Thomas Jackson here tonight. So here we go, with William Powell and Nick Charles, and Myrna Loy as Nora in The Thin Man. Here they come, Bill Powell and Myrna Loy. We're in a fashionable cafe, Montmartre, New York City. It's Christmas Eve, and the well-appointed dining room is filling rapidly. From the bar comes a good-looking young fellow of about 35, tall, casual, and worldly wise. He's Nick Charles, the well-known private detective, played by William Powell. And he's waiting for his charming wife, Nora, played by Myrna Loy. As he takes his place at the table, a young girl on the other side of the room recognizes him and hurries over.
Pardon. Aren't you Mr. Nick Charles, the detective?
Yes, I'm Nick Charles.
I thought I recognized you. My name is Dorothy Winans.
Oh, yes? How do you do?
Do you mind if I sit down for a
No,
moment?
but I'm expecting my wife in a few minutes. You don't mind explaining your presence to her?
Oh, of course. That's my fiancé over there at the other table.
Oh, well, that makes everything all right, doesn't it? Sit down.
Thank you.
Your name is,
Dorothy Winans. I'm Clyde Winans' daughter.
Clyde Winans. Oh, yes, of course. Your father was having some trouble about one of his inventions a few years ago. I handled the case for him.
I know. That's why I want to speak to you now.
Oh. Well, I'm not practicing anymore, Miss Winans. You see, I've retired.
Please, Mr. Charles. I need you.
Oh. What seems to be the trouble?
It's Dad. He went away about 3 months ago, and I haven't heard from him. Not a word. I'm worried sick.
Oh, I wouldn't if I were you. After all, he's an inventor. When he gets an idea he wants to work on, it's only natural that he should hide away somewhere. He's done it before.
Yes, but never for 3 months.
Did you see him before he left?
No. Mr. Macaulay was the only one he spoke to. Well, Macaulay and Julia Wolfe. She's Dad's secretary.
Julia Wolfe. Oh, yes, I believe I've met her. Macaulay is your father's lawyer, isn't he?
Yes.
His lawyer and his secretary both speak to him before he leaves, but no one knows where he went.
He wouldn't tell them.
What about your mother? He wouldn't tell her either?
No. Mother and Dad aren't... They haven't seen each other for some time.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't know just what I can do for you. Why don't you speak to Macaulay? Maybe he's heard from your father and forgotten to let you know.
Oh, well, I'll call him now.
That's a girl. Let me know how it turns out, will you?
Of course. I'll be back in a few minutes.
I'll be here.
Madam, you can't bring that dog in here. Dogs aren't allowed. I'm sorry, madam.
I'll be here, Aster. Aster, come here, boy. Here. Down, boy.
But, madam,
down.
it isn't only your dog. We allowed everyone.
Oh, here you are.
Aster. Quiet, Aster. Quiet. Slow, Nora. I hear you brought the dog.
I didn't bring him. He brought me. I think the doorman's mad, miss.
Madam, I'm afraid you'll have to take the dog outside.
It's all right, Joe. It's my dog and my wife.
You might have mentioned me first.
But, Mr. Charles, are you sure that...
Of course I'm sure. He's well trained. He'll behave himself.
Nobody might bite someone.
No. Only me, Joe. He only bites me.
Yes, he's fussy about what he eats.
Go ahead, Joe. I'll be responsible for him.
Very well, sir. If you say so, sir.
There you are, my dear. See what an influential husband you've got?
You do stand in with doormen. Mr. Charles.
Oh, yes, Dorothy?
May I introduce my fiancé, Andy Reed, Mr. Charles?
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
Any luck, Dorothy?
Yes, he's just around the corner.
Your father?
No, Mr. Macaulay.
We're going to see him now.
Oh, fine.
Oh, Nick?
Yes, my dear? Oh, I beg your pardon. Miss Wynant, Mr. Reed, my wife.
How do you do? How do you do? I'm sorry we have to rush, but you'll excuse us, Mr. Charles. Of course.
We're to Normandy for a couple of weeks. Why don't you drop around?
Thanks, we will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Mrs. Charles.
Goodbye. Pretty girl.
You like blondes.
You got tights?
Only you, darling. Lanky brunettes with wicked jaws.
Who is she?
Dorothy Wynant, daughter of Clyde Wynant. I worked on a case for her father. Some nut wanted to kill him.
Charming. What's the matter now?
Wynant disappeared. Dorothy's afraid something happened to him.
Has anything happened to him?
My darling wife. How do I know? Funny, though. That secretary of his ought to know something.
Secretaries usually do. Who is she?
Julia Wolf. Smart girl, Julia. I always suspected she had some kind of hold on Wynant. That's why he kept her on.
Maybe you ought to give her a ring.
What for?
Oh, just to say hello.
Maybe.
Want a nickel?
No, I've got one. I'll be right back. Hello? I want Skylar, 40962. No, Skylar. That's right, 40962.
Hello? Yes, Julie Wolf speaking. Who? Oh, hello, Mr. Charles. Yes? What was it you wanted to... Oh, no, I don't. He didn't tell me. Not a word. I'm sorry. Well, that's all right. Goodbye. Morelli.
Coming. Well, who was that?
Nick Charles.
The detective?
He wanted to know where Wynant was.
Oh, yeah? Why?
He didn't say.
Did anyone see Wynant come here that night? The night you and him had the scrap?
I don't know.
Oh, no? Well, I guess I'll scram.
Wait a minute, Morelli. Where are you going?
Oh, taking a little stroll, that's all. If Nick Charles is going to pop up around here, I want to be far away when he does.
Ah, don't be a fool, Morelli.
Fool, huh? Say, listen, sister, I got a record 9-inch to come face to face with no dick.
Sit down, Morelli. You need money, don't you?
Yeah. What about it? You got some?
Plenty. I'm Wynant's secretary.
Oh, yeah? What do you mean by that?
Wouldn't you like to know? Your friend Pierre serves good dinners, Nick.
All right.
You still didn't tell me what Julia Wolf had to say.
Nothing. She didn't know where he was, that's all. Finished?
Finished.
Let's get out. We'll grab a cab and get back to the hotel.
Ready and willing. Where's my purse? Come on, Esther.
Joe, call me cab.
Hello? Hello? Esther, be quiet. Stop it. Hello? Yes? Who is it? Oh, he is. I see. Thank you. Oh, Nick.
Yeah?
It's Mr. McCauley. He's on his way up.
Call him. What would he want?
Isn't he Wynant's lawyer?
Yeah?
Maybe he's got some news.
Well, he ought... Say, you're worrying an awful lot about this business. Forget it.
I'll open it.
I beg your pardon.
I'm Mrs. Charles. Come in, Mr. McCauley.
Hello, Macaulay.
Well, hello, Charles. Well, how are you?
Fine. Sit down.
Thanks. Dorothy told me you were here. I took the liberty of coming to see you.
Of course.
Charles, what's Mimi up to?
Mimi? Oh, Dorothy's mother. Does she have to be up to something?
She usually is, trying one way or another to get money out of Wynant. I wanted to find out if you were, sleuthing for her.
I haven't been a detective 4 years.
Oh, you don't say.
Oh, my wife's father died and left her a lumber mill, a narrow gauge railroad, and, a couple of other things. I'm looking after them.
I see.
What's all the fuss about? Is Wynant in hiding?
Well, you know as much about it as I do. I haven't seen him in 3 months. He sends word through Julia Wolf when he wants money. I give it to her, and she gives it to him.
Mine? Hello? Oh, just a moment, please. It's for you, Mr. Macaulay. Your office.
Oh, thank you. Hello? What? He is? Well, where is he? Oh, very well. Well, he's back in town.
Mr. Winan?
Yes, thank heaven. He's waiting for me now. Well, I've got to rush. I'll tell you, it's no joke working for a man like that. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Charles. Goodbye, Charles.
Hello?
Merry Christmas.
Same to you. $11:30. Almost Christmas, darling.
If that's a hint, you can drop it. You get your present at breakfast, not a minute before.
Beast. You know, Nick, I've been thinking. It's funny the way Wynant popped up all of a sudden.
Yes. Wasn't it?
You think there's anything behind it?
Why should there be?
Well, I don't know. It just strikes me as being funny, that's all. You're nearer than I am, darling.
Hello? Speaking. Oh, hello, Dorothy. What? What? When? Oh, I see. Well, yes, of course I'll be here.
What is it, darling? Darling, what is it?
Julia Wolfe has just been murdered.
You are listening to William Powell and Myrna Loy in the story of The Thin Man from the stage of the Lux Radio Theater in Hollywood Boulevard. Before we go on with the story of Nick and Nora, we want to take you on a quick tour of Hollywood.
Lobby of the Hotel Roosevelt, where stars and newcomers gather. A young actress just breaking into pictures is telling her friend of her success.
Well, there's one thing. I've got one of the best managers in Hollywood, and that means a lot. Oh, but the rules he's laid down for me. Gee, what do you mean, rules? Well, you'd think I was going into training for the Olympics. I've got to lose 5 pounds. I've got to take lessons in singing and diction, and of course my complexion's got to be perfect. I've got to be more careful than ever not to get little blemishes or enlarged pores and what they call cosmetic skin. Thank goodness I know enough to use Lux toilet soap regularly, the way everybody around here does.
9 out of 10 beautiful Hollywood screen stars use Lux toilet soap and have for years. Here's what the famous Claudette Colbert has to say. When I tell people how simple my complexion care is, they always seem surprised. I use cosmetics, of course, but I always use Lux toilet soap to guard against cosmetic skin. It's easy to keep skin lovely, my way.
And now on with the show of The Thin Man. An hour has gone by since Nick heard about the murder of Julia Wolfe. In the living room of their suite at the hotel, Nick and Nora are listening to the radio. A news reporter is broadcasting the latest developments of the case.
And here's the latest news of the Julia Wolfe murder. The police have found out that the beautiful blonde secretary was a gangster's girl and is spreading the dragnet for one Joe Morelli, said to be hiding out somewhere in the city. In Paris today, the Chamber of Deputies...
Never mind the Chamber of Deputies. Joe Morelli, that's what I wanted to know about. Well, did you get any more information out of headquarters?
As much as they had. Julia Wolfe was shot and killed about 9 or 9:30. Body discovered on the floor of her living room a little after 11.
Who discovered it?
That'll surprise you. Mimi Wynant.
Dorothy's mother?
Right.
What was she doing there?
I don't know.
Where's Clyde Wynant?
Still missing.
Missing? But Macaulay was going to see him. They had an appointment.
Well, I spoke to Macaulay. Wynant never showed up. Nobody knows where he is.
It's going to be pretty tough on Dorothy, isn't it?
Meaning what?
Meaning that it looks as if Clyde Wynant skipped one appointment in order to keep another with Julia Wolfe.
You think he killed her?
Oh, it's just a guess. You're the detective around here, darling.
Oh, that's Dorothy. Said you wanted to see me. Well, come in, Dorothy.
Thank you. Is anyone here?
That's Nora. Have a seat.
Oh. Hello, Dorothy. I'm sorry for breaking in on you like this. Oh, that's all right. We're used to it.
Anything wrong?
Julia Wolfe is dead.
Yes, we know that.
Here's the gun she was shot with.
What are you trying to tell me? That you did it?
Yes. I hated her. She kept me from seeing my father. I went down there to ask her where he was. She wouldn't tell me. I shot her.
Where did you hit her?
Why, in the heart.
Pretty good shot you are. What did she do?
She fell down.
Did she make any sound? Didn't scream?
I don't know.
Which way did she fall?
She fell over backwards.
Oh, yes? People fall toward a shot, you know, not back from it. I knew you were lying.
Oh.
All right, come on, now, brace up. Where did you get this gun?
I bought it in a pawn shop.
I thought so. Why did you say you did it? Whom are you trying to shield?
Oh, please, don't ask me.
You got to tell me.
Nick, let me handle this, will you? Dorothy, look at me. Nick is trying to help you. Why don't you help him? You were trying to shield your mother, weren't you?
No.
Your father, then. Dorothy.
Yes. My father.
Why did you think he did it?
Mother was the first one to find Julia Wolf. She saw something in Julia's hand, and she took it.
What was it?
A watch chain. It belonged to my father.
So you think your father did it?
I don't know.
Did your mother turn the chain over to the police?
No, she kept it. She didn't tell them anything about it.
But she showed it to you?
Yes.
Why did your mother go to Julia Wolf's apartment in the first place?
She went to ask for money.
Oh, money again, huh? Yes? Oh, have them come up, please.
Who is it?
Dorothy, I wonder if you'd mind waiting in the bedroom.
Of course.
It'll be only a minute.
Well, Nick?
It's Mimi Wynant.
Alone?
She's never alone. Dorothy's brother is with her. Screwy college kid. And some guy by the name of Chris Jorgensen.
Jorgensen? Who's he?
McCauley told me about him. A hanger-on type. I think he's out for Mimi's dough.
But she hasn't any.
Maybe that's why she wanted to get some from Julia. I'll take it. Hello.
Nick, how are you?
Fine. Come in, Mimi.
Thank you, Nick. This is my son, Gilbert.
How are you?
Very well, thank you.
And Mr. Chris Jorgensen. He's an old friend of mine.
How do you do?
How do you do? Sit down. Sit down. My wife.
How do you do?
Mrs. Wynant, Gilbert Wynant, and Mr. Jorgensen.
How do you do?
Well, Mimi?
Nick, I've never been in such a state in my life. You know, of course, that I was the one who found Julia Wolf.
So we've heard.
Oh, my dear, it was terrible. I walked in and there she was, lying dead on the floor.
I meant to ask you, Mother, was there much blood?
Gilbert, don't be so morbid.
But I'm interested in murders. You know, Mr. Charles, I formed a theory about this one already.
That's so.
In my opinion, the man who did it...
Gilbert, be quiet. You don't know anything about it.
Oh, but I do.
Be quiet.
You were saying, Mrs. Warren,
about finding Julia Wolf. I was simply petrified, and such a mystery. Clyde Winans crazy, absolutely crazy to stay away at a time like this. No wonder the police think he had something to do with it.
What do you think?
Oh, I know he didn't, but I wish I could find him. I have something very important to tell him. And Macaulay won't help at all. He thinks I just want money.
Well, don't you?
Oh, Nick, you're always teasing.
Mrs. Winans, were you alone when you found Julia Wolf?
Why, of course I was.
Wasn't Mr. Jorgensen with you?
I? Certainly not. I don't know anything about it. The first word I had that Julia Wolf was dead was when Mrs. Wynant called me at my club.
Oh, she called you?
Yes.
Why?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, let's not even talk about it. The thing to do is to find Clyde. And that's what I've come to you for, Nick. You will help me find him, won't you?
I'm afraid I can't, Mimi.
Oh, Nick, please.
Now, Mimi, there are 1,000 detectives in New York. Hire one of them.
But Clyde knows you. All you have to do is to get in touch with him and tell him that Mimi says everything is all right, but that I've got to see him.
I tell you again, I don't want any part of it.
Is that final?
Final.
Well, if that's the way you feel.
You'll turn up. You just help all you can. Give the police every possible assistance.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing in particular.
Oh. Well, we'll say good night.
Good night. I'm sorry I can't help you, Mimi.
Hello. Is this the Normandy Hotel? I want to speak to Mr. Charles. Yeah, Nick Charles. Hello, Mr. Charles. Say, I'm sorry I woke you up. But, Mr. Charles, I'd like to lay a proposition before you. It's about the murder of Julia Wolf. Well, what's the difference who I am? Oh, wait a minute. All right. Wait a minute. Don't hang up. I'll tell you who I am. But you got to keep it under your hat. I'm Al Nunheim. Yeah. Nunheim. Now listen. I know who murdered Julia Wolf, see? Sure I do. And I'll spill it to you for $5,000. I'll tell you how I know. Because I was outside of her apartment when she was shot. And I saw the one who did it. And I'll spill it to you when I get... Hey, wait a minute. Hey, I can't talk now. I'll call you again.
Hello? Hello? Hello, are you still there? Hello? Well, for the...
Now what, darling?
I don't know. Some crank, I guess. He hung up. And you better get back to bed and get some sleep.
Nick, are you asleep?
Yes,
Good. I want to talk to you.
that's jolly.
Don't you think you'd like to go back to detecting once in a while just for the fun of it?
Can't you get to sleep?
No. Everybody says you were a grand detective.
They were kidding you.
I'd like to see you work.
Tomorrow I'll buy you a whole lot of detective stories.
Oh, that poor girl's in an awful spot.
There's nothing I can do to help her.
She thinks you can. It wouldn't hurt you to find out if you could, would it?
And, darling, my guess is that Wynant killed Julia, and Dorothy knows it. And the police will catch him without my help. Now, please put out the light. I'm tired.
Oh, all right. But I'm mad at you.
Mm-hmm.
Nick,
Mm-hmm.
did you hear a knock?
Mm-hmm.
Shut up, Astor. You want to answer it, Nick?
Oh, good Lord.
All right, stay in bed. I'll do it myself. Well?
Mr. Charles here.
Yes?
I gotta talk to him right away.
What about?
What's going on? What's going on?
There's someone to see you, Nick.
That's great. I was afraid I'd have to go to sleep. Come in.
Yeah.
How about a chair, Mr.
Stay where you are, both of you. I got you covered, so don't move.
A stick-up.
No, it ain't a stick-up. But I gotta talk to you, Mr. Charles. I want you to tell me something, and I want you to give it to me straight. You get me?
Do you mind putting that gun down? My wife doesn't care, but I'm a very nervous person. Thank you. All right, shoot. What's on your mind?
You don't need to tell me you're tough. I heard about you. I'm Joe Morelli.
I've never heard about you.
I didn't bump off Julia.
All right, you didn't.
I haven't seen her in 3 months. We were all washed up.
Why tell me?
I wouldn't have any reason to hurt her. She was always on the up and up with me. But that dirty little rat, Nunheim, well, he got sore because she liked me and hated him. So he put the finger on me.
That's all very swell, brother, only you're peddling your fish in the wrong market. I've had nothing to do with it.
Now, listen. The boys used to say that you were okay, a square guy. Now, that's why I'm here. What's the law doing to me? Do they think I did it? Or is it just something else to pin on me?
I'd tell you if I knew, but I'm not in on this. Ask the police.
Now, that'd be very smart. The boys would love to have me come in and ask questions. They'd like it right down to the end of their blackjacks. Now, I came to you on the level. The boys say you're on the level. Be on the level.
I'm on the level. If I knew anything, I'd be...
Who's that?
I don't know. This is your party.
Open up. Open up. This is the police. The police? You dirty two-timer.
Look out, Nora.
Oh!
Give me that gun.
You rat, I'll show you.
Drop that gun. Drop it.
You double-cross me, will you?
Come on, drop it. Give it to me. Give me the gun.
Grab it. Grab it. Let me go. Let me go, I said.
I'll take that gun.
Thanks, officer. You almost had me.
Get some water, Joe.
Nora. Are you all right, Nora?
I'm Inspector Gill of the Homicide Squad.
You're in a good place, Inspector.
Who's that woman on the floor?
My wife.
This guy shoot her?
No, he tried to shoot me. I socked her in the jaw to get her out of the line of fire. I guess I hit her too hard. Nora.
Oh.
Look at me, Nora. Are you all right, darling?
Oh. You darn fool. You didn't have to knock me out. I knew you'd take him, but I wanted to see you do it.
She's all right.
Okay, Slattering. Take Morelli downstairs.
Come on, don't push. I said don't push.
How'd you people have to pop in, Inspector?
We hear this is getting to be a sort of a meeting place for the Wynant family. So we figured we'd stick around in case the old man himself shows up. Then we seen Morelli sneak in, and we decided to come up. And it was pretty lucky for you, too.
Yeah.
Morelli a friend of yours?
I never saw him before.
What's he want of you?
Wanted to tell me he didn't kill Julia Wolf.
What's that to you?
Nothing.
What did he think it was to you?
Ask him. I don't know.
I'm asking you.
Keep on asking.
Oh, so you're going to keep mum, huh? All right, Mr. Charles. I won't bother you tonight, but I'll be in tomorrow morning, and I'll have plenty of things to ask. Good night.
Thank you, Inspector Guild. Next time you come, try to stay longer. Nick, wake up. It's Christmas.
Oh, yeah?
Look, here's a telegram for you. It just came.
Open it, will you? Probably a touch from somebody. Well,
Nick,
what is it?
it's from Clyde Winans. Listen. Will you take charge of investigation on Julia Wolf's murder? Communicate with Herbert Macaulay. Clyde Winans.
Where's it from?
Philadelphia. Then he didn't do it, did he, Nick?
I don't know. Communicate with Macaulay, huh? All right, we'll ask him up here this morning.
There you are, Macaulay. What do you think?
He wants you to handle the case.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, what are the chances of you doing it?
Slim.
Oh, please, Nick.
Quiet, dear.
I wish you would, Mr. Charles. Would it help any if I could persuade him to meet you?
You might.
I had word from Wynant myself last night. He gave me a code message to insert in the newspapers in case I wanted to get in touch with him.
Wouldn't do any harm to put it in.
I'm sure you could clear this up. Oh, if Wynant will only come back. It doesn't look well he's staying away at a time like this.
Yes? Oh, just a minute. For you, Mr. Macaulay, police department.
Police department? Hello? Where? In Allentown. Yes. Well, when's the next train? Right. I'll get that. Well? Wynant's tried to commit suicide. They want him to go down and identify him. Well, I guess this changes the whole story, doesn't it? That looks like an admission of guilt. I had such hopes. I thought if you got on this case... well. Well, it's no use thinking about it now. Well, I'm sorry to have wasted so much of your time. You'll excuse me, won't you?
Of course.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Well, that's that.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, the mystery's all gone. And I wanted you to find out who did it.
Maybe I will.
But Winans.
I don't believe he did it.
Why don't you?
No reason. That's a hunch. But I'm going to find out. Come on, Dr. Watson. We're going places. I want to speak to Inspector Gill.
Man to man, Mr. Charles. Are you working on this case?
Man to man, Inspector Guild, I'm not.
But he's interested.
I don't mind telling you, I'd rather have you in on the right side.
You mean not on Winant's side?
I'd rather have you working with us than against us.
So would I.
It's a bargain, then. Do you know about the case?
I read the papers. What about the suicide?
Oh, that's a phony. The men didn't even have to go down.
Yeah, I thought it might be. From now on, they're going to think that every thin man over 6 feet with white hair is Winant.
Do you think that Wynant did it?
It looks like he planned something. He shut up his apartment and his shop. But there's nothing yet to clinch it.
50 will get you 100 that Winant didn't do it.
Who's your candidate?
I haven't got that far yet. I don't think that everything points to Winant. What about the alibis?
They're all okay. Mrs. Wynant, the boy, Dorothy, Macaulay, even Morelli.
What about Jorgensen?
Oh, I'll check on that. Well, I'm afraid this is kind of dull for you, Mrs. Charles.
Dull? I'm sitting on the edge of my chair.
Frankly, I'm stunned. I don't know what to do next. What about you, Charles?
Me? No, but I've got a hunch.
What is it?
I got a call last night. I thought it was from a crank, but I've changed my mind. Whoever it was knew something, and I've got a feeling I'll hear from him again. What time is it?
Almost 10. Still waiting to hear from the crank?
And how? Here, give me that, quick. Hello? Yes? Yes? This is Nick Charles? Who? Can't hear you. I said I can't hear you. Have to speak louder.
I can't speak any louder. Say, this is Al Nunheim again. You know, I called you last night. Hey, listen. Are you still interested in that proposition? Yeah, huh? All right, then. Now, here's the dope. And get this straight. The man who killed Julia Wolf...
this, Gil? You think Wynant killed Julia Wolf and Mannheim?
Right.
Why?
2 reasons. First off, Mimi Wynant came across with a watch chain. She plucked off Julia's body.
Oh, she did, huh?
It belonged to Clyde Wynant.
Yeah. What's the second reason?
A pip. The bullet that killed Nunheim came from the same gun.
That's all right, Inspector.
All right, it's perfect. Clyde Wynant is guilty of both those murders.
Maybe.
What?
50 will still get you 100. I say Wynant's innocent.
You can say what you want, but I'm spreading a dragnet for that guy over every town in these United States. And I'll get him, too.
Calling all cars, cover all roads leaving city. Pick up Clyde Wynant, tall, thin man, last seen wearing dark blue suit. Clyde Wynant.
Do you think they'll find him, Nick? He must be in New York.
Probably is.
Oh, it's getting me down. I saw Dorothy today.
Yeah? What?
She's broken off her engagement.
What for?
Oh, don't ask me. She was a little hysterical. Something about not wanting to ruin her fiancé's life. Daughter of a murderer and all that.
Oh, poor kid. Well, see you later, darling.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm going to take us for a walk.
He's just been for a walk.
We're going sightseeing, aren't we, Esther?
Nick, what are you up to?
I've got a hunch. I'm going down to look at Wynant's shop. I want to find out why it's closed.
Well, why shouldn't he close it? He went away.
He went away lots of times when I knew him, but he never closed his shop. I've got a hunch something's up.
You mean he might be hiding there?
I don't know, but this thing's got my goat. I've got to find out.
Nick, I won't have you going down there at this hour of the night. He's a crazy man. He might kill you.
It'll be all right. I've got Asta to protect me.
All right, go on. Go on. See if I care. But it's a dirty trick bringing me all the way to New York just to make me a widow.
You wouldn't be a widow long.
You bet I wouldn't.
Not with all your money.
You dogs.
Goodbye, darling.
Nicky, take care of yourself, won't you?
Sure I will.
Don't say it that way. Say it as if you meant it.
Why, I believe the little woman cares.
I don't care. I'm just used to you, that's all.
Sure. So long, darling. Come on, Asta. Go on, go on.
Goodbye. Call me, darling, please. I'll be waiting to hear from you. Asta, if you let anything happen to him, you'll never wag that tail again.
You're listening to the Lux Radio Theater's production of The Thin Man, starring William Powell and Myrna Loy, with the music under the direction of Louis Silvers. This is W.S. Van Dyke speaking. We have here tonight the man who wrote the great picture, Lawyer Man, for Bill Powell here. He's a producer, too, but just on the writing end. He's done many great pictures, 42nd Street, The Gold Diggers, King of Burlesque, and lots of others, including an original musical, Ladies in London, which you'll be seeing soon. And here he is, the man whose name you'll see on the screen before the picture starts. One of Hollywood's greatest picture writers, James Seymour. Come here, Jim.
Thanks, Woody. I've been a movie writer for 10 years. That's the first kind word anybody has said to me.
Listen, Jim, the average person thinks a movie writer is a fellow that sits by himself at a typewriter, hammers out a lot of dialogue, and hands it in. Would you like to correct that impression?
I certainly would. Nobody works alone and by himself to make a picture. It's a matter of constant cooperation between producer, director, technician, actors, and the writers. Some of the best story ideas come out of the conferences.
Jim, how many writers would you say there are on an average picture?
Plenty. Believe it or not, I've seen pictures where there were more writers than actors. If all the people who contributed to the story got screen credit, it would look like a page from the telephone directory.
You've written on both the stage and screen, Jim. Tell the folks how they're different.
Well, pictures have less talk, but they tell more in less time. Like concentrated foods, all the good and none of the waste. In the theater, everything must be brought to the audience. On the screen, you take your audience wherever the camera can go. And here's another important point that comes right back to your Lux Radio Theater. On the stage, the star just enters. But on the screen, she's introduced with a big close-up. A picture of the star's face many times larger than life-size. Every time a movie star's complexion is mentioned in this Lux Radio Theater, I think of those close-ups. Those stars just have to be beautiful. And they found that Lux Toilet Soap helps them look their best. Producers know it, too. And that's why it's the official soap in all the great studios in Hollywood. Right, Woody?
Right on the nose, Jim. Thanks for coming over.
Thanks for asking me. Good night.
Good night, dear.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Thin Man. Nick is on his way to Clyde Winans' deserted laboratory. In a dark and desolate section of the city, his cab veers sharply around the corner and pulls up in front of a gloomy, old, rickety building.
Say, mister, are you sure this is the place you wanted?
Looks like it. Come on, Asta, jump. How much owe you?
$1.20. Or do you want me to wait?
No, never mind.
Oh, that's good. You know, this ain't no neighborhood to be in at 2 o'clock in the morning. I want to get out of here.
There you are.
Thanks. So long.
Come on, Asta. Come on, what's up with you?
Hello.
Nora, what are you doing here?
I beat you down. I want to go with you, Nick.
Now, listen.
No. You're not going in that place alone, and that settles it. Now get out that skeleton key of yours and open that door. I'm here to stay.
All right, come on. Test.
Darling. Nice neighborhood Winans picked out for his laboratory. I can almost hear the chains rattling. Do you believe in ghosts, Nicky?
There we are. Come in. Be quiet.
Nick, it's dark in here.
Yeah, I've got a flashlight. We'd like to close the door. Shh. Asta, shut up. Go on, Nora.
Which way?
Straight ahead. Till you get the layout of the place.
Looks awfully big to me. You can't even see into the corners.
And don't let the shadows frighten you.
Who's frightened?
Now, hold it.
What's the matter?
This looks like Winans' work table.
More like a slab in a morgue. Look, Nick. There's a cement floor all around.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of weight goes on that table. Come on.
Where to now?
There's an old desk over there on the wall. I want to take a look at it.
What do you expect to find?
Darling, if I knew what I'd find, I wouldn't be...
Nick. What was it, Nick?
Just a loose board, I guess.
It sounds like somebody was walking over that way.
Oh, just your imagination. There's no one in here but us.
No. What about Wyman? This is his workshop. Why couldn't he be hiding out here? What's that?
It's Asta. Asta, come here. He's scratching on the cement around the work table. Asta, stop it. Stop it. Did you hear what I said, Asta?
Nick, look at him. He's after something. I've seen him scratch the ground like that when he was looking for...
Asta. Asta. Nora, look. Look at this. New cement. Listen.
Nick.
It's hollow. I wonder if I could find something to dig it up.
There's an iron bar on the table. I just saw it. There it is.
Ah, good. Now, if I just knock a hole in that cement, we'll find out what's under there.
Oh, Nick, I'm scared.
Asta, quiet. Keep away, Nora.
Asta, come here.
Once more. There she goes. I'm through the cement.
Nick.
Asta, get away from there. Get away.
Nick, what is it? What's he after?
We must get Inspector Gill here.
What's under there?
A body. Must have been there for weeks.
Oh, Nick.
Wait now, you reporters. You'll get your story as soon as I can give it to you. Until then, you gotta leave us alone. Come on now, get out. Those reporters are enough to drive a guy nuts. Well, you were right, Nick. It was a body. A skeleton, rather, buried in lime. I wonder what Wynan had against this one.
Did you find any clothes?
Yeah, but no identification on them. Just a silver belt buckle with the initials DWR.
DWR? Who was that?
I got a good idea. That case you worked on. The guy who threatened to kill Wynan. What was his name?
Oh, Rosewater.
Yeah, Rosewater. He said Wynan tried to steal an invention, didn't he?
Yes, but we figured it was just blackmail.
Just the same, Wynan wouldn't mind having him out of the way, would he? And according to the doc, the body's been there at least a couple of months.
That's just about the time Wynan closed the shop.
Right.
Did you put the skeleton under the fluoroscope yet?
Half an hour ago. We found the bullet he was killed with, and something in the leg bone. An old piece of shrapnel.
Shrapnel?
Yeah. Why?
Shrapnel in the leg bone. He probably limped.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Well, so long, Inspector. I'm going to pick up my wife, take her home. It's been a long night.
So long. Give her my best, will you?
Right.
Where are we going, Nick?
Back to the hotel, my sweet. Pack our bags and take a nice trip somewhere.
A trip? Oh, no.
My soul, woman, I gave you 3 murders and you aren't satisfied.
I want you to stay and find Weiner.
I did find him.
What do you mean?
He was down in the shop.
Nick,
It was his body that was buried there.
Weiner's body?
Yeah?
But they all said it was Rosewater.
Oh, that's what they think.
What makes you so sure it's Weiner's body?
Several things. The clothes, for instance. They were carefully preserved. And the body was just as carefully destroyed. The person who killed him counted on one thing, that all skeletons look alike.
Well, don't they?
Sure. But I remembered that Wynant had some shrapnel in his shin. They found it under the fluoroscope.
How long has he been dead?
A couple of months, anyway.
Then he couldn't have committed those other murders.
Smart gal.
Weiner's dead. Does Dorothy know?
No, nobody but you. I didn't even tell Gil.
Why not?
I want to lie low till I get the whole dope. I don't want to go off half-cocked.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to get the real murderer. I've got an idea. Want to see me take him?
Yes.
You got a nice evening dress?
Oh, I've got a Lulu. Why?
I'm going to give a party, a dinner party. Everything from Russian caviar to camembert cheese, an orchestra behind the palms, subdued lighting.
What is this?
And I'm going to invite all of the suspects.
The suspects? They won't come.
Oh, they'll come. I'll have Gil issue the invitations.
Nick, who's going to be there?
Everybody. You, me, Dorothy, Eric's fiancé,
His name's Andy.
right. Macaulay, Mimi, Gilbert, Jorgensen, and Morelli.
Oh, darling, what a lovely party.
Good evening, everybody.
Mr. Charles, what is the meaning of this?
The meaning of what, Mimi?
Why were we all rounded up like common criminals and brought to the sitter?
To eat, Mimi, and talk. Will everyone please be seated? Dorothy, here.
Thank you.
Andy, next to her, please.
Oh, but Mr. Charles,
Please.
Very well.
Mimi on the other side of Andy. Mr. Jorgensen over there, please.
Very kind, Mr. Charles.
Not at all. Mr. Macaulay next. Of course. Morelli?
What?
Right where you are.
Now, say, listen.
Sit down. And Gilbert, you can sit just opposite Mama.
Mr. Charles, I have a theory.
We'll listen to it later. Inspector Gill, you and your men will stand by the door, please.
Sure.
Fine. Now, Nora, if you'll sit here by me.
Delighted, Mr. Charles.
Pleasure, Mr. Charles. Now, we're all ready to begin.
Will you please pass the celery, Mrs. Weiner?
No, I will not. I demand to know why we are here.
Before dinner? All right. I've got some important news. I've seen Wynan.
You see, Robert?
Certainly, I mean it.
That's nothing. I saw him myself.
Yes, Mimi? When?
Last night. He came to see me in my apartment.
Oh, did he? What did he say?
He didn't say very much. You want to know how I was and how the children were.
I'm afraid you're lying, Mimi. You see, I really did see Wynan last night.
Are you kidding?
No.
Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you hold him?
Because I found out for certain that he didn't commit the murders.
You know that, that's ridiculous.
Wait a minute. Let him have his say.
Thank you. Morelli, you knew Julia. Was she jipping Wynan? Taking dough on the sly?
Well, she don't say she is, but I figure she is, yeah.
Thank you. Now I'll tell you why I know Wynan didn't commit those murders. 3 months ago, Wynan found out that Julia was cheating him and was splitting with some man. He went to find the man, and he did. That man was desperate. He knew that he was caught dead to rights. And at prison, staring him in the face, he took the only way out. He killed Wynan.
Oh,
Terrible to tell you this way, Dorothy, but your father's dead.
dead,
He's been dead for 3 months.
dead. Oh.
Oh, darling, don't cry, please.
Oh.
Oh, I know it's terrible, but isn't it really better this way?
Oh, Andy. Andy. You'd better take her home, Andy.
Yes, of course. Come on, darling.
Let them out, Inspector.
Oh, open up. Oh, don't cry, darling, please. It'll be all right now.
Oh, this is absurd. How can Clyde be dead? You said yourself you saw him last night.
So I did. I saw him lying buried in his shop.
You mean that body?
Was Wynan.
Perfectly absurd.
And the murderer is right here in this room tonight. He's sitting at this table. What?
Who is it?
I don't know. But I thought if we all had a little get-together, we might be able to find out. I'll tell you as much as I know. This murderer is a very clever man. He planned the whole thing beautifully. After he killed Wynant, he wired Macaulay, using Wynant's name, and told him to shut up the shop. Then he took Wynant's body and buried it in the shop with another man's clothes to throw us off the tracks. He even put a belt buckle with an R on it, hoping that we'd think it was Rosewater, an old enemy of Wynant's who dropped out of sight years ago. Morelli.
Yeah?
Would you mind holding your knife the other way? You're worrying Gilbert.
Oh, excuse me.
Nick, if that knife is missing, I'll look for it in your bag.
I'll help you look. Well, after our hero had killed Wynant, he got a brilliant idea. He realized that he and Julia could still collect money. Wynant was supposed to be on a trip. No one knew where. So our dinner guests wrote letters to Macaulay, signing Wynant's name, so that Macaulay would continue to send the money to Julia. He even telephoned Macaulay. Do you remember Macaulay? The first day that you came to see me. He telephoned that he was in town.
Well, it must have been Wynant. I should have known if it weren't his voice.
Oh, he was clever about that. He called when you were out. Now, that same afternoon, Julia telephoned him. She said that you were coming, Mimi, to ask about Wynant. He got terrified. He was afraid that Julia would break down and tell. So he went to Julia and killed her. And left Wynant's watch chain in her hand.
Mimi, what did you tell me about that morning?
If I ever get... I don't know. The guy that did that to Julia always makes sense.
I hope you're well.
Quiet, please. His plan was still working beautifully. The only hitch was a man named Nunheim who had found out something. So our hero bumped him off, too. But our hero overlooked just one item. The telegrams, wires, and telephones were all very well, but no one had seen Wynant. So the murderer picked on poor Mimi here to strengthen his case. Mimi is the only one at this table who can tell us who the real murderer is. Mimi? Who was it told you to say you'd seen Wynant?
Nobody told me. I did see him.
What did he pay you, Mimi, to stick to that story?
It isn't a story. It's true. I did see Wynant. He's not dead.
You're lying, Mimi. But then you'd do anything for money. You were getting a good price for saying you saw Wynant.
I'm not going to stay here and be insulted.
Sit down. You're getting a good price, Mimi. But don't forget this. 2 other people were in with him on this deal. Julia and Nunheim. When he thought they might spill something, he bumped them off. You ought to know darn well that he's not going to take any chances on you. What do you want to do, be next on his list?
No.
Then who is he? Who paid you that money?
Macaulay.
Macaulay, you dirty little... I think that will hold him.
Oh, boy, what a wallop. Hey, nice work, Mr. Charles.
There's your man, Inspector. Mr. Macaulay.
I can't believe it.
What do you want me to do, wrap him up in cellophane? Pick him up and get him out of here.
Come on, boys. Grab him.
Let me get a hand.
Nick, you took him. I knew you would.
Yeah, another case like this, and I'll develop into a prize fighter.
Oh, Nicky, you're grand. You're glorious.
I bet you say that to all the boys.
Well, that's that. The story of the Thin Man with William Powell and Myrna Loy. I'm going to get them back out here in a minute to talk to you. As you know, these broadcasts from the Lux Radio Theater are quite an event in Hollywood. And among our many friends here tonight is one of the greatest stars of the silent pictures. I admired her from afar when she was doing such magnificent spectacles as Cleopatra, and I was just an extra. Today, she is the wife of one of our leading film directors. I've known her for many years as a most charming and gracious lady, and I want you to meet her now, Miss Theda Bara.
Thank you, Woody. Our Hollywood entertainment has certainly developed amazingly since I was making pictures.
Yes, everything's different now.
As you and I know, before pictures grew up and started to talk, we had to translate all emotion into pantomime. Oh, you may think you have trouble today, but do you remember the difficulties we had working with a split screen? We had to express jealousy, hate, love, or devotion, all in pantomime, and at the same time keep pace as the director guided us with a 1, 2, 3, 4, just as a metronome guides a pianist.
Pantomime has always been one of the greatest of arts. And may I say, Miss Vera, I have always thought that you were one of the greatest masters of that art.
Oh, you're very kind, Woody. We worked awfully hard making those pictures. For instance, in making Cleopatra, we had no research department at the studio.
I worked myself for months with the curator of Egyptology at the Metropolitan Museum in New York. It was great fun, though.
I understand, Miss Barry, you're going to make some radio appearances.
Yes, I am. And I'm also going to do some motion picture work.
No, that's good news.
I'm considering an offer now, running through scripts and ideas. Oh, I just hope everyone will be as happy about another Theda Barrow picture as I am. The public has been very good to me in the past.
And I know they'll be awfully glad to see you again. I'm sure it'll be a great thrill not only seeing you, but hearing your voice. Thanks, Miss Barrett, for joining us tonight.
I'm glad I could. Good night.
Hearing Theda Barrett talk of her plans brings to my mind some other plans I've heard discussed in Hollywood this week. Picture people are talking about Charlie Chaplin's recent statement that he will start work on a new picture very shortly. Miss Paulette Goddard will be starred. Chaplin will write and direct, but will not act in it. A disappointment to many of us. Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor are starting a new picture today, and I'm tickled to death that I got the job directing. It's called His Brother's Wife. Speaking of Bob Taylor, there's a lad who is going places. He's got a great future. And sometime in that future, he's going to do Armand to Greta Garbo's Camille. Bill Powell and Myrna Loy here are interested in the making of MGM's picture, The Good Earth. Louise Rayner, who was with them in The Great Ziegfeld, and Paul Muni of the Stars. And now Bill Powell and Myrna Loy are coming out on the stage. Arise, Bill, Myrna. Kids, you did a great show. You're really marvelous.
What, no retakes?
No property man.
Yeah, Bill. I'll bet you're glad my property man isn't here. Remember how he used to swat you with a broomstick when you weren't hurrying on the set fast enough?
Yes, that Harry Alvarez is a great fellow. He's the most independent cuss in the whole picture business.
Listen, Bill, that fellow was with me in the Arctic when we made Eskimo. He was with me in African jungle when we made Trader Horn. And after a man has handled crocodiles, sharks, pythons, and polar bears, you can't expect him to be afraid of a mere actor.
Yeah, there's only one thing I can never understand about that picture, Eskimo, Woody. How did they tell you from the polar bears?
He wore rubbers.
I wore a hat.
It must be pretty tough, Woody, when you have to plow through swamps, jungles, tropics, and the Arctic. I suppose when you call up and say you're going on location, your wife says, oh, yes, location. Do you want the snowshoes or the snakebite medicine?
Unfortunately, she doesn't say that. When I say I'm going on location, she just says, you are not. Incidentally, I thought all about that traveling, I thought all about it when the Lux soap people asked me to do this broadcast. Isn't it funny? In the Arctic, soap is something they like to eat. In the tropics, they use soap for money. And here in Hollywood, soap is something that keeps the stars beautiful.
Now, I can see that it keeps Myrna beautiful, Woody, but when are you going to start using that?
Nice talk,
soap?
nice talk. But I do use it, that. And that's no kidding. Anyway, thanks for coming up, kid.
Goodbye, Woody.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Before I tell you about next week's show, I'm going to ask our announcer, Mr. Ruick, to tell you more about the cast and about Hollywood studios who are cooperating with us.
Our cast of characters tonight: Nick, William Powell; Nora, Myrna Loy; Mimi, Minna Gondel; Macaulay, Porter Hall; Dorothy, Barbara Luddy; Gilbert, William Henry; Chris Jorgensen, Brett Morrison; Julia Wolfe, Margaret Brayton; Inspector Guild, Thomas Jackson; Morelli, Wally Mayer; Nunheim, Ernie Adams. Our director, W.S. Van Dyke, and our stars, William Powell and Myrna Loy, appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, as did Mr. William Henry, and Porter Hall through the courtesy of Paramount. The musical director of this program, Mr. Louis Silvers, appears through the kindness of 20th Century Fox. And now, here is your producer, Mr. W.S. Van Dyke.
Thanks to all of you in the cast. You did a swell job. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater is going to have a great show for you, and believe me, Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler are going to be here to appear in Burlesque. It was a smash hit on Broadway and then a great moving picture. And now it's going to make a marvelous radio vehicle for Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler. I think you'll like it. Cecil B. DeMille will return to the Lux Radio Theater in time to produce Burlesque. And you know he'll give you a great show. I've enjoyed being with you all, and good night.
is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is CBS News Radio 78, WBBM Chicago.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Together, we have been venturing into the hidden side of human nature and what lies buried in the mind and soul of a troubled human being. That can range from insight into the future, dreams that anticipate an event, and even terrifying encounters in lonely places with grotesque embodiments of nightmare. Life below the surface of reality. Today's story is a little of both. It had an innocent beginning. Sam Fuller, a writer, is the house guest of Paul and Diana Brooks at their rural estate, Pondview, outside Mount Kisco, New York. It is late at night.
Do you see it, Paul? All I see is the thin layer of fog on the lake, Sam. Across the lake. Can't you see the figure of a woman who has emerged from it? Look. Her arms are upstretched. You see it now? Yes. It does look like a woman. But a puff of wind and fog takes on all kinds of shape. Oh, come on, Sam. It's cold out here. You're seeing things. Come on. Hearing something, too. Listen.
Especially for Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor. It stars Norman Rose and Mandel Kramer. I'll return shortly with Act One.
Is Fuller O'Brien paint really on sale?
Sure is.
Which colors?
Well, there's lemon swizzle, brandied rose. Our foolproof interior latex is on sale for $9.99 in 685 colors. Petal, cool 685 colors. And this? That's hundreds more than most paint companies have ever seen our price. Arabian Nights. For quality paint at $9.99. Visit a participating Fuller O'Brien Pro Shop. But hurry, it's hard to decide. Rainy River.
Could you run through those colors again?
Gallery of Homes brokers show you more than houses. They show you financing. With dozens of finance plans to choose from, your gallery broker will show you a way to afford that dream home today. Coast to coast, gallery brokers show you what you ask for in a home and what you can afford in a payment plan. Call your local independently owned and operated Gallery of Homes office today.
I'm starting up. I'm saving up. I'm moving up. I'm thinking up. Think Uptown National. Uptown National Bank.
If your bank doesn't seem to know what's up with your business account, see Uptown National Bank. Your company needs the commitment of commercial bank officers who will work with you as well as for you. Uptown National Bank officers will give your company the concentrated effort it takes to maintain the goals you worked hard to develop. They'll introduce new ideas, give you answers, arrange for the capital you need, and you won't wade through layer upon layer of officers before you reach the decision makers. Think Uptown National Bank on Broadway at Lawrence or Clark at Norwood. Uptown National Bank is where business is looking up. Member FDIC.
I'm checking up. I'm keeping up. I'm working up. I'm looking up. Think Uptown National. Uptown National Bank. Up.
Innocent enough, you might say. Everyone has seen fog forming on a pond at the end of a warm day. Wisps of fog rise here and there like watery cobwebs, gossamers that take on changing shapes. It's eerie to watch nature's artistry, and through your imagination, you embody what you see. A castle, an avalanche, a man on horseback, other human figures, all as silent as falling snow. But the figure of a woman whispering. Our tale begins with the welcome of Sam Fuller to Pondview. Diana Brooks embraces him and...
Sam, it's wonderful to see you.
Thanks for taking me in. Paul, how are you?
Welcome to Pondview, Sam. You look great. And his head's the same size.
Of course, why not?
Well, sometimes success causes swelling, in your last novel.
No, I couldn't put it down. The mail order apostle was horrifying.
Good. It's all true. Thanks, Diana.
You have a sequel?
Yes. That's why I'm here. McGill & Sykes.
Your publisher.
Right. They flew me in to discuss in advance, royalties and so on. I'm meeting with their attorney tomorrow in New York. Then there'll be interviews, a cocktail party, that kind of promotion rigmarole, and then I'm free.
Well, Pondview's a perfect place to relax, Sam. I'll fix some drinks, meet you two in the patio. The view down to the pond is really impressive.
Follow me, old classmate.
Ever look back on those days at Minnesota, Diana?
Often. Sit down, Sam. As time goes by, those undergraduate days become more and more pleasant. Has the campus changed?
Oh, sure. New buildings, but not the atmosphere. Still vigorous. You ought to come back for a visit. The pace up there makes more sense.
Here we are.
Thank you.
That's the real reason we left the city.
What were you two talking about?
The Midwest way of life and that of New York.
No, Diana's right. It's pretty frantic on Wall Street, but when I board the train from Mount Kisco and then the drive to Pondview, all my tensions ease.
Isn't it a long commute?
A little over an hour, but I don't mind. Get a lot of work done on the train. What do you think of the place, Sam?
Oh, it's spectacular. The view of the pond below is wonderfully restful. You were mighty lucky to find such an estate. How did you?
One man's misfortune is sometimes another man's good luck. The former owner was struck by tragedy.
Oh?
If you want to write a mystery, Sam, we've got one for you. The owner and his wife went on a European holiday. They were given a bon voyage party, drove to the docks on the Hudson River, and sailed on to France.
Registered at the Ritz in Paris, and then it happened. The wife disappeared. Hasn't been seen since.
And not a clue as to what happened.
Happily married?
From what we heard, yes.
Or does the search go on?
I don't really know. After all these years, I assume the case is probably closed.
What's the name of the former owner of Pondview?
Emmett Stark. He's a middle-aged lawyer.
Stark?
Yeah.
Is he a lawyer?
Yeah.
Yes, this is. Why, Sam?
Well, he's the attorney for my publishers, McGill and Sykes.
What?
Stark's the man I'm seeing tomorrow about my book. Huh. Well, that's quite a story.
Quite horrible, really.
Yeah. Well, maybe Mrs. Stark just took off with a younger man.
No, that's doubtful, Sam. Althea Stark was 15 years older than her husband.
Maybe he disposed of her.
Nah. After he returned to New York, Mrs. Stark was seen at least once in Paris and never seen again.
I'm very glad to meet you, Mr. Fuller. Do sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Stark.
Mr. McGill was impressed with your outline for your sequel to the Mail Order Apostle and the first 5 chapters.
Thank you again.
So, shall we go over the details of the contract, or do you want to discuss it with your lawyer?
Well, I'd like to have him study it, Mr. Stark. He's in Minneapolis.
Oh, I hope he can get back to me within a few days.
Well, I'm sure he can. I'm returning in 2 days.
Oh, very good. We want to finalize the agreement, and then you can go to work.
I'll telephone him tonight and read him what you've proposed. If he approves the contract, I'll sign it and mail it to you tomorrow.
That would be fine. I could send a messenger to your hotel.
No, I'm staying out of town with Paul and Diana Brooks.
Oh, really? Do you know them?
I do. I thought that would surprise you. Yes, they're very old friends of mine. We were college classmates.
A charming couple. What do you think of Pondville?
Oh, if I'd been you, I'd never have sold it. It's a wonderful estate.
They told you why I did?
Yes, a tragic story.
It was a nightmare. It still is, even after all these years. No one can explain it. No one never will.
There must be some explanation.
Oh, I agree, but it was so unlikely. We had a wonderful crossing on the France to Le Havre, and then by boat train to Paris. 2 days later, Althea had vanished. I was frantic. The French police and the Sûreté scoured the city, followed up hundreds of clues. After a week, I flew home, retreated to Pondville. Then I closed it, moved to the city where I still live.
Not knowing.
Yes, it's the not knowing that still rises in my subconscious and keeps her death alive.
You believe, then, that she is dead?
Well, what else is there to believe? We were devoted to each other. She wasn't kidnapped and held for ransom, and most certainly she did not become enamored of another man. After all, Althea then was, let me see, she was 61. No. It's an unsolvable mystery.
Well, Paul Brooks bought Pondview a year ago.
Well, until then, the estate was entailed. After Althea was pronounced legally dead, I sold Pondview. This is grim talk. You don't want to hear about my mystery.
It's that, all right.
Do you know something odd?
Yes?
Your name's Fowler.
Well, yes, it is.
That was Althea's maiden name. Isn't that odd?
Oh, I don't know. There are lots of Fowlers all over the country.
Well, that's true. For a moment, I thought we might be related by marriage. Oh, it's no matter. Silly thought. Well, say hello to Paul and Diana and telephone me tomorrow.
I'll do that, Mr. Stark. Thank you for our talk. I'm afraid I've been impertinent about your personal tragedy.
Oh, not at all. I don't mind talking about it. Althea vanished a long time ago. I've married again. Happily.
Seems a long time on the telephone, Paul.
Well, it takes a long time to review a contract, and then he wanted to talk with his mother.
Oh, how was his meeting with Emmett Stark? Did they discuss Pondview?
I don't know.
Well, didn't you ask? You came home together on the
I
train.
was doing the puzzle, and Sam was scribbling some notes to himself.
Oh,
the fog's beginning to form on the pond. I like the smell of it. The dampness and the sourness of the marsh grass.
Kind of spooky. I love it. That when the fog begins to move across the pond, it's like a silent army. And I want to be indoors, barricaded against... Oh, there you are, Sam.
Forgive my rudeness.
Everything settled?
You know lawyers. Mine made a few points. He'll talk with Stark tomorrow.
And your mother?
She's fine.
Sit down, Sam. Can I get you anything?
No, thank you. Well, here's an interesting sidelight to the mystery of Althea Stark. She was a Fowler. Did I tell you that?
No, I didn't know that.
Well, she was. I asked my mother about Althea Fowler, and Mother vaguely remembers that there was a woman by that name distantly connected with our family.
How distant?
Oh, remotely. Means nothing, I suppose, but Althea, according to my mother's gossip, inherited quite a fortune from her father, invested wisely, and was rich when she married Stark. It's all pretty vague. Althea had never married. She was in her late 40s when she fell in love.
Oh, bought a husband?
Oh, that's unfair, Di. Stark was devoted to her. Sam, had your mother heard about Althea's vanishing act?
No. As I said, we had at best a very distant relationship to her. End of story.
But it has aroused your imagination, hasn't it, Sam?
I admit it has. What the devil happened to the woman?
Maybe she's living on a barge on the Seine and has never left it.
Look.
What?
Across the pond. Rising out of the fog. You see it?
See what, Sam?
The form rising above the fog. There. On the far side of the pond. It's a woman's form. Arms are stretched upward.
That's nonsense.
But I see it, Diana.
Sam, it's a changing scene. Every night as we sit on the patio, we see the fog create all kinds of wispy images. And that's one of them. I will say it is distinct.
It's time to go indoors to a cozy fire and a nightcap.
But the woman...
Sam, old buddy, you have been overdoing. You have a lively imagination. Now you're here to relax. Now, come on inside. Di's idea is a good one. A fire will help you to forget the lady in the lake. She's one of the extra benefits of Pondview.
Paul, come here.
What is it, Sam? I'm still half asleep.
The figure of the woman.
Oh, come on, Sam.
Don't you see it? Arms upstretched.
Well, yes.
Listen. Did you hear that, Paul?
Good Lord.
Cold in here. What time is it?
2 o'clock in the morning.
In decent hour. We should be asleep.
Well, we would be, except for what we saw and heard.
A whimpering voice woke me up, and I called Paul. And he heard it.
Are you serious? There's one way to settle this matter.
What's that, Di?
I'll invite Emmett Stark and his wife to dinner, and we'll ask him about this thing. Anyway, I think he might enjoy seeing what we've done to Pondview, Paul.
It's all right with me. It's an idea anyway, Sam.
Fine with me. Who is this new wife of his?
Oh, a stunner. She was Meg Campbell, a model. Very successful. You'll melt when you see her. Paul did, the only time he met her.
Sam, she is all things lovely and desirable. Face, figure, classic legs, high cheekbones.
What do we make of it? Man married to older woman. Along comes a gorgeous model. Dispose of wife to obtain all things lovely and desirable?
Ah, you're suggesting premeditated murder, Sam. It won't wash. Stark has an unbreakable alibi. Forget Stark.
Yeah. But how do I forget that misty figure and a woman's pleading voice?
Fact? Fancy? Although the idea of ghosts may be more amusing than frightening today, stories about them do crop up from time to time almost everywhere. They have some meaning to the living. Exactly what, no one really knows. The ghost of Hamlet's father, for instance, wandered until he was avenged by the death of Hamlet's conspiring uncle. And what about the Flying Dutchman, a legendary spectral ship supposed to be seen off the Cape of Good Hope in stormy weather? Well, more about this subject when I return with Act 2.
Weekdays from the creators of The Young and the Restless. It's capital, desire, and passion set behind the marble curtain of power in Washington, D.C. Then follow the lives of people searching for their place in the sun on Guiding Light. And stay tuned for glamour and laughs as Bert Convy brings you celebrity couples and their hilarious secrets on Tattletales.
You never know what Tattletales will tell.
That's Capital, Guiding Light, and Tattletales. Weekdays on CBS Television. Check your local listings for the time. Now you can make dependable household help appear out of thin air when you buy a Campbell Housefeld air compressor from True Value hardware stores. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you, with the 1.5 horsepower compressor and optional spray kit, you can turn thin air into a powerful force that will spray paint and insecticides, inflate tires and toys, clean screens, or operate portable air tools. Or choose from the larger models and other optional accessory kits from the wide selection available at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Get a piece of paper and a pencil. Here's some important news from the gallant men of Olds. The monthly cost of buying a new Oldsmobile just went down. Put yourself in an 82 Cutlass Sierra for $175 a month. You got that pencil? Here goes. If you own a 1976 Cutlass Supreme with a value of $22.50 based on the March 15th Illinois Black Book official used car market guide, and trade it in on an 82 Cutlass Sierra with air conditioning at a discounted price of $87.95 based on an independent survey, your balance of payment will be $65.45. With GMAC 12.8 annual percentage rate financing for 48 months, your low monthly payment will be $175. Deferred total payment $8,400. Sales tax, license, and title fees additional. You got all that? Then get to your gallant men of Olds. They've got the best deal on every 82 Oldsmobile. Visit your gallant man today and get the new Olds you want at a monthly payment you can afford. Hurry, you must take delivery by May 31st. Only $175 a month.
We have met 3 rational and, I think, attractive people, all in their mid-30s. One of them, Sam Fuller, persists in his belief that he's seen the filmy figure of a woman rise from the thin cover of fog, which at night creeps across the pond below the restored old farmhouse owned by his friends, Paul and Diana Brooks. Although reason tells them that imagination has deluded them, deep down they wonder if there might be some significance to that figure. No such thoughts bother Emmett Stark.
My lovely Meg.
Thank you, darling.
I met your literary lion today, Sam Fuller.
No, what's he like?
Attractive. Guess where he's staying? With Paul and Diana Brooks at Palmview.
I know.
Oh?
Yes, Diana Brooks telephoned early this morning and invited us to dinner out there. I said I'd ask you. I don't want to go in. Such a long drive.
Well, Sam Fuller's a client, you know.
Well, I do know. Couldn't you go? I could beg off.
I'd feel more comfortable if you were with me. Pondview no longer exists for us.
But it's that other woman's house. Your first wife.
Oh, darling, she's dead. She disappeared long ago.
She did indeed.
Now, you're being morbid. There's something like you, Meg. What's brought on this mood?
Diana said they'd seen a ghost. It didn't sound like a laughing matter to Diana. It's the ghost of a woman whose figure rises above the fog, reaches upward, and whimpers.
You believe such nonsense?
No, but...
Oh, no, there are no buts about it, darling. It's patently preposterous. Why don't they row across the pond and ask her what the trouble is?
Oh, Emmett, please, it's not funny. What should we do?
There's only one thing to do. We accept the invitation to dinner and talk some sense into the simpletons. And don't bother your pretty head about it, darling. I'd rather like to see Pondview after all these years. They fixed it up, I know, and the view of the pond is... it's like a painting by Turner. You'll see.
I'm afraid, Emmett. Oh, I'm so glad you could come, Meg. It's my first visit. My, you fixed it up beautifully. It's just beautiful. Thank you. Sam, didn't I tell you? Have you melted?
Yeah, everything Paul said was true.
Let me in on the conversation, Diana.
I told Sam that Meg was strikingly beautiful, that he'd slip when he met her.
You're right, you know. I still do. Another victim of your beauty, darling.
I'm a victim of your books, Mr. Fowler.
Oh, Sam, please.
Your last one was knockout. Emmett tells me you're writing a sequel.
Oh, yes, I am, and then I might try my hand at a mystery story.
Oh, really?
Diana mentioned it to Meg when they arranged your visit. It's about what we've seen, and, well, frankly, Emmett, it bugs me.
What is it that you have seen?
How do you react to the mention of a ghost?
You want an honest answer?
Mm-hmm.
Poppycock?
Did you, when you lived here in Pondview, ever hear anyone speak of a ghost?
No, not a soul.
Well, then we've been deluded.
Without question.
Oh, but Sam and Paul have not only seen a ghostly figure, they've heard it speak. It spoke.
What did it say? I'll indulge you that far, Diana.
The figure sobs softly. It's a whimper. Its arms are raised toward the sky, and it says, "Please, please help me. Please."
How awful.
Where's Paul, Diana?
He's Mother's helper tonight. Paul?
Yes, sir.
You ready?
All set. Come on out.
We thought we'd have cocktails on the patio. The view is something special. Well, would you...
Meg, darling, I do want to see the pond. And perhaps I'll be able to lay this fancy ghost to rest.
Diana, you're a 4-star cook. Best roast I've ever had. And the dressing on the salad, where'd you buy that?
We don't. That's Diana's own concoction.
Both very nice, and I thank you. You know, I think the Starks liked the dinner.
You saw how they ate. They loved everything, including your lemon pie.
And Mother thanks you for helping me clean up the kitchen.
Well, that's behind us, and we're just where we were.
You should have heard Emmett thrash everything from poltergeist to ghost paw.
Let's review what Stark told us about his wife's disappearance. I don't think he held back anything, do you?
No. I didn't sense that he was being evasive.
He couldn't have lied about the Bon Voyage card.
No. I'm sure the police checked that out.
Well, our men in blue were not Scotland Yard, Sam.
Nevertheless, they easily could confirm the fact of a party by questioning Stark's neighbors.
Well, the party, according to what Stark said, ended at 9. Though it might have gone on after he and Althea left by car from New York. The France sailed at midnight.
And the guests closed up the house?
Probably.
And the next day, the handyman and his wife straightened up. We know them. They're reliable.
So Stark and Althea drove to New York, stored their car, and took a cab to the dock.
And all those steps were checked and confirmed by the police.
They checked into customs, presented passports, and sailed.
Right. Then they disembarked at Le Havre and again had to have their passports inspected before being allowed to leave the ship.
There you are. 2 days later, in Paris, Althea vanished. End of weird tale.
I wonder.
What are you thinking?
Oh, well, something pretty crazy. What if the woman who went aboard the ship was not Althea Stark?
Well, that's a big what if, Sam. That assumes serious negligence by custom officials and the concierge at the Ritz in Paris. And, I'll give you the clincher, on her arrival in Paris, Althea sent 3 postcards to friends in Mount Kisco. Oh is right. Every detail was checked and rechecked. There was no question that Althea Stark vanished in Paris. If the search still goes on, then it's in Paris.
But it makes no sense.
It does if you assume that she was killed and robbed and dropped into the Seine.
A body would have been recovered.
Not necessarily. After 2 or 3 days, it might have been washed miles away from Paris.
Well, the two of you have given me a headache. I'm going to say goodnight. Now, don't sit up half the night.
All right, Di.
I'll be up pretty soon, darling.
Oh, well, I'm going to take one more look. Interested?
Sure. Here, let me open the door.
There she is, Paul. The lady of the pond. I'm convinced she means something.
But what?
And who knows? A soul searching for rest, for peace, maybe even revenge. I'm going around to the other side of the pond.
Now, it's a long walk to the other side of the pond. My feet are soaked.
Now, let's go on. We're almost there. Fog sure is thick.
Oh, boy, ceiling 0. Sam, this is really foolish.
Maybe. Hey, the fog's thinning out.
Well, it's a light west wind. It's pushing the fog across the pond. And when we reach a point opposite our house, it should be clear.
I feel kind of bad, Paul, dragging you into this preoccupation of mine.
I'm as preoccupied as you. Listen, we saw what we saw, and so did Diane. But Sark is right. Sitting on our patio, the fog does take different shapes when it begins to form. But a single image has never persisted until this one.
And it's animated in some way because of what it says. You're right. We've left the fog behind us. Let's stop here, huh?
Oh, boy, what a beautiful night. Look at the house across the way, Sam. The downstairs lights twinkle like stars.
Paul, shine the light back into the fog. Look. The figure. Arms upstretched and... Good Lord. Who is it, Paul?
It's Althea Stark.
You sure?
It's Althea. I've seen pictures of her, and that's her image.
Paul, speak to it.
Mrs. Stark. Mrs. Stark.
Good Lord.
The figure is sinking back into the fog.
And her upper body is disintegrating.
No one will believe this, Sam. What does it mean?
Althea Stark didn't just disappear in Paris. She was murdered.
There in Paris?
There or here.
But the evidence, Sam, how do we prove it?
I'm not sure. But I do have an idea. I'll check it out tomorrow, and then we'll act.
Well, we made it, Meg. Not such a bad drive.
That was the best part of the evening.
Was it that bad, darling? I'm sorry.
Haven't you got any nerves, Em?
Mind over matter. That's all it amounted to.
Oh, you gave quite a performance.
And there wasn't much to it, really. I think I convinced Paul and Diana that Sam Fowler's fancy was romantic rubbish.
I'm not sure you convinced him. He's got that woman's figure very much on his mind.
Oh, he'll be gone a day or two. The incident will be forgotten.
I never should have accepted Diana's invitation, Em.
I'm glad we did, darling. They'd done fine things with Pondview, and dinner was exceptionally good.
But the pond...
What about the pond, Meg?
What did happen to Althea?
You'd have to ask the police, my dear.
Don't patronize me, Em.
Patronize? I'd never do that.
You know the police don't know.
Nobody knows.
You do, Em.
Yes, I do.
Well, tell me.
No, it all happened a long time ago. Why dwell on the past? What I know will go with me to the grave.
I'd feel better if I knew that she hadn't suffered.
I can assure you that she did not. Forget the subject, darling. I thought we'd put it out of our minds years ago.
I had. Until tonight. Pondview was her house. Her maiden name was Fowler. That writer's name is Fowler. I could sense something about him. Some, I don't know, connection. Some spiritual family kind of relationship ticking in his subconscious that's rising to the surface and making him suspect. I don't know what.
I never knew that you were psychic, Meg.
I'm not, but I felt something.
Or do I have to repeat what I told them about ghosts?
No, it's not that I'm psychic. It's that a person, every person, can sense things.
Intuition?
I'm serious, Em.
I know you are, darling.
Like falling in love. Between two persons, something clicks.
As it did for us?
That's what I mean. When I walked into that house and met Sam Fowler and sat on the patio, something clicked inside me. I knew that for some reason he couldn't be persuaded that Althea disappeared in Paris. That worries me, Em.
Darling, why should it?
Because I played an important part in the scheme.
I have to return to Hamlet's father's ghost. In Elizabethan times, people believed in apparitions. That belief has pretty much died out. But let me pose a question. As scientific knowledge increases year after year, scientists become more and more aware of their inability to pierce the essential mystery of the universe and its creation. Can science then flatly state that there cannot be a spirit world? More when I return with Act 3.
Thank you.
Quick, open that package.
The Metamucil? Where's Cuddy? We're still in the store.
Right now, you could win big in Metamucil's Instant Riches Sweepstakes. See specially marked packages for game cards and entry details. You can win up to $10,000 or valuable shopping sprees. And there's something for everyone. 40 cents off my next purchase of Metamucil. Let's buy another.
People are stealing.
Play Metamucil's Instant Riches Sweepstakes while supplies last. Void where prohibited by law. No purchase necessary. Read label and follow directions.
Hello?
Hi, we're newlyweds, and we'd like to buy a home. But my wife, she says it's a buyer's market, Sugar Plum. And there's a big selection, dearest. And prices are lower than we thought. What about mortgage interest rates? Lowest in some time, honey. Even lower when the seller helps.
Now's a great time to buy a home. Call a Realtor, a member of the National Association of Realtors.
Come on, we're going to see that Realtor. Okay, dear?
This is WBBM Chicago. Now, Northwest Orient introduces Chicago's only daily service to Washington, D.C.'s Dulles International Airport. Starting May 24th, Northwest Orient offers 2 nonstops to Dulles every business day and special low fares. Just $69 one way, Saturday and Sunday, $87 one way, Monday through Friday, and only $99 one way, first class, any day of the week. So when you fly to Washington, you can fly nonstop daily to Dulles starting May 24th on Northwest Orient. Fares apply to Dulles and national flights. For reservations, call your travel agent or Northwest Orient. Working hard, being better. That's the way to build a successful worldwide airline. The Northwest Orient way.
Suppose it's possible that very sensitive persons who find themselves in a strange setting, an old house, looking at fog rising on a pond at dusk, can invest with what they see and hear with a kind of transcendental reality. You have read or heard about what are known as out-of-body experiences, in which a person literally comes back from the dead. Well, have Sam Fowler and Paul and Diana Brooks created that ghostly woman's figure above the fog because they have enjoyed leaving their senses for a common experience in transcendentalism? Sam Fowler is in New York, sitting in the corner of a comfortable library and speaking to a stranger.
It was good of you to see me.
Yes, glad to. I know your work, Mr. Fowler.
Oh, please make that Sam.
Sure. And I'm Robert Francis Stevens.
And a fine mystery writer.
Thank you again. And that, you said, is why you wanted to see me.
That's right. I'm a mystery story buff, but not that kind of a writer. That kind of writing requires...
Oh, let me tell you.
Oh, sorry.
No need to be. Mystery story that a reader will enjoy must have an intricate, credible plot. If a person can write... The writing's the easiest part of putting a book together. It's the plotting that's hard labor. And that's what you want from me, right? A little hard labor about the mysterious disappearance of Althea Stark.
I'd appreciate it.
She was murdered after we talked. And you'd given me the information you did about the phenomenon you and Brooks had seen several times. You know, that ghostly figure of a woman rising from the pond. I dug around through some old notes. A few months after the sensational stories in the papers, I scribbled down all the important facts. I came to the conclusion that I've given you. The woman had been murdered.
How did you get around the evidence?
Well, I tell you. Stark and his wife left the Bon Voyage party at Pondview and drove to New York. I don't think he did that at all.
But they boarded the France.
Stark and a woman boarded the France. Now, that woman could have been the former Meg Campbell.
But the age difference, and Meg's a beautiful woman.
And a model who wanted to be an actress and failed. It would have been no great trick for her to disguise herself as an older woman. Stark gives her his wife's passport, and the big deception is underway.
And in Paris?
More of the same. Stark and a woman register at the Ritz. Now, from what I read, they did not dine in the hotel, or were they seen anywhere else. 2 days later, Stark reports that his wife is missing. Now, that's ample time for the woman to use her own passport, or a phony one to fly back to New York.
Probably a phony one, or the manifest would have shown her name. That was checked, I suppose.
All the police knew was that Mrs. Stark was registered at the Ritz, and then she vanished.
Huh. How do you get around the cards that Althea mailed from Paris?
Well, that's easy. She didn't write them, she printed them. In block letters, easy to imitate. The signatures were forged.
You're very sure of yourself, Rob.
Well, I'm convinced that Althea Stark was a victim of premeditated homicide.
What do you think really happened to her?
Well, my guess is Stark and Althea boarded the France, and so did Meg Campbell under an assumed name. Stark drugged his wife, slipped her overboard. Then he and Meg proceeded with the voyage and on to Paris. I wrote my theory out and sent it to the police, but they ignored it. It's a good plot. I intend to use it.
I think that your ending is wrong.
Oh? You have one?
I think that Stark backtracked on the way to New York, murdered his wife, and dumped her into the pond on their estate.
How do you support that?
The ghost. We saw the figure rising from the fog several times and heard it moaning for help.
Well, then if I were you, I'd have Paul Brooks drag the pond.
I don't think he'd agree to that. Word would get around and Brooks and Diana would be outcasts. From what I've heard, Stark was liked and respected by his neighbors. No one has ever suspected him.
Well, then you come to a dead end, too.
Not quite. You see, I was a frogman in the Navy.
Yeah. And if it's a pond, it's probably overgrown with marsh grass, cattails, and has a dirt bottom. Be like searching for a pin in a pile of grass clips, and it'd take you a month.
Probably. I thought of using my frogman experience in a different way.
Oh, mention it to Stark.
You think it would work?
Yeah, it might. If you're right about Althea being in that pond, Stark might act. Try the bait. It just might work.
Sit down, Sam.
Thanks.
You've got a sharp lawyer. He suggested a few changes in the agreement for your new book. I cleared them with McGill.
Fine.
Here it is. If you'll sign it and wait for me to clear my desk, I'd like to take you to lunch.
Okay. I'll sign, but I can't have lunch. I'm eager to get back to Pondview.
Oh?
I know it'll seem bizarre to you, Emmett, but I'm still investigating our ghost.
Bizarre isn't a strong enough word, Sam. I think that you and Paul Brooks are really mad. What are you up to now?
I sent for my frogman gear and...
Oh, no. You're going to explore the pond? What do you expect to find, Sam?
A corpse.
Well, I wish you luck. The pond is choked with weeds, so be careful. We wouldn't want to lose a fine writer.
Emmett. No.
Yes.
No. It's too horrible. You mean...
I never wanted you to know, Meg, but I had to tell you.
It's true. Althea is at the bottom of that pond. And it's her ghost that rises from the pond.
That ghost business is nonsense. There is no ghost. That devil Sam Fowler had some spare time and got interested in my tragedy. I'm sure that he and Brooks began to speculate about what happened and then began to romanticize about it. The fog helped muddle their minds until Fowler came to the conclusion, and he's a writer, remember, that they had seen a figure, that it must be a spirit of someone lying in a watery grave. That's absolute poppycock.
But true.
Yes, it's true. And now Fowler's going to explore the bottom of the pond as a former frogman. You know what that means?
You think he might find the remains?
A skeleton, nothing more. No, the odds are against him, but I can't take the chance. He might find the chain in the concrete block.
It's hideous, Emmett.
At the time, perhaps it was. Now, it means nothing.
If he should find
That's what I have to prevent, don't you see? I know exactly where I lowered her into the water. Now I have to destroy the evidence. If I don't, Meg, we will be arrested. Life imprisonment for me and you sentenced as an accessory. You have to help me.
I can't.
We don't have a choice, my dear. Half an hour's unpleasant work and we'll be safe. If Fowler should discover what remains of the body, we're finished.
Maybe he won't find me.
I can't take that chance. I have to beat him to it.
Oh, what would I have to do?
I'll rent a station wagon. You'll do the driving. I'll do the rest. My darling, tomorrow this will be behind us, and we'll be free.
This Rob Stevens had it all figured out?
Yep, except that he's convinced that Stock committed the murder on board ship and managed to slip Althea into the Atlantic.
And now we play stalkers. Is that it?
That's it. You know, I think I worried Stock. If I were in his shoes, I'd act. He reacted when I told him I was a frogman.
Well, how long do we keep up this vigil?
Who knows? If Stark shows up, it'll be late.
It's almost midnight. Sam, I'm chilly.
You better get a sweater.
No, I think I'll go in. Call me if anything happens.
No lights, Diana.
I understand. Now, don't sit up all night.
You're right, Sam. This is the grisliest murder I have ever heard of.
Meg is a pretty dish, Paul.
He could have divorced Althea.
No, he bought Meg. For that, he needed Althea's money. The fog has settled over the pond.
Hey, is that... I think it is. To the left, Sam. Can you see it?
Where? Oh, yeah, 2 spots of lights.
Yeah, parking lights. There's a car moving slowly from left of the pond.
Is there a road back of the pond?
Yes, a narrow dirt road overgrown with weeds.
Have you got your flashlight?
Sure, let's go.
I'll lead the way.
You okay, darling?
Yes. Please, be quick. It's black as a tomb, and I'm frightened.
I won't be more than 15 minutes. Watch for my flashlight. Then start the engine and turn the car around. Don't lose your nerve.
A lot of good a flashlight does when I can't even use it. I can hardly see in front of my hand.
Just don't lead us into the pond.
What? Someone's using a flash. See it?
Yeah. He must be at the edge of the pond. We better not get too close or he might hear us.
I wish we had a gun.
Yeah. We have to get closer, Paul.
Yeah. I can see him.
Hey, wait a minute. That's a lamp, not a flashlight at the water's edge.
Stark is in swim trunks and he's wearing a scuba mask. There he goes. Hurry, Paul. Get down.
Right. Okay. Let's wait till he comes ashore and then move in on it.
Look, Sam. Next to his lamp.
It's a gun. We'll have to rush him before he reaches shore. He's holding a chain
attached to a cinder block. A big, heavy one.
Oh, good Lord. The chain is wrapped around the legs of a skeleton.
Althea. Then he did kill her.
Now, Sam, flashlight. Let's get him.
Don't move, Stark! He's going under. He's swimming away.
Forget him. We got what we want, and the police will get him. Let's find that car.
There it is.
Must be Meg. Look, she's turning around. Hey, Meg! Meg!
Hey, look out. She's coming right at us.
She tried to run us down.
Oh, a fine pair of gumshoes we make. They both got away.
Well, not for long.
It's horrible, Sam.
Grotesque. Well, the police now have the remains, and they'll catch Stark and Meg.
How do you explain it? I mean, all of it. Not just the murder, but how you sensed it.
I don't know. The figure of Althea rising from the fog was a phenomenon that just intrigued me.
We never saw it until you came to visit, Sam.
Maybe It's because Althea was a Fowler, and so am I. Some kind of ancestral, primitive, common characteristic. Or perhaps a manifestation of reincarnation. Or a hunch. I just can't explain it. But the whimpering figure has had its revenge.
And so we have come to the end of another tale of the macabre. Being at the right place at the right time explains how destiny can change our lives. Sam Fowler never imagined himself as an avenging angel when he visited Pondview, nor did Emmett Stark ever doubt that his evil scheme would be exposed. But it was. I'll return shortly.
Dinner's done, the day is ended. Peace and quiet have descended. Now it's just the two of you and your Maxwell house. For a cup of joy and flavor, talk about what's new. Spend some precious time together, Maxwell house with you. Get that good, let's stop feeling. With Maxwell house, only Maxwell house gives you good. Let's stop feeling. Maxwell house.
Maxwell House has a taste, a feeling that no other coffee can give you. Because Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
The nation's tax collector is having trouble collecting taxes. According to a recent article in the Wall Street Journal, Internal Revenue fears that more and more people will either delay paying their taxes or won't pay them at all. If information like this is important to you, have a pencil ready for an offer from the Journal that can help keep you informed of everything happening anywhere in business that could affect your future, your family's future, and your company's future. Other Wall Street Journal articles revealed why textile stocks are getting unusual attention from big investors, who's getting burned in the hot vacation timeshare market, and why some areas of the Sun Belt, once thought to be recession-proof, are experiencing the highest unemployment rates in years. The Wall Street Journal. It's all the business news you need when you need it. Right now, you can get 26 weeks of the Journal, one for every business day of the week, for about $1.80 per week. That's just $47 for 26 weeks, about $1.80 per week. So if you're serious about business, in the continental U.S., call toll-free 800-228-6600. That's 800-228-6600, except in Nebraska. You'll be billed later.
As you know, and it's not a pleasant part, there are many persons who have committed murder and have never been caught. Unsolved cases. Sometimes years go by before a case is reopened because of new knowledge, and then the police do their work. Then again, there are cases that never will be solved. This time, it took a filmy figure rising out of fog on a pond to catch a murderer. Our cast included Norman Rose, Ralph Bell, Mandel Kramer, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In the assessment of criminality, the basic criterion, of course, must be volume. After all, Attila the Hun was a greater transgressor than, say, Jack the Ripper. Therefore, what does history tell us? We see that for those who kill more or less at retail, we have our local police. For those who murder at wholesale, the Attilas, the Hitlers, and the like, we must have our philosophers, men who will inspire us to stand up and fight. And such a fighting philosopher was Thomas Jefferson.
Now, Mr. Jefferson, there's no need getting excited.
Sheriff, they're going out there to commit cold-blooded murder.
Well, that can't be proved.
They intend to kill him.
But there's nothing I can do about it.
You swore to uphold the law.
Well, not exactly. What I swore was to uphold the law to the best of my ability. And this just happens to be the very best I can do.
Well, someone has to stop them.
I don't have the authority to keep men from riding through the woods.
Even if their purpose is to kill an innocent man?
But I don't know that.
I do. And if you won't stop them, I will.
Now, Mr. Jefferson, it could be dangerous.
Somebody has to enforce the law, Sheriff. And it looks as if it'll have to be me. Me alone. All by myself.
Our mystery drama, The Thomas Jefferson Defense, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Buick's 1976 Century Regal is the most luxurious midsize car Buick builds. But it's also got a practical side. In fact, it makes a concession to practicality that no other American midsize car does. It comes with a V6 engine, and a Buick V6 at that. Regal, it's got the spirit. That's how it's gonna be.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome.
America has so much to overcome. Hard, concrete problems that only knowledge can resolve. Will you help us overcome them by giving to America at the very source of her future? Give to the college of your choice now.
A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
For hundreds of years, alcoholic men and women have been scolded, denounced, beaten, lashed, pilloried, dunked, jailed, and, of course, threatened with eternal damnation. There is no evidence that any of these treatments ever resulted in a single cure. Why not? Simply because alcoholism is not a crime. It is not a moral weakness. It is an illness that can be treated successfully. What's more, alcoholism can often be prevented before it develops if we learn to recognize the early signs of drinking problems. After all these years, there ought to be better ways to treat alcoholism than punishing the alcoholic person. And of course, there are. For information or help, write Box 2345, Rockville, Maryland.
This message is a public service by this station and the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism.
The year 1775. The fuse of defiance has already been lighted. It is now hissing and sputtering inexorably toward the powder keg of rebellion. Thomas Jefferson has just returned from the Virginia Constitutional Convention, held at St. John's Church in Richmond, where he has heard the impassioned demand of Patrick Henry, "Give me liberty or give me death." The speech has touched his heart and inflamed his soul. And yet, he has feelings of uneasiness and guilt.
All around him, he hears outcries for freedom, justice, equality, and yet he knows that these fervent demands are not being made for everybody. There are those human beings who will have neither equality nor equity in the brave new world that is soon to be born. As a matter of fact, because of their skin color, they are not considered to be human beings at all.
Good evening, Carter.
Good evening, Mr. Jefferson.
Oh, Mr. Jefferson, is it? Whatever became of Tom?
Oh, well, sir.
Oh, is it sir now? This becomes worse.
Well, sir, we're going to have us a new government, ain't we?
We most likely will, if we're not all hanged first.
Now, the way I hear it, we got to get rid of old King George, true?
True.
Well, then we've got to get us a new king.
Why, Carter?
Why, you're going to have a country without a king. Who are the people going to obey?
We shall create an equal society.
Oh, it'll never work.
I think you have the wrong idea.
The king will have to be a Virginian.
Why?
Why? Well, there ain't nobody even worth talking about south of here. Go north. Pennsylvania's all pig farmers. New York's all potato farmers. And I wouldn't trust nobody lives in New England.
Carter, the entire idea is to get rid of king.
You know, you could be king because you're the smartest. And then we got Mr. Patrick Henry, who's got a powerful mouth. And Colonel Washington looks like a king. Ooh.
Yeah? Carter, what's wrong? Why are you so pale? Are you ill?
Good evening, Mr. Jefferson.
Oh, welcome, Louisa. Your mother sent word you mightn't come.
Well, I was feeling poorly, but Jeremy Morgan here just happened by and cheered me up. Hasn't he got the nicest smile? I tell you, it's the finest medicine. Mr. Jefferson, may I present Mr. Jeremy Morgan?
Your servant, sir.
Welcome, Mr. Morgan.
And old Scowl Face here, Carter McAllister.
You said you'd come here with me tonight, Louisa.
Did I?
You promised.
What's a promise? It's only something you make when you won't give your word of honor.
I won't have it.
What won't you have,
I won't have you seen around with every common Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Tread lightly, sir. I caution you.
Who are you to caution
And
me?
now, gentlemen, you are both under my roof, and I will not permit things to get out of hand.
Louisa, I'm taking you home.
You just let go of my arm, Carter McAllister.
I believe you heard what the lady said.
You say one more word, and I shall horsewhip you.
Like you horsewhip your slaves?
You impertinent ruffian.
Gentlemen, stop right here, or I may have to thrash the both of you.
Mr. McAllister, you will give me satisfaction.
Satisfaction? You overstep your bounds. Satisfaction is something that only can be exchanged among gentlemen.
And do you pretend to be a gentleman, Mr. McAllister? Your father's a thief who cheats his tenants. How dare you look down on me? My father traces his lineage back to King Henry II.
And your mother, no doubt, traces hers back to Pocahontas.
Why, you... That's enough. Mr. Morgan, stop that. Now, don't strike him again.
I'm sorry, sir. I should not have lost my temper.
I'll kill you. I'll kill
Shut
you.
up, Carter. Now, you begged for it.
I'll kill you. I am going to kill you, Jeremy Morgan.
Nobody's going to kill anybody. Walter, Fred, help him to the sofa. Get some cloths. Get some vinegar.
Jeremy Morgan, I shall shoot you down like the mongrel dog you are.
Oh, do be quiet, both of you. Mr. Jefferson, may I retire to your sitting room?
Mr. Jefferson, I'm sorry. I had no right to abuse your hospitality. Therefore, if you'll excuse me...
Mr. Morgan. Jeremy, wait. Now, son, there's no need for you to run off.
I know I'm not welcome.
That's nonsense. This is my house.
I should never have come.
How can you say that? You're Lord Arthur Morgan's son. Your father was a dear friend of mine.
Was my mother? You see, sir, I forgot my place.
Jeremy, your place in this world is whatever you can win through strength and skill and courage. Every man has the opportunity to prove himself. Every man is free to strive.
You really don't believe that?
I do.
How can you? You own slaves. I'm sorry. I had no right to say that.
It's a difficult, complicated world.
I agree, sir. Especially for me.
You may be somewhat oversensitive. After all, Louisa Henderson did seem quite taken with you.
No. I saw what all that meant the moment we entered the room. I was just an instrument.
An instrument?
With which she could provoke Carter McAllister.
Oh, you're very young and very cynical.
And very right, Mr. Jefferson.
Jeremy, I would like to be your friend.
There's no need to consider my feelings.
I mean that, Jeremy, sincerely. Look at yourself. You've barely grown out of your childhood, and already you've abandoned your hopes.
It would be best if children like me would never be born. The consolation is, we die young.
Oh, now, come on. Come on back in with me, and we shall have some wine.
Usually we die by violence.
I offer you my hand in friendship.
I'm grateful. But there will be violence.
Come back inside. You and Carter McAllister will shake hands.
No.
You, Jeremy, are also to blame. You insulted him, too. Both of you must forgive each other.
That cannot happen.
Now, why do you say that? Aren't you willing to forgive him?
Yes. I am willing to forgive him for his insult. But he will be unable to forgive me for my mother.
Oh, I cannot believe that men of goodwill cannot reconcile their quarrels. Will you let me mediate between you?
If it pleases you, Mr. Jefferson. However, I have decided to leave this part of the country.
But why?
Carter is determined to kill me. I have no wish to kill him first, therefore I must go.
But where will you go?
Back to my own people.
Come in.
Louisa?
Now, Mr. Jefferson, I can tell from that look on your face you're about to scold me.
I'm afraid I must.
Well, suppose I say, whatever it is I did, I'm sorry.
Well, I don't think it was right of you to come here with Jeremy Morgan just so that you could make Carter angry.
Oh, did you see Carter's face?
Louisa, this is a serious business. One of those boys could very well kill the other.
Oh, Carter talks big. He's not the killing kind.
Any man can become a killer where a woman's involved.
You mean somebody would kill for me?
Oh, Louisa, if only you had a heart and a mind and a conscience to go with all that beauty.
Do you want to know the awful truth? I love them both.
Oh, you can't love them both.
When I want to have someone to have fun with, to ride with, to dance with, I love Carter. When I need someone just to be with, to talk with, I love Jeremy.
Louisa, how can you love Jeremy?
Carter McAllister, you standing there listening at that door. You are not a man of honor.
You belong to me.
I belong to myself.
Louisa, if I can't have you, nobody will.
I'll decide who has me.
Why, that thieving, skulking half-breed.
Carter, I cannot permit you to insult a friend of mine under my roof.
I'll do more than just insult him. I'm going to kill him.
Welcome, my nephew. Welcome.
I have brought you a gift, Blue Cloud.
Ah, a robe, a rich robe.
It comes from England, across the seas.
It is a robe of great value. Such color.
One may not fully realize the color by firelight. When the sun rises tomorrow, one's eyes will behold a robe of brilliant scarlet.
The color of blood.
You wonder why I come here, Uncle?
I wait for you to speak.
I have come back.
Back?
To my people.
We are not your people, my son.
You are my mother's people.
Are they unkind to you? The other sons of your father?
No. They treat me well. We are brothers.
Then why do you wish to come here?
Because there is no place, no real place for me in their world.
Why do you say this?
The women mock me, the men make sport of me. Only one sees me as a true friend. Tom Jefferson.
Jefferson?
You have called him Red Hair.
Yes, I know him. So you wish to live with your mother's people?
Yes.
Because you are afraid.
I want peace.
There is no peace. There can be no peace for your mother's people.
There is no peace for me in my father's village.
You must go back.
Why?
Soon we shall be driven from here. They want to turn our woods into fields to raise their tobacco. Your mother's people shall be destroyed.
No.
You can lose yourself in the forest and live out your life in peace and safety. But there shall only be misery for your children and death for your children's children.
What is there that I must do?
Your father's voice was strong in the councils for our people. Your voice must be heard there too. You must make them listen.
Why would they listen to me? By some, I am called a half-breed.
You are strong, young, wise. You were born to make a new understanding between people. It is your destiny.
If I go back, I will surely die.
The day, the hour, the moment of your death has already been cast. And it shall find you wherever you are.
Yes, Blue Cloud, I see now. I must go back.
Hold on.
Well, it's Carter.
Yeah, Carter. And don't take one more step or I'll put a bullet in you.
Well, you've got a weapon. I'm unarmed. No wonder I hear such courage in your voice.
Don't provoke me, Jeremy. I came after you to kill you.
Yes?
It was just before sundown. I saw you going into the woods carrying that bright scarlet robe.
It was a gift for my uncle, Blue Cloud. What do you want now, Carter?
Good, I thought. He sees the light. He's going back to his own people. So, I let you go.
Thank you.
But I was wrong. You're coming back to town.
No, you were right. I am going back to my own people.
Your people are back there in the woods.
My people are everywhere.
I don't want to kill you. Go back to the woods. Paint your face. Stick a feather in your hair.
Stand aside. I have business in town.
Go back where you belong. I warn you. I'll kill you.
You're not going to kill anybody.
Stop. Don't make me do it. Stop! I'll shoot!
I told you I'd shoot. I told you.
They were very young, very proud, quick to anger. They were barely out of their teens. And now, one of them lies dead, shot in the back by the musket of the other. And it happened on the very eve of the American Revolution. For some of the reasons the revolution came about in the first place. Reasons of pride, uncontrolled passions, and sheer blindness. But the fight that led to this midnight killing began in Tom Jefferson's home. So you can expect to see him again in just a few moments when I shall return with Act 2.
Hi, this is Carol Burnett. Adolf Hitler came to power in 1933 and made life miserable for people in Germany. And that's why the International Rescue Committee, the IRC, was formed. It began by helping refugees from Hitler's Germany and went on to help millions more in World War II. But its work didn't end there because war and oppression didn't end there. You remember the brave Hungarians who stood up to the Russians in 1956? Well, IRC helped many who escaped. And since then, IRC has come to the aid of thousands who have escaped from Cuba, China, East Germany, Russia, or wherever freedom is pretty much of a meaningless word. It also does its work in countries ravaged by war. But IRC needs money for food, clothing, and medical care, to reunite families, to find people jobs, and homes for children without homes. So please, help the people who help. Send your money to this address, International Rescue Committee, Box 16, Times Square Station, New York City, New York, 10036.
I think it was the
first time I can remember really going fishing with my dad. I'm sure I'd been with him before, but the first time I really remember it was wading downstream with him in an extra big pair of wading boots as he felt his way very surely along the stream bed, and I shakily held onto the willows, and we found a spot where my dad lifted his finger to his lips and said, "Shh, we don't want to scare the fish away." And then I remember that fish, the biggest fish I'd ever seen in my life, and it was on the end of my line. And my dad, boy, was he proud. I'll never forget that as long as I live.
Give your children everything. Give them your time. A thought from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons.
Two is company. Three is a crowd. And anytime you have a crowd, look for trouble. When a beautiful girl cannot make up her mind between two handsome young men, something has to give. And in this case, what has been given is the life of Jeremy Morgan. And naturally, the prime suspect is Carter McAllister.
Come in.
You wish to see me, Father?
Shut the door and sit down.
Yes, sir.
I understand Jeremy Morgan has been shot to death.
Oh?
I'll thank you not to play the innocent with me. You know he's been murdered.
Well, how would I know?
Because enough people have told me they heard you swear you would shoot him. Because at any minute the sheriff can knock on my door with a warrant for your arrest.
Well, they can't hang me.
And why not?
Well, because he was only a half-breed.
Unfortunately, his father was the late Lord Morgan. His brothers, Jeff and William, accepted him. He was well-liked.
Father, you have to save me.
Fool, did you have to kill him yourself? With all the riffraff hereabouts, couldn't you have hired a man?
Please, Father, please get me out of it. I don't want to hang.
You should have thought of that all long before.
I never wanted Louisa Henderson. The match was your idea. You're the one who needs her father's money. Yes, I killed him, but you also had a hand in it.
Be quiet. Now tell me everything. The truth now.
Well, I waited for him near the woods. He came along. And he was carrying a red robe, like Indians like to wear.
A red robe?
Yeah, brilliant scarlet. Well, I thought he intends to go back to his own people. Therefore? Well, I followed him. He headed toward Blue Cloud's village.
Fool! If he had decided to return to the Indians, why did you have to kill him?
But he didn't return. I saw him go into Blue Cloud's tent. I heard him talk.
About what?
I don't know. I don't understand their stupid language, but they were angry with each other.
How do you know?
Well, I think their voices sounded angry. Well, then, I watched him as he came out of the tent. He wasn't going to stay. He was headed back, so I...
Yes, speak up.
Well, I moved ahead of him and stopped a few miles away, and I said to him, I said, go back to your own people. Stay with them, or I'll kill you. And he didn't believe me, and now everybody knows I killed him.
What everybody knows is a lie. But now you listen to me. You are innocent. You did not shoot Jeremy Morgan.
But,
you are a fool. All you can do is get yourself into trouble and then come whimpering to me. You're my son, and I must save you.
Yes, Father.
First off, who saw you heading for the woods?
I passed by Pearson's farm.
Noah Pearson knows me money.
I passed by Louisa Henderson and her mother. She was going out riding.
Very well. You went into the woods.
And then I'll hang.
No, because you didn't shoot Jeremy Morgan.
What?
Now, let me tell you what happened. You wanted to shoot him. You followed him into the woods. You saw him go into Blue Cloud's tent. You heard them fight.
Yeah, but I'm not sure this is what they were actually
Yes,
doing.
you are. Your anger had meanwhile cooled, and you knew deep in your heart that you could never kill another human being. You do know that, don't you?
Yes.
And so you headed back for home. Suddenly you heard a shot. You turned around. The angry blue cloud had followed Jeremy Morgan and put a bullet into his back. When he saw you, he fled. Do you understand me?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, how do you know it was Blue Cloud?
How?
It had to be Blue Cloud. He was wearing that robe, that brilliant scarlet robe.
Yeah. Father, will they believe me?
It's your word against that of an Indian.
But it's
Tell
not...
the story calmly and look every man in the eye as you say it. And of course, they'll believe you. And that's what happened. It's the Indian Blue Cloud.
Just a minute, Edmund McAllister.
Now, Tom, everybody knows how you feel about Indians.
And everybody knows how you feel about him, too, Edmund.
This is surely a crime. That Jeremy Morgan was a fine, upstanding young man. And that skulking savage shot him in the back.
Why?
Why? Who can figure what goes on in the mind of a redskin? It isn't as if they were fully human.
Blue Cloud loved his nephew. He had no reason to shoot him.
My son, Carter, heard the whole thing and saw the whole thing.
Your son, Carter, stated clearly in front of witnesses that he had every intention of shooting Jeremy Morgan.
Sir, are you calling my boy a liar?
I'm saying it's a matter of his word against Blue Cloud's.
I warn you, Tom Jefferson. You're getting mighty big around here as a politician. But you can't go around insulting people.
You are a bigoted, ignorant man, and that's the truth. You're too old for me to whip, and that son of yours is the product of your upbringing. And you accuse Blue Cloud of murder?
He was seen to do it.
By whom?
By my son, that's by whom.
Why don't you let him speak for himself? Carter, did you actually see Blue Cloud shoot Jeremy Morgan? Well, did you? Would you be willing to place your hand on the Bible and swear in the name of God that you saw Blue Cloud murder Jeremy? Would you?
Of course he would.
I'm asking him. Would you swear, Carter?
Yes. Yes, I would.
All right. Then come with me to the sheriff and swear out a warrant for his arrest.
What arrest? You don't arrest an Indian. He commits a crime. You go out and shoot him.
Hold on, Edmund McAllister.
Oh, you can surely talk, Tom Jefferson. But we have had enough talk. Any of you folk who agree with me, let's go home and get our rifles.
Mr. Jefferson, sir, it's an honor.
Some men are intent on murdering Chief Blue Cloud.
Well, sir, he did kill Jeremy Morgan.
He has been accused of killing Jeremy Morgan.
Well, ain't that the same thing?
Oh, now, Sheriff, you cannot permit murder to take place in this country.
Well, Mr. Jefferson, it ain't murder exactly after all. Blue Cloud's only an Indian.
Any man has a right to be protected by the law.
That's true. That's absolutely true. Now, the McAllisters and all of them, they ain't gonna go out there to kill Blue Cloud.
Well, that's not the way I heard it.
Well, you see, as concerned citizens, they're just gonna bring him back here for trial.
I see. And then he'll be shot while resisting arrest.
Now,
or
Mr.
perhaps
Jefferson,
while trying to escape. Sheriff, you just can't walk into Blue Cloud's village and murder him.
I ain't saying I agree with it, Mr.
Sheriff,
Jefferson. Why not?
Why not? Do you think his young men will stand idly by?
The answer to that question is yes. Now, you see, Mr. Jefferson, he ain't liked. Blue Cloud, that is.
I don't understand.
Well, a young man, they want a fighting chief, which you gotta admit, now, Blue Cloud ain't.
Still, they can't just sit by and watch.
The thing is being arranged, and nobody's gonna be in the village.
I refuse to believe it.
No, so everybody gets what they want. Tribe gets a new chief, one who would want to go to war.
War? What war? They know what happens when they raid our frontier settlements. They know the retribution.
They'll go to war on our side against the British. So that's what they get. The white folks avenge a murder.
Which hasn't been proved.
Proof, Mr. Jefferson, is usually a matter of satisfaction, and all for just the life of one Indian. All in all, it ain't a bad situation.
I've admired you. I've respected you for many years. But I see now you're unfit to be a sheriff.
I'm doing what everybody else is doing. I'm thinking of me first.
You took an oath to uphold the law. I won't see murder committed.
Well, now, what do y'all suggest?
What I've been suggesting. I suggest that
I
you
have a better suggestion. Why don't you ride out there?
Because I'm not the sheriff.
Yes, you are. Yeah. I hereby swear you in as deputy sheriff.
What? What are you doing?
Well, you now have the authority to uphold the law. If you think a crime is about to be committed, it's your duty to prevent it.
I have no experience.
You got plenty of experience, Mr. Jefferson. I watched you grow up. Everybody knows you was meant for high things. You're going to be an important man in this country. I don't throw everything away for...
For what?
For an Indian.
Sheriff. All right, write down on a piece of paper the fact that I am your duly authorized deputy.
We think in terms of intellect and action. We rarely see both qualities combined in one man. How few are the philosopher warriors in history. And yet, for the most part, the great men of 1776 could think and fight. Well, Thomas Jefferson has thought it over and decided it's worth a battle. Therefore, you should stay exactly where you are, and I shall bring it to you in Act 3 in just a few moments.
In case you've forgotten how much fun driving can be, Buick would like to introduce you to Skylark, a small car that's all Buick, with room, comfort, and an engine that no other compact car in America offers, the incredible Buick V6. Skylark, it's free spirit made practical.
When I leave this world, I want to do one thing.
James Harris's ambition is to leave his children a family home. He's going to do it because he and others in Scott, Arkansas, have started a housing cooperative with a grant from the Campaign for Human Development.
I may not leave them no money, but I can leave them something they can lay their hands, say that it's mine.
The Campaign for Human Development, the United States Catholic Conference.
Say, did you know there's a way to get into Northwest Federal Savings before it's open? Well, the Early Bird knows. When you have savings business to take care of, the Early Bird walk-up service is ready to help you. 6 days a week, the Early Bird is at the Irving Park and Des Plaines Savings Centers from 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. Come by before work, make deposits, make withdrawals, pick up traveler's checks on your way out of town, or cash your paycheck at your convenience. Northwest Federal wants to make it as easy as possible for you to save. An Early Bird walk-up service is just one of the convenient ways they've done that over the past 50 years. So drop by early or late with 63 hours of service a week. Irving Park west of Cicero, in Des Plaines, Norridge, and now Arlington Heights at Algonquin and Gulf Roads. What time? Anytime. It's Northwest Federal Savings Time, 63 hours a week.
It's Northwest Federal Savings Time, 63 hours a week.
This is WBBM Chicago.
The beginning of the year 1775 sees Thomas Jefferson deeply involved in the pursuit of justice in two separate areas. First, the one you all know about, the struggle for independence from Britain. This is the big picture, the historic picture. But second, there is a small picture, indeed, a tiny, almost invisible picture. This is the pursuit of justice, not as an ideal, but as a practical matter for a single human being. Those are always the toughest.
Welcome to my lodge, Red Hair.
Chief Blue Cloud, there is no time for ceremonies. You must leave here at once.
For what reason?
Men are coming to kill you.
Why?
For the murder of your sister's son.
It is well known that he was murdered in a cowardly manner by a young man who insulted him.
Yes, well, that is not the way many people will have it. They accuse you.
He was as a son to me.
Blue, there is no time for the right and wrong of it. Men are coming here to do murder. Run from them.
Am I a coward? I run from no one.
One of our greatest poets has said discretion is the better part of valor.
Where may I run?
Deeper into the forest.
They will pursue.
No one knows this wilderness the way you do.
I will not be a hunted animal for the rest of my days. Besides, it is late. They come.
There he is!
Now hold up there.
Now you stand clear of him, Mr. Jefferson.
All of you. Now turn around and go back to your home.
Now see here. Who are you to order us?
I have here a piece of paper. I am acting in the capacity of the sheriff.
Now, Mr. Jefferson, the Indian's guilty of a murder.
Who says so?
We have got a witness.
Who is your witness?
My son here, Carter.
You saw Chief Blue Cloud murder Jeremy Morgan. Well, Carter?
Speak the truth, son. Speak the truth.
Yes. Is he being charged with murder? Well, do you charge him, Carter?
Say yes.
I'm asking Carter.
Yes. So that settles that. Now, why don't we just shoot him?
You'll have to shoot me first.
Now, Tom Jefferson...
That's how it is, gentlemen. We will have the law here. You will also have to shoot me. So, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Hayton, Mr. Wolverton, the rest of you, is that what you're willing to do? Shoot me?
Tom, we're entitled to justice.
Justice can only be dispensed in a court of law.
You mean have a trial for an Indian? You know they're only a waste of time.
I intend to enforce the law. Now, how will you gentlemen have it?
Well, there's no real difference. Instead of shooting him now, we can hang him later. And so you say you followed Mr. Morgan all the way to the Shawnee village?
Yes, sir.
And you saw him enter Blue Cloud's lodge?
Yes, sir.
And you heard them quarrel?
Yes, sir.
And then you saw Mr. Morgan leave the tent, move into the forest, and then you heard a shot.
I did.
Now, describe what you saw.
Well, I turned around, and there was Jeremy Morgan falling down dead, and Chief Blue Cloud was standing over him with a smoking musket.
Are you sure it was Blue Cloud?
Yeah, I'm positive.
How? Why? What makes you so sure?
Because I could see his splendid scarlet robe.
The robe that we found in his lodge?
Yes, sir, the very same.
Your witness, Mr. Jefferson.
Well, not every witness is fortunate to have his own father appointed public prosecutor. I must, however, ask some questions that may not have occurred to him. Why did you follow Mr. Morgan into the woods?
Well...
Isn't it true that you intended to kill him?
Well...
You must answer. Isn't it true that he escorted Miss Louisa Henderson to a party at my house? There, you two got into a fight. Didn't you threaten to shoot him?
Yes, sir.
Good. And when you followed him into the woods, isn't it true that you were carrying a musket?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Did
you intend to kill him? You armed yourself for that purpose, and now, when the deed is done, isn't it true that you are trying to place the blame on Chief Blue Cloud's shoulders?
I object.
Your Honor, let him answer the question.
Go ahead, son. Answer him. Tell him it isn't so.
Without prompting. Isn't it true you want Blue Cloud to hang for your crime?
I didn't kill him.
I didn't kill him!
Blue Cloud, you are accused of murder. Tell us, are you or are you not guilty?
I am innocent.
Gentlemen, I believe him. Don't lose courage, Blue Cloud. The gods will not permit justice to be mocked.
Red hair. The gods do not permit justice to be mocked, but they allow it to be tested.
I shall see you in the morning.
Yes, the morning. It shall be my last morning.
You must never give up hope.
I cannot give up what I have never had.
No, we can do more.
Oh, come in, Mr. Jefferson. My father isn't home.
Has he left for the courthouse?
Yes, sir. He likes to go early.
I thought perhaps you might like to walk down there with me.
Well, sir, should we be seen together?
Why not?
Oh, we're on opposite sides.
I'm still your friend, Carter. Well, shall we have our stroll?
Yes, sir. I was just leaving.
So, you insist you didn't kill Jeremy?
Please, sir, we've already been through all that.
I know. I also know it's a lie.
Mr. Jefferson, I must ask you to let me alone.
Oh, I'll let you alone. And I'm even sure your conscience will let you alone.
I am not listening to any more you're saying.
Yes, your conscience died a long time ago. And do you know who killed it? You did. You, Carter.
Well, what are you talking about?
A man's conscience is what makes him live a man's life. But you're not a man. You're a creature. You're a pathetic, crawling creature of your father.
Sir, you have no right to insult my father.
No one may be insulted by the truth. You're his creature. You don't think for yourself, act for yourself, live for yourself. Why? Why do you tolerate it?
Because I'm nobody. I'm nothing. I don't know anything. I can't do anything. I'm stupid.
Who says so?
My father. And all I have is the prospect of inheriting his estate when he dies.
You'll have worked for it.
Everybody knows I'm a fool.
That's not true.
Louisa. Why do you think she even looked at me? She knows I'll be rich one day. It's
not true. There's nothing wrong with you.
Please, Mr. Jefferson.
Now, look, you have to stand up to your father. You have to let him know you're a man.
I will. From now on, I will.
No. You have to stand up to him now. Tell the truth.
But I'll die.
Possibly, but if you don't tell the truth, you'll surely die. What life can be left you, huh? You'll spend the rest of your days even deeper within your father's shadow.
Mr. Jefferson, what do you want me to do?
Take the stand. Tell the truth.
No. I can't do it. I just can't do it.
Well, Mr. Jefferson, you may as well go home and get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, for sure, the trial has to end.
Tomorrow, for sure.
People keep wondering how you managed to keep it going even this long. The jury was ready with its verdict at the end of the first day.
The jury was ready before the trial even started.
Well, it's open and shut. I mean, I wish it wasn't, but it's open and shut.
Yes. Carter follows Jeremy into the woods, sees him enter Blue Cloud's teepee, hears sounds of a quarrel.
Sees Jeremy leave the teepee, re-enter the woods, and then sees and hears Blue Cloud shooting.
Wait, just... He says he heard them quarrel.
You have something, Mr. Jefferson?
You say they quarreled?
Yes, sir.
In which language?
Well, must have been Shawnee.
Do you speak Shawnee?
No, sir.
Do you understand it?
No, sir.
Well, then how do you know they quarreled? Please answer the question.
One need not know the language to know there is a quarrel.
Your Honor, I must insist that the witness answer.
Well, I could tell. You could actually hear the anger in the voices.
Your Honor, Mr. Jefferson clearly has exhausted his resources. He has no more evidence. He keeps going over the same ground.
Mr. Jefferson, have you any more evidence?
Well, Your Honor...
I must ask you then to bring your case to a conclusion.
Your Honor, I do have further evidence.
Then you may bring it here.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I cannot bring it here.
Then how may we evaluate it?
We must go to where it exists.
If it exists?
It does exist, but only at night.
I'm afraid I cannot follow, Mr. Jefferson.
Your Honor, the evidence exists at the scene of the crime, and since it cannot be moved from its place, we must attend it there.
Your Honor, this is just another scheme on the part of...
A man's life is at stake.
What do you propose, Mr. Jefferson?
Well, the murder was committed at 10 in the evening. At 10 this evening, I suggest we all assemble at the place where it occurred. Where were you standing, Carter?
Behind this tree.
Well, would you place yourself there, if you please?
This is absolutely ridiculous.
Carter, how far down the path was Jeremy?
About 25 yards.
Sheriff, would you pace off 25 yards? Take the prisoner with you.
All right, Mr. Jefferson.
Very well. Your Honor, gentlemen, here is the scene as it existed on the night of the murder. We are all standing in a line with Carter. We all hear a shot. Fire in the air, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
We all turn to look. We see Jeremy fall to the ground. Sheriff, fall to the ground, please. Now, we all see a figure standing there in the darkness. It is not easy to make out the face.
He didn't have to see the face. He recognized the red cloak.
Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, which one of you has supernatural eyesight? Which one of you would swear on the Holy Bible that the cloak is brilliant scarlet, as Carter testified? Which one of you is possessed of the ability to distinguish color in the dark?
It's a trick, Your Honor.
Carter McAllister lied about the cloak. Therefore, he did not identify Blue Cloud. Therefore, we must now consider his motives.
Don't you ever say a word, boy.
No, I will. I'm tired of lying.
Be quiet.
I killed him. I killed Jeremy Morgan. May God have mercy on my soul.
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Well, they didn't hang him. It was a crime of passion, and our forefathers were men who understood passions. He was sentenced to hard labor and later paroled to join a regiment of Virginia cavalry. His life had a purpose, and his death had a meaning, because he fell during the end of the war in the skirmishing about Yorktown, and the people never forgot him, or Blue Cloud, or the Thomas Jefferson defense. I shall return in a moment.
This is Beverly Sills. Did you know that of all the arts, music is the only one in which a blind person can participate freely in spite of blindness? However, even in music, the blind need special help in order to stand on an equal footing with the sighted. The Lewis Braille Foundation for Blind Musicians works to promote the interests of the blind in the field of music. The foundation, a national non-profit organization, urgently needs your financial help. The services of the Lewis Braille Foundation are available to any blind person and provide auditions, evaluations and counseling, scholarship aid, paid engagements for qualified musicians, and transcription of music into Braille. The foundation depends solely on the public for its support. Send your tax-deductible gifts to the Lewis Braille Foundation, 112 East 19th Street, New York, 10003. If you know a musically gifted blind person who needs help, please contact the Lewis Braille Foundation at area code 212-982-7290.
We talk talk about Jefferson and Washington and Adams and the others usually as gods, at least as supermen. Yet, they were all possessed of the usual human frailties. How difficult it must have been for them to be ahead of the ideas of their times, to lead the fight for freedom among a people who also believed in slavery. It was no simple task. Yet it must be a relief to discover that for all their undisputed greatness, our founding fathers were people so very like ourselves, just as contradictory, just as stubborn, just as unpredictable. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Leon Janney, Russell Horton, Jada Rowland, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
How did you get that little statue to look like General Grant?
I don't know. I just bought a little statue of a horseman dressed like a Union Army general. And after a while, it began to look like Grant.
What are you telling me?
The truth. And look at the other officers. Now compare them with their pictures on the wall. That's Beauregard. And that's Buell. And Bragg. And Johnson. And Wallace.
That's fantastic. How did you get these made up?
I just bought tin soldiers in Civil War uniforms. And after a while...
Wait a minute. This one here. Who's that?
Oh, that's Major Morrissey, commanding officer of Morrissey's Rifles.
That's uncanny.
What's uncanny?
This tin soldier. It looks exactly like you.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, pilot of this shadowy craft which wends its mysterious way through the uncharted depths of your very own imagination. They were giants, those founding fathers of ours. Not only were they superb statesmen and soldiers, they were men of many spectacular achievements. In these modern times, when so many of us are confined to our own particular calling, it's hard to conceive of men who could turn a talented hand to anything that needed doing. Consider Benjamin Franklin now. He was a writer, a publisher, a philosopher, a diplomat, an inventor, a scientist, and, according to the French, who should know something about it, he was a formidable lover. So, you shouldn't be too surprised to discover that Ben Franklin was also a detective.
Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin.
Who are you?
I'm Captain William Clemens.
Clemens died 20 years ago.
I'm his ghost.
You can't be his ghost.
Why do you say that?
Because everything that was Will Clemens, his body, his soul, are burning in the eternal fires of hell.
I am the ghost of William Clemens.
Why have you come here?
To kill Ben Franklin.
Why?
You know why. You damned impertinent, interfering publisher of scandal and lies.
I only print the truth.
From now on, you can print it in hell.
mystery drama, The Benjamin Franklin Murder Case, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. The year is 1750, and things are relatively quiet in the American colonies. So far, no one is seriously advocating rebellion, and even so, Sarah Clemens would pay no heed to talk of rebellion. Sarah Clemens is a young lady who has troubles enough of her own. We're in the city of Philadelphia. We say city because we know Philadelphia as a city. But back in 1750, the only settled place in all of North America that could legitimately claim to be a city would be Mexico City. Well, getting back to Sarah Clemens and her problems, the most pressing one is concerned with, don't laugh, ghosts.
Young woman.
Please.
I say, young woman, I cannot call you a young lady. You will come to a bad end.
But, sir.
But me no sirs. Oh, you are a cool one, a sly one. But those innocent-looking eyes don't take in Amos Edward Chiver. No, they don't.
Sir, what are you talking about?
Oh, you stand there bold as brass, cool as ice, and you say, what am I talking about? Young woman, you belong in the theater. You do. You not only have the talent, but you've got the morals of an actress.
Sir, I will not permit you to insult me in my own parlor.
You almost sold me this house.
Almost? I thought we had an agreement.
I'm breaking that agreement.
But why?
No, stop it. Stop blinking them innocent eyes and asking why.
But I am asking. Why?
Because the Clemens house is a haunted house.
Did I hear you correctly?
The Clemens house is a haunted house. That's what everyone in town is saying.
Oh, tavern loafers.
Aha. So you do admit people are talking about
People, drunkards, idlers, vagrants. Anytime a house stands empty, ridiculous rumors. What, the Clemens house is the finest dwelling in the province of Pennsylvania.
Then why don't you live there? Why do you want to sell it?
Oh, Mr. Chiver, I've already discussed this entire matter. I cannot afford to maintain so large a place.
You can't. Why can't you?
I don't need all those rooms. It requires help, and I can't afford servants.
You could buy slaves.
Mr. Chiver.
Mr. Chiver, what?
It would violate every one of my moral, ethical, and religious principles to own the body and soul of another human being.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Just tell me, sir. What affair is it of yours?
You say you can't afford servants and you won't have slaves. But you could afford servants if you was to turn the place into a tavern.
Never.
It's a good, respectable trade, and you're pretty enough wench to attract the business.
Sir, this impertinence can... If you do not wish to purchase the property, I'm sure there are plenty of others.
How long you been trying to sell the house? If it's such a bargain, how come it ain't been snapped up?
Because...
No, ma'am, it won't do. The house is haunted.
Very well, sir. Have it your way.
Aha! Then you admit it.
I admit only this, Mr. Chiver. I was wrong about you. When you first inquired about the house, I said to myself, here is a man of judgment. Here is a shrewd and sensible man of the world. Here is probably the keenest man of business in the entire province of Maryland.
Delaware.
As you will. But what do I discover on closer examination? A timid, irresolute waverer. You are losing the opportunity of a lifetime.
To buy a haunted house.
How can the house be haunted? Haunted by what?
Ghosts.
Oh, you, a hard-headed, practical, no-nonsense gentleman of affairs, a member of your provincial House of Delegates. You believe in ghosts?
Well,
be kind enough to leave the premises at once. Sir, you are a fraud.
Now, Miss Clemens,
oh,
I won't...
There may be rumors spread by stupid gossipers that the Clemens house is haunted. And this has made buyers scarce and reduced the price. But shouldn't you, as a shrewd trader, profit from my distress?
Now, miss, you have no right to accuse me of...
Go on, take unfair advantage of me.
Well, I'll think about it.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Richard.
I knocked, but no one heard me.
Mr. Chiver and I are transacting some business.
So I just walked in.
Mr. Chiver, may I present my cousin, Mr. Richard Laporte?
Your servant, sir.
Howdy.
Richard, Mr. Chiver is going to buy the Clemens house.
Well, now,
He
I
intends
never...
to make a tavern of it.
Now, see here, I didn't say that...
And why not?
Well, that would be... It would be the sacrilege. Why, Mr. William Penn himself slept in the blue bedroom.
Oh, come, Richard. You and I spoke about this many times, and I thought I'd settled it.
But a tavern?
But of course. Shouldn't the common folk also have a beautiful place?
I ain't even said I'm going to buy, much less make a tavern.
Oh, of course you will, Mr. Chiver.
My dear Sarah, a tavern...
Now, Richard, I thought you shared my belief that no person should own a house that exceeds his needs for shelter. When we marry, this place which my mother left me will suffice for us.
Just hold on while I ask this young fellow here a question. Mr.
Laporte.
Laporte, I want you to look me square in the eye and say yes or no. Is the old Clemens house haunted?
Yes.
Well, Miss Clemens, see?
Richard is an incurable romantic.
You say the house is haunted, young fella?
Yes, it is haunted. It's haunted by demons of the past.
Oh, nonsense, Richard.
Haunted by memories, haunted by the ghosts of Clemens as long dead.
Well, all I can say to you, Miss Clemens, is good day.
Wait.
What for? Here, this young man, your own intended, admits, confesses...
Oh, it's nonsense.
And he ain't no tavern vagabond neither, as far as I can
But
see.
there are no ghosts.
That ain't what Mr. Laporte says.
Of course, there are ghosts. That's because the past never dies.
Miss Clemens, how can you say there are no ghosts when this man, who's to become your lord and master...
Oh, no. That is not the relationship we envisage, is it, Richard?
Oh, no, each of us will have an equal voice.
Son, you're asking for more trouble than you can handle. But don't get me off the subject.
What is the subject, sir?
Ghosts. Mr. Laporte says there are ghosts in that house.
Richard is only using a figure of speech. He doesn't mean there are actual ghosts.
But I do.
And I say good day to you both.
Mr. Chiver...
He's right, my dear.
Oh, Richard. You sounded so medieval.
The ghosts of the Clemenses, you believe in them, too. And that's why you want to sell the house. You're ashamed of them.
What are you trying to say?
You are ashamed of the fact that the first William Clemens was a pirate and slave.
That's just malicious rumor.
No, my dear, it's an unfortunate fact. The family fortune was founded on blood. You were a child growing up in that house. You knew it. You were ashamed.
Richard, I shall become extremely angry.
I was a child, too. The poor relation invited to play. When my eyes were open, I saw everything.
Please, Richard.
We both talked about it constantly. Death. Murder. How frightened we were of the old man. The ghost of the old man. The murderer, the pirate.
Richard, those were childhood fancies, nothing more. Nothing more. Ghosts cannot exist.
What was that question again, sir?
Well, what I asked, Mr. Franklin, was, do you believe in ghosts?
Of course, Mr. Chiver.
You do?
Certainly, sir. All of us are ghosts. Inside each of us are the ghosts of dead ideas.
You know the old Clemens house?
Yes, I do.
Now, the girl wants to sell. I can buy it cheap. A bargain.
Do you need advice to take advantage of a bargain?
It might not be a bargain.
Uh-huh.
If it's haunted.
Oh.
Can a house be haunted?
Mr. Chiver, I cannot give you that answer, but I can suggest how you might find one.
Now you're talking.
Go up to the house. When you want to learn something, investigate for yourself.
Well, you don't have to be smart to think of that.
But the fact is, you didn't think of it.
Oh.
What I have suggested is something new among natural philosophers. It is called the scientific method.
But that's nothing but old-fashioned horse sense.
Exactly, Mr. Chiver. Exactly.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going up there and see for myself. What's that? What could it be? The wind. The wind down the chimney. Huh? Hey! There's somebody in here. Who's here? Show yourself. Whoever you are, show yourself.
Dead man tell no tales.
I'm not afraid of you. Who are you? Show yourself. That voice. It's coming from the chimney. No, it's coming from the wall. It's coming from all over. Somebody's in here with me. Somebody. Well, I ain't scared. Listen, even if you are a ghost, I'm gonna buy the house and burn it down and build a better one. I ain't scared. No. Who's here? Who are you? Oh, it's a sailor. Get away from me. Get away. Don't. Who are you? What do you want? Oh, you're choking me. Please. Stop.
The moonlight pouring in through the parlor window of the old Clemens mansion reveals a body lying on the floor. Sightless eyes staring with terror. Face contorted with agony. But at least the efficacy of the scientific method has once again been affirmed. Is there such a thing as a ghost? Amos Chiver has found out the hard way. You have some things to find out also when I return shortly with Act 2. In the years to come, Mr. Benjamin Franklin of Philadelphia will find plenty of things to make him angry. The arrogance of the British, the short-sightedness of his fellow Americans, the stubbornness of the French, and the haughtiness of the Spanish. But right now, he is as furious as he will ever be. A man named Chiver solicited his advice, followed it, and was killed, or at least is dead, because he did so. So right now, on this late summer morning in the autumn of 1750, we find our Mr. Franklin in a rare mood indeed.
I only want you to tell me, Doctor, was he murdered? Yes, well, that doesn't answer the question.
Well, he has some redness about the throat.
Well, was he strangled?
He might have been. But I see no finger marks.
Well, could the killer have worn gloves?
Could the killer have worn gloves? We have yet to ascertain whether or not there was a killer. Therefore, the question cannot be answered in the form that it was couched.
If he wasn't strangled, what was the cause of death?
He also has a bruise on his head.
Was he struck?
He may have been. On the other hand, he may have hit his head against some sharp object when he fell to the floor.
Dr. Benson, do you ever commit yourself?
He may have died of fright.
Fright?
I have never seen such terror on the face of a corpse.
Well, can a man die of fright?
Some doctors say yes. Some say no. May I ask your interest in the case, Mr. Franklin?
The dead gentleman and I have a mutual friend. Therefore, I am collecting his effects and sending them down to his home in Wilmington.
Oh, you may want this along with his other possessions, Mr. Franklin.
What is it?
It seems to be a gold button of some kind.
Where did you find it?
It was clutched in his hand. Actually, he was holding it so tightly I had to pry his fingers apart.
Well, why didn't you tell me this before?
Is it significant?
A button. You can see it's been torn from a coat. Probably he was struggling with his assailant, and in the fight...
Now, that is if there was an assailant.
Doctor, in every man's life, there comes a time when finally he must commit himself.
That may be true. On the other hand...
Thank you, Doctor. Now, Sarah, I want you to look at this button.
How could that poor man have died in the house?
Obviously, the murderous ghost
The
of
button, Sarah.
Rich, look.
You recognize it?
It's the kind of button that old Captain William Clemens wore.
William Clemens, who built this house?
This gold button with the star and the anchor. It was on all his uniforms.
Well, then it was the ghost of William Clemens.
No.
What do you say to that, Mr. Franklin?
I say we have a problem. Assume it was a ghost. Is a ghost substantial?
How can a ghost be substantial?
If he were substantial, he couldn't be a ghost.
Then why would his clothes be substantial? No, Mr. Chivers was engaged in combat, mortal combat.
With whom?
Now, I say a man followed Mr. Chiver to the house or waited for him there and killed him. I say a man because it's hard to conceive of a woman strong enough.
Mr. Franklin, it was Captain Clemens' ghost. The button proves it.
Not conclusively. Captain Clemens wasn't a pirate.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Franklin.
That is, not a pirate in name. He was a privateer. He had the Queen's permission to prey upon French, Spanish, and Dutch merchant ships. He fancied himself a naval officer. His men wore uniforms. The higher ranks all had buttons, just like that one. As a matter of fact, I know another man in this town who once wore a navy coat. I remember this button. I was just a youngster, but I do remember this button.
If it ain't Mr. Franklin.
Good day, Abner.
To what do I owe the honor?
I've come here to see if I can arrange to have you hanged.
Oh? What did I do?
What did you do? What haven't you done, you scoundrel? You've sold whiskey and guns to the Indians. You bought stolen merchandise from pirates.
But none of it proved.
But all of it true.
The commandment warns us against the bearing of false witness.
Here we have the devil quoting scripture.
Why not? The devil can read. Now, how do you hope to hang me?
For the murder of Amos Chiver.
You mean the poor fellow from Wilmington?
Yes, Abner, the poor fellow from Wilmington.
Oh, hadn't you heard he was killed by a ghost? Everyone knows the Clemens house is haunted.
No, he wasn't killed by a ghost.
No. Who did it?
I think you did it, Abner.
Oh, why would I want to kill the man? I didn't even know him.
And you didn't want to get to know him either.
You're a hard man to follow, Mr. Franklin. But I know you always wind up someplace, so I'll listen.
Thank you. You don't like competition, Abner. You've been known to run people who threatened your business out of town.
Well, that's one way to look at it. Another way would be to say I showed them where opportunities were greater elsewhere.
Amos Chiver was going to buy the Clemens place just up the street from here and turn it into a tavern.
And for that, I killed him?
You took advantage of Clemens' house reputation, hid there in your old Navy coat, and tried to scare him.
I did?
But I suppose he didn't scare. There was a fight. You killed him.
You write good stories in your paper, Mr. Franklin, but if you write this one, you got to prove it.
I've got the proof right here. This button.
What button?
You wore this button when you served with Captain Clemens as a privateer.
Well, how did you... where did you get that button?
Try to guess where this button was found. Now, you're a man of lively imagination. Think.
Where did you get that button?
This button, Abner, was found clutched in the dead man's hand.
Yeah, but it can't be.
It was.
I haven't worn that coat. I haven't even seen that coat. It's more than 30 years.
Here comes the constable. What have you there, Mr. Partridge?
I've been to the back of this house, like you said, Mr. Franklin.
You had no right to search my house.
The constable obtained a warrant.
And here's the coat.
Yes, indeed. Your old blue naval officer's coat.
Some of them buttons are missing, Mr. Franklin. But the ones that are still on here are just like the one you got in your hand.
I tell you, I was here all last night. I didn't set foot out of this tavern. Why, Constable, you were here yourself.
So I was. Till 10 o'clock.
And after 10 o'clock, who can vouch for you, Abner?
Well, I was with
Yes?
Well, I spent the rest of the night with a lady.
Who?
Well, being a gentleman, how could I possibly... You're a man of the world, Mr. Franklin. You appreciate my position.
Well, it is a gentleman's duty to die before permitting a lady's name to be sullied. Or so I've been led to understand.
Well, I'm not going to die for nobody. I was with... Oh, hang it, Mr. Franklin.
Yes, indeed, Abner. Hanging seems to be the order of the day.
I'm a married man. What's my wife going to say?
Chivalry is dead, Abner.
All right. I was with Charity Townsend.
Charity Townsend, aptly named. I doubt we have a lady in town more generous with her favors.
Abner, who's going to take the word of Charity Townsend?
Yeah, but it's true. You can ask her. You can't... Oh, my Lord, what's my wife going to say?
You'll have to come along with me, Abner. Mr. Franklin, can I have that button to go with this coat as evidence?
Now, Charity, are you telling the truth?
Oh, yes, Mr. Franklin. I can't lie. I mean, that's the source of my problems. I just can't lie.
You were with Abner all of last night.
Well, I could lie, you see, and save my reputation. But my dear old dad, he's in heaven right now. He said to me, girl, never tell a lie. And you know why? Folks aren't going to believe you anyhow, so you might as well be hanged for telling the truth.
Yes, well, about Abner.
Oh, I was, feeling a bit poorly last evening, so I thought a glass of wine might suit me. And after having a few, Abner says to me, Charity, you want to come to the back of the house? What for, I asks, and he says, I got some trophies I took when I was serving in the Navy. Well, I have a weakness for sailors' trophies, so I says, all right. But what's your wife going to say to me? I come into a private room, and he says, never fear, she'll be none the wiser. She's visiting her sister across the river in Camden Town.
So, you went with him?
Oh, but I'm telling you, everything was proper. We just sat and talked. Oh, he tells such stories. And before I knew it, the sun had come up.
A most unusual evening.
Oh, yes.
And so you claim you were with Abner all of last night?
Well, I wish I could lie, but you see, I can't. Not even to save my reputation.
Yes, sir, Mr. Franklin. Judge Herkimer spoke with me an hour ago. He wants to hold the trial tomorrow.
Constable, may I see that coat and that button again?
Sure. I got them right here on the table. Look at them all you like.
Oh, thank you.
It's plain as day. That's the exact same button as the mother's on that coat. And there's 3 of them missing. This could be any one of them. Judge Herkimer says we might just as well prepare the scaffold now.
Before the trial?
Well, you know the judge, Mr. Franklin. He figures if a man ain't guilty, he wouldn't be in the prisoner's box in the first place.
Yes, and Charity's testimony?
Now, Mr. Franklin, you know what that's worth.
Do you suppose I might see Abner?
Can't imagine why, but you're welcome. And let me hold on to this coat and button for just a moment.
Well, Mr. Franklin, I guess you were right. You said you'd arranged to have me hung, and you've done it.
You think so?
You know, in my lifetime, I've done 100 things that called for hanging, but I always cheated the rope. And now I'm about to swing for something I never done.
I know. I can even prove it.
You can.
Abner, I have a problem. A most serious moral and religious problem.
Now, look here, Mr. Franklin. If you know I'm innocent...
Let us say you are innocent in particular, but guilty in general.
Yeah, but if you know I didn't kill Chiver, why let me swing for it?
I must search my conscience. Examine my soul, as it were. You are an engaging but a thoroughgoing scoundrel. You are responsible in one way or another for the death of hundreds of people.
Well, scores would be more truthful.
Yes. Even now, some poor farmer on the fringes of the Ohio Territory could be murdered by an Indian using a musket that was purchased from you.
Well, that can't be proved.
Justice must be served.
Yeah, but that ain't justice.
Well, if it's just for you to go free when you're guilty, why is it unjust for you to hang when you're innocent? Now, come, Abner, you can't have it both ways.
Mr. Franklin, please. Think, the commandments. Thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not bear false witness.
Oh, it's out of my hands, Abner. At this moment, within my soul, a battle is being fought for your life and freedom. Both sides are marshaling potent and convincing arguments. Shall you live? Shall you die? I must wait for the answer to be revealed to me.
And there he is, Abner, the old pirate, the old smuggler. Ironically, he faces the rope for a crime he didn't commit, according to Ben Franklin. But what sort of game is Ben playing? Perhaps his own words might answer the question. No, I am not amused by games of chance or even skill. For the most fascinating game of all is the game of life. The game continues when I return shortly with Act 3. Retribution. Sooner or later, it overtakes us all. If not for the wrongs we have actually done, then perhaps for the wrong another has committed in our name. But one way or another, we pay the bill. Ben Franklin can prove that Abner didn't kill Amos Chiver. But why bother? Abner has killed enough people during his lifetime. It isn't as if the noose were being drawn around the neck of an innocent man.
You say you can prove I'm innocent, Ben? How?
Well, Charity claims you were with her all evening.
Charity? Well, who'd believe a woman like her?
Who? Tell me, Abner, if you were sitting on the jury, would you believe Charity?
Well, not if she swore on every Bible in Pennsylvania.
Interesting. And yet, in this case, you know she's telling the truth.
Well, but why do you say she's telling the truth?
Why should she lie? What does she gain by it?
Well, I could have paid her.
Yes, but you didn't. Because I know you didn't kill Chiver.
How? How do you know?
First, I have a little agreement here for you to sign. Here, read it.
I, Abner Merritt, do hereby agree to give to the Reverend Peter Quincy the sum of 350 pounds. Well, what for?
The Reverend Quincy is the pastor in the village of Olmsted, which was destroyed in an Indian raid last week. The money will be used for rebuilding homes.
But
you supplied the Indians with weapons and the powder.
Oh, but I didn't.
Not directly, perhaps, but you did sell the muskets to unscrupulous traders. Read on.
The sum of 500 pounds to Mr. Henry Hewitt, director of the Children's Orphanage. Well, I ain't got that much money.
Raise it.
Oh, but
Read on.
You'll make a poor man out of me.
Poor, but happy. Poor in wealth and worldly goods, perhaps, but rich in the love of your fellow man.
Ah, no, I'll sign no such paper.
All right, then hang.
This is blackmail, you know.
Perhaps.
Well, how do I know you? How do I know you'll keep your bargain? How do I know you can prove that I'm innocent?
Now, that is an interesting speculation. But we waste each other's time. I have in my bag here a pen and a bottle of ink. May I please have your signature?
Oh, this is robbery. It's worse than piracy on the high seas.
And you should know.
All right. Where do I sign it?
On the bottom. Uh-huh. Splendid. That's it. See, you now have an opportunity to create a new reputation for yourself. Till now, you have been reviled as a scoundrel. In the future, you shall be admired as a saint. Fortunate Abner.
Yeah, but the proof. The proof you promised.
Yes, the proof. Mr. Partridge? Mr. Partridge!
What's up?
I'm afraid we'll have to release Abner.
Release? Why? Ain't he guilty?
No, sir. Please, come in here, sir. And leave the cell door open, Constable. Abner will be leaving.
But the button and the coat...
Precisely. They prove his innocence.
But any fool can see that button is exactly the same as the buttons that are on that coat. You have to admit that.
I do.
Then what do you...
It is exactly the same kind of button, but it was not fastened to that coat. And if it was not fastened to that coat, it could not have been pulled off that coat.
But you can see that
now
it's
let's
the button
really look at what's to be seen. What color is the coat?
Oh, any fool can see it's blue.
Now, since the button was obviously pulled away or torn away during a struggle, there is a small shred of material clinging to it. What color is this material?
Well,
it's red. Captain's red. While Abner's coat is lieutenant's blue.
I should have seen it myself. I could have saved a fortune.
What's he saying, Mr. Franklin?
The poor man's so happy to be vindicated, he's delirious with joy.
But if Abner didn't kill Mr. Chiver, who did?
It should be obvious to everybody. The ghost. The ghost of Captain Clemens.
But, Mr. Franklin, isn't that impossible?
We should never try to define the impossible, my dear. We searched the house thoroughly,
And we found absolutely nothing?
You recognize the button as belonging to Captain Clemens as being part of his uniform. This means you were familiar with that uniform.
Oh, yes, sir. His uniform, his hats, his swords, they were all left hanging in his room, just as when he was alive. I remember we children used to spend hours up there.
Why didn't we find the uniform coat just before, when we searched the house?
Because the ghost is wearing it.
Oh, really, Richard?
Well, Richard's opinion is as good as anyone.
You mean you actually believe that a ghost could be up in
yes. And now our problem is to find out who the ghost is.
But how can we do that?
It'll be easy to recognize.
Mr. Franklin, am I hearing you correctly?
We shall recognize the ghost because, you see, he is branded.
How can a ghost
He has committed murder, this ghost, and therefore he carries the murderer's mark.
What mark?
All murderers carry a mark which clearly proclaims them as killers.
But I've seen murderers. I haven't seen any identifying...
It's the brand of Cain. Sometimes it's visible on Earth, sometimes not.
Mr. Franklin, are you feeling quite all right?
Never better. Well, we must clear the place of its ghostly reputation, or else you shall never sell it. I think I'll go there myself this evening.
But that ghost, it's a murderer. Listen to me. I talk as if I believe it.
Well, why don't you believe it? The ghost has already committed murder.
I suppose I'll have to take my chances.
But you mustn't go alone. Richard, you go...
No purpose in my going. What shall I discover? That there's a ghost? I already believe it.
Well, somebody should go with Mr. Franklin.
Oh, no. When a man goes seeking a wife or searching for a ghost, he travels faster when he travels alone. Now, no one is to mention the fact that I'm to visit the Clemens house this evening.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we three shall keep the secret.
Well, you know the saying. 3 can keep a secret if 2 are dead.
Why can't we walk in the front door, Mr. Franklin?
Keep your voice low, Abner. Now, slide the window up. Up. That's it. Now, let's climb inside.
Why are we going in like thieves?
Because I am hoping the ghost will enter by the front door. Listen.
I don't hear nothing.
Well, to the front room. Hurry. Shine that lantern.
Nobody here, Mr. Franklin? Uh-oh.
Listen. Listen. Where's it coming from?
Hey. That don't sound like a human voice. It's Captain Clemens. The old man himself. It's the captain. It's the ghost of the captain.
Well, where is it coming from, Abner?
It's the captain.
Shh. It's coming from the fireplace.
Huh? Yeah, that's the captain. That's how he talks. I'm getting out of here.
No, wait.
It's the captain. He said death couldn't keep him away. He'd come back. That's what he said.
Where is that voice coming from?
It ain't human. It's coming from everywhere. I don't know about you, but I'm going.
You're right, Abner. It is time we were leaving.
I'll never sell the house now. It's all over town. Abner's been telling everyone how the ghosts are all over the place. Thank you, Mr. Franklin.
Sarah, Mr. Franklin was only trying to help. Besides, what could he do? After all, how can a human being fight a ghost? Now, sir, do you believe the ghost of Captain Clemens haunts the house?
Richard, why do you object to Sarah's selling the Clemens house?
Well, it's just that it's haunted.
It isn't because you wanted to own it yourself one day?
Well, how could I ever own it?
You will at least share in the ownership when you marry Sarah.
Well, why would I want to own it?
Mr. Franklin, Richard was always unhappy there.
I know. That's why he wishes to own it. Richard was the poor, despised cousin who was patronized by the Clemenses. That's true, isn't it?
They were very kind to me.
The bread of charity is bitter when it is offered by the hand of arrogance. And so you dreamed, didn't you, of one day walking through that house, not as a petitioner, but as a master.
Yes. Yes, it's human to feel that way.
Yes, Richard. Why are you wearing a glove?
I have an infection from a poisonous plant.
So, you have discouraged Sarah from selling.
But he never said to me, don't sell.
He didn't have to. He spread the rumors that the house is haunted.
Well, everyone in Philadelphia knows.
You are the one, Richard, who keeps making sure that the reputation for the house being haunted is kept fresh and
Sir,
clean.
I cannot permit you to insult my fiancé.
I thought you were my friend, Mr. Franklin.
I am, Richard. And I am no fair-weather friend either. I shall stand by you as a friend, even though you are to be tried for murder.
Murder? Mr. Franklin!
Ask him, Sarah, ask him.
I deny it.
How can you deny it? How can you deny the brand of Cain? You killed Amos Chiver because he must have recognized you, and you knew I was going to be at the house last night.
Richard, he couldn't kill anybody. He's so timid.
You wanted to scare me, too. And your voice, it sounded ghostly, and it seemed to come from everywhere. It's probably because there are secret passages in that house.
For accusing Richard of murder.
And as a child, you discovered those passages. Yes, it was well done. And you know where the red coat is. And shall it show a missing button?
But you can't prove that Richard did it.
Richard, I defy you to take that glove off your hand and show us the mark of Cain that covers your palm.
Richard?
Yes. Yes, it's the mark of Cain. Here, look. Look, I'm branded.
That great black mark.
It won't wash off. It won't rub off. I'm marked.
Oh, Richard.
No, don't come near me, Sarah. I'm unworthy.
Oh, why, Richard? Why?
He knows why. He knows why. It was the bitter bread of charity.
Oh, Richard.
No, don't weep for me. I'm unworthy. I wear the mark of Cain.
I'm sorry, Richard.
I will now walk down to the jail and hand myself over to Constable Partridge.
Let me come with you.
No. I must be alone. From now on, I have the mark.
Richard.
Yes. The mark.
The mark? That's impossible. I saw it with my own eyes.
Yes.
It's supernatural.
Not exactly.
Not exactly. Oh, sir, now what?
Well, if we assume that there cannot be ghosts, we must assume that someone human was playing the part. Logical?
Yes?
That someone human would have to get into the house in order to scare visitors. Only 3 of us knew I would be going there last night. You, and I, and Richard.
Yes?
Earlier in the evening, I smeared the doorknob with some nitrate of silver.
Nitrate of silver?
Yes, it is used in making mirrors. And when it touches the skin, it turns black, and it cannot be washed off or removed in any way until new skin grows.
That's black magic.
That's natural science. And our poor Richard entered the house through the front door, turned the knob, and thus his hand acquired the mark of Cain.
The mark of Cain. It exists on every murderer. The problem is to make it visible. For that, however, you need men of perception. Men like Benjamin Franklin. Well, poor Richard didn't hang. He went quite mad and spent the rest of his life in an asylum. Sarah went on to marry a very timid man and kept him under her thumb. And Franklin, as you well know, went on to become a founding father of this great country. And I shall be back in just a few moments. Chemist, psychologist, detective. Before these professions were even born, Benjamin Franklin exhibited a judgment and a depth of vision that is hardly equaled today. Yes, they were giants, those men who founded the country, and what they left us is not just a legacy, but a challenge to live as they did, fearless, curious, and independent. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Marion Seldes, Stotts Cotsworth, Russell Horton, and Gil Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.